Yi Fu fell asleep sitting in her chair. That night, she had another nightmare. In her dream, she saw everyone from Building D, along with heavy rain, floods, poisonous moths, toads, and snake swarms. She kicked her legs in her sleep and suddenly woke up. She looked around blankly. It was still the same mountain valley, with her car nearby, a large umbrella overhead, and a fire pit at her feet. The fire had gone out, and the embers had cooled. Yi Fu took out a matchstick and lit it with a lighter, then added some dry wood. The fire rekindled. She didn't know where her bean sprout had gone. She stood up, stretched lazily, and limped into the camper to check around. Inside, the water stains had dried, and she couldn't smell any strange odors. She took out new bedding and a mattress from the storage space and made her bed. She began to appreciate her new camper. Yesterday, while cleaning, she found several bags of rice in the vehicle, along with some refrigerated steak, beer, and red wine in the fridge. There were also several barrels of gasoline in the storage room. It was a smart decision to take this camper. She had made a big profit. The weather was getting colder, but luckily, she had decisively chosen to go up the mountain after the earthquake. Staying in place or heading toward Longtan base would probably have brought more trouble. After breakfast, Yi Fu started working. After thinking carefully, she decided that building a small wooden cabin would be safer than a camper van. If a snowstorm or strong wind came, she could light a fire to stay warm. Living in the van constantly would mean always burning gasoline for power, and in cold weather, opening the door might be difficult. Yi Fu took a chainsaw and planned to cut half of the cedar trees in the valley. The cabin didn't need to be very big, about 20 square meters would be enough. The cedar trees in the valley grew densely, with straight branches, making them perfect for building. Yi Fu worked all day cutting the trees, then sawed them into neat pieces and stacked them in one spot. Luckily, she had already taken the doors from her house and stored them in the space. She had ready-made doors and windows, enough cedar wood for the pillars and beams, and moisture-proof boards for the floor. In the evening, Do Miao came back. She had been out having fun all day and looked a little tired. By the time Yi Fu finished her work, Do Miao was already sleeping in the van. Last night's cold wind had blown all night, and today Yi Fu felt a bit stuffy in her nose. Tonight, she would sleep in the van again. The van was already packed, and the small car beside it could be stored away. For dinner, Yi Fu took out a hot pot base pack. Her wound was almost healed, so she decided to eat something spicy. She set up a table next to the fire, with a cutting board and knife. She took a grass carp from her storage space, sliced it thinly, and marinated it with fish seasoning for a few minutes. She placed a block of alcohol in her stove, lit it, and put a frying pan on top. Once the pan was hot, she added the hot pot base, poured in water, and brought it to a boil. Then she added the fish slices, tofu, bean sprouts, and other vegetables. Watching the fire, Yi Fu thought she should build a proper stove so she could cook on it later. The smell attracted Do Miao, who ran out of the van. Yi Fu gave her a piece of fish. Do Miao licked it and immediately started crying from the spiciness. Haha, I told you not to be so greedy, Yi Fu said, pouring her a glass of water. Do Miao drank a few sips and looked at Yi Fu with a tired expression. The hot pot was very spicy. Beads of sweat appeared on Yi Fu's forehead and nose. But in this cold weather, a little spice made her feel better. After a satisfying meal, Yi Fu felt very happy while washing the dishes. She even sang poorly, spicy girl, not afraid of spice since she was young. Spicy girl, loves eating spicy food since childhood. Her off-key singing echoed through the valley. Do Miao covered her ears with her tail, looking a bit pained. Next to the campfire, there are two very thick pieces of wood that can keep burning until morning without going out. Yi Fu enters the RV to wash up and go to sleep. The bathroom inside the RV has been cleaned and her belongings are placed there. She connects the battery to the power supply and the interior lights up immediately. Yi Fu starts heating water. After a busy day, she is sweaty and really needs a hot bath. She takes out a cactus she planted earlier and places it on the nearby table. Yi Fu picks up a book about building wooden houses and begins to read. Seeing that Yi Fu is ignoring her, Do Miao comes over and looks at the book with her. Yi Fu chuckles, picks up Do Miao, and takes it into the bathroom. This little creature also needs a bath. Do Miao isn't afraid of water at all. Instead, it plays happily in the water. Its head and tail are covered in foam. Yi Fu gives it some fun shapes, but she's still worried it might catch a cold. After playing for a while, she takes it out and blows dry its fluffy tail, making it look very cute. She can't help but take out her phone and snap a few pictures. Do Miao, where did you go today? Do Miao makes a squeaky sound for a long time, but Yi Fu doesn't understand what it's trying to say. All right, you can go to sleep now. I'm going to take a shower. Her hair has grown quite long, but Yi Fu doesn't plan to cut it. The bathroom's glass is large. Looking at her scratched forehead, she feels lucky it's not disfigured. After a hot shower, she feels much more refreshed. Once her hair is dry, she looks as beautiful as before the apocalypse, except her eyes are colder and more fierce. But she is still the same person. She sits on the bed wrapped in a military coat and continues to study the book in her hands. She has watched many videos about outdoor survival. She hasn't built a house before, but it's not difficult for her. After all, her space has everything: nails, cement, sand. She has stocked up a lot of supplies. Outside, the cold wind howls. Yi Fu checks the fire outside. Everything looks fine, so she closes the car door and prepares to sleep. Her leg doesn't hurt as much anymore, though her arm feels a bit sore from using the chainsaw all day. She applies some ointment on her arm, gets into bed, and lies down. Do Miao was originally in its nest, but when it saw Yi Fu lying down, it jumped onto the bed and slept at the foot of her bed. Yi Fu doesn't stop it. It's already 9:30 p.m., so she figures it's better to sleep early and rise early. At 8 a.m. the next morning, Yi Fu opens her eyes. She sees Do Miao is already awake. She plays with it for a while before getting out of bed. Good morning. Let's do some exercise. Stretch your legs, bend your waist, clap your hands, shake your head. Now, you are fully awake. After brushing your teeth and washing your face, apply some lotion on your face. Yi Fu puts on a wool hat and a waterproof jacket. Fully dressed, she begins her new day. She opens the car door and adds some firewood to the campfire. Holding a saw and a ruler, Yi Fu walks confidently toward the stacked cedar wood. She has already chosen the foundation location for the cabin. To block the wind and snow, the foundation is very important. The house doesn't need to be tall, but it must support weight. Yi Fu has a rough idea but needs to proceed step by step. She plans to build a red brick wall outside the cabin and cover it with cement to prevent rain and snow from entering. The floor of the house should be raised above the outside ground level to stay dry. After sawing the wood, Yi Fu begins digging the foundation. She plans a 25 square meter area. Inside, the cabin will have a small bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a simple washroom. It takes her a day and a half to dig the foundation frame. She spreads small stones under the dugout area. She uses vertical cedar logs as pillars at each corner. Each pillar has a carved-out notch. Between two pillars, she stacks horizontal cedar logs, fitting them tightly together using the interlocking principle. She repeats this process upward. For the horizontal logs, Yi Fu chooses not too thick wood, since she can't lift heavy logs alone. After calculating how many she needs, she cuts them to different sizes, making construction easier. In rural houses, the beams are usually fixed with triangular supports. Yi Fu studied a building book but lacks enough strength to make large beams herself. Instead, she uses smaller, fist-sized logs as cross beams, fixing each one carefully. It takes her 5 days to complete this large framework. Her only goal for the house is practicality. Looks don't matter. It must be strong and unbreakable. On the 6th day, Yi Fu takes out a waterproof plastic sheet and covers the top of the beams. She secures it with nails and small wooden boards. The thick sheet blocks light and rain. But covering with plastic alone isn't enough. For the roof, Yi Fu also lays wooden boards tightly over the plastic outside the sheet, then adds another layer of plastic on top. under several layers of protection. Not only does rain not get in, but snow also tends not to accumulate on top due to the smoothness. And in the kitchen area, Yifu specifically built a vent pipe and chimney. Without a chimney pipe, only red bricks could be used for construction. The part of the chimney that extends above the roof, Yifu plans to bend outward so that even in rain or snow, it won't fall into the chimney opening. The frame is roughly finished, and Yifu plans to start working on the interior flooring. The floor is leveled with a shovel, then covered with small stones, followed by a layer of soil. After pressing it down with a shovel until the surface is flat, thick wooden boards will be laid on top. Yifu realizes that human potential is endless. If she pushes herself, she can accomplish anything. The wooden cabin is starting to take shape, with a fireplace, fire pit, kitchen sink, drainage outlet, stove, and bathroom drainage still to be built. She will take her time. Although the weather is getting colder, there's no rush. Yifu still has plenty of leftover cedar wood from her previous chopping. Outside the cabin, she built a 5-tier staircase, sawed the remaining cedar wood, and surrounded the cabin with a fence. Only a wooden gate is missing. She will make it once the house is finished. On the 7th day, Yifu began building the fireplace. Honestly, she had never seen such a thing in real life, only looked at pictures in books and guessed. The fireplace also needs a chimney pipe. After 2 days of adjustments and modifications, Yifu finally built what looks like a simple but very difficult fireplace. It looks a bit rough, and the bricks and cement are not fully dry yet, but she decided to use it as it is. Dumiao has been feeling a bit down these days because Yifu has no time to play with her. She starts working early in the morning and goes to bed after finishing chores at night. Sometimes, she circles around Yifu and is often chased away in annoyance. Yifu offers her a roasted chicken leg. Dumiao ignores it, twists her hips, and turns her back to Yifu. "You're not eating the chicken leg? I baked it just for you." Dumiao flicks her tail and continues to ignore Yifu. "Fine, if you won't eat it, I won't pay attention to you either. Let's have a cold war. If you ignore me, I'll ignore you too." Yifu deliberately huffs at her back and eats the chicken leg herself. Dumiao twitches her ears, then her tail, and finally tentatively turns around. Seeing Yifu eating the chicken leg, she gets anxious and shouts loudly, rushing over to try to it. Yifu did not spoil it. After eating and drinking enough, she continued working and left it alone to stay unhappy. When bored, Yifu would take out her MP3 and listen to music. It was strange. She had lived in the mountains for so many days and hadn't seen any animals. Could it be that all the animals went into hibernation? November indeed marked the start of winter. In the last days of finishing the wooden cabin, the temperature dropped to around 5 or 6 degrees. The mountain fog was still thick, and objects could hardly be seen beyond 10 meters. The stove in the kitchen was ready. It could boil water and cook food. Yifu usually kept the fire burning to dry the cabin. Outside, the red bricks and cement for the walls hadn't been laid yet. Yifu was worried that it might rain before snow, so she sped up to reinforce the outer walls with bricks. After several days of work and handling water, her hands started to swell and turn red. At night, they itched terribly, and ointments didn't help. Yifu had to give herself 2 injections. Laying the bricks and applying cement took several days. The weather was too gloomy, and the cement dried slowly. Yifu set up small fires in the yard, using external heat to help dry the cement quickly. On November 11th, a few snowflakes fell from the sky. The cabin was mostly finished, but it was still damp inside and couldn't be lived in right away. Yifu lit fires in the house, in the fireplace, and on the heated bed. The cabin kept warm. Closing the doors and windows made it very cozy inside. To celebrate the cabin's completion, Yifu planned a nice dinner. She cooked wolfberry stew with lamb, fish and bean paste, cabbage and tofu soup, stir-fried eggplant with oil, and braised pig's trotters. After 3 hours of cooking, the meal was finally ready. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, this was the best meal Yifu had ever had. It was also a reason to celebrate. Yifu and Do Miao had reconciled. After their Cold War, they were still good friends, and that night they slept with their heads close together. Yifu sat inside the RV, looking at the small yard and the little wooden cabin nearby. She felt very happy. Snowflakes started to fall, mixed with light rain. The inside of the vehicle was dimly lit. Do Miao was watching cartoons on her tablet. Yifu looked out the window at the snowy scenery while sipping her soup. What should she do tomorrow? Maybe build a fence gate and make a pond. The water in the space needed to be kept for later use. The pond's water was very clean and clear, much cleaner than city drinking water. What about the day after tomorrow? By the way, the buffalo in the space needs to be taken out and processed, bleeding, skinning, and removing the meat. You can make some beef jerky or braised beef. Light rain taps on the car window. Yifu opens her eyes, gets up, and wipes the fog off the glass. Looking outside, she sees a thin layer of snow on the ground. The rain is light, and the fire under the sunshade has gone out. Yifu looks at Do Miao, who is already curled up in the quilt. She stretches a bit, then puts on a military coat, rain boots, and a wool hat, ready to go outside. She decides not to wash her face yet because it's too cold. Yifu puts her hands in her coat pockets, shrinks her neck, and steps out of the camper. She rekindles the fire under the sunshade and does a set of stretching exercises right there. Today's tasks are still heavy, building a fence gate and cleaning the pond. The cedar posts for the fence are quite tall, about 1.5 meters and made from thick wood, so they are very sturdy. There's enough cedar wood left to make a gate. She plans to eat something first to fill her stomach and warm her up. Sitting by the fire, Yifu takes a bowl of rice noodles from the space, adding a spoonful of chili. It's very spicy, making her gasp, but it warms her up completely. After eating and drinking, Yifu takes out a saw and a push knife, ready to work. Don't run around. Just play here, she says, putting a handful of beans into Do Miao's bowl. The most important thing about the fence gate is that it must be strong. Not just to keep out large wild animals, but at least to withstand strong winds. She uses the push knife to smooth out the cut cedar wood, making sure there are no splinters. Yifu always strives for perfection in everything she does. If she starts something, she wants to do it to the best of her ability. After 3.5 hours, the fence gate is successfully finished. She installs it and hangs a lock on top, perfect. Her clothes are covered with snowflakes and rainwater. Yifu catches a snowflake on her finger and tastes it, cool and refreshing. The swamp is about 100 meters past the small yard. It is full of rushes, and the water is hidden by the tall grass. Yifu puts on her gloves and cuts the rushes. She sets the grass aside, planning to lay it on the road to cover the muddy path, so her shoes won't get muddy. Yifu feels very good. Despite the rain and snow, she is full of energy. She hums a tune she made herself and finishes cutting all the rushes around the swamp and pond. The surface of the pond was covered with many leaves. Yifu used a net basket to scoop up the fallen leaves and dried reeds. Why am I so amazing? Why am I so great? Why am I so perfect? Oh, Yifu hummed a song as she walked back. The pond was cleaned, and there was no need for further work. She decided to leave it in its natural state. Wow. Just as she was about to walk to the shade umbrella, she slipped and fell onto her bottom. She felt both joy and sadness. Ouch, my back. Yifu rubbed her back and sat down, grimacing from the pain. The bean sprout ran down from the car, trying to jump onto her, but Yifu quickly stopped it. Don't jump. If you bounce on me again, I might not be able to work for 3 days. The bean sprout looked at her sadly. After I finish, I'll play with you, okay? She threw some firewood into the fire and took off her coat. She started massaging her sore spot. After a while, the pain eased, and she slowly straightened her back. That almost took my life, she said, looking at the spot where she almost fell. The ground there was a mix of dirt and snow, so no wonder she slipped. Yifu decided to fix the path. She picked up some stones and laid them on the difficult spots. She had thought about using wooden planks, but they would slide, making it more dangerous. She worked until 2 o'clock in the afternoon before she had time to go back and prepare food. The bean sprout had been waiting patiently. Yifu held it in her arms and cuddled it. It was happy, wagging its tail wildly. Yifu turned on the radio, inserted a tape, and turned down the volume. The bean sprout's attention was immediately diverted. She ate lunch and, for a rare treat, brewed herself a pot of tea. The tea leaves were collected during her resource search. She hadn't had a chance to drink it yet. She rested by the fire for an hour, then continued gathering stones to repair the road. Little Yi, I used to live in Little Jiangnan City with a house and money, living happily without worries. But then a sudden storm hit, and the end of the world broke out again, forcing me to leave my home and suffer. Yi Fu hummed as she picked stones. Unknowingly, the light rain had stopped, and the snow turned into heavy snow, covering her hat and clothes in white. She had to speed up. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she finished laying stones on the path inside the yard and the path leading to the pond outside. She hurried back to the car to change clothes. Her hands, feet, and face were a little frozen. Yi Fu poured hot water to wash her face and soak her feet. Do Miao was still lying next to the radio, listening to music. Life was so comfortable that it made people jealous. Looking at the cactus on the table, Yi Fu decided to plant more flowers and vegetables. Growing flowers and vegetables is a deep-rooted hobby for her people, and she couldn't give it up. However, with the heavy snowstorm coming, she needed to plant some cold-resistant plants. After soaking her feet, Yi Fu put on her coat and went to the wooden cabin. She added firewood to the stove and checked for drafts or leaks, ready to fix them if needed. Fortunately, after inspecting, she found the house was very solid, with no defects. Inside, she lit some mugwort incense to disperse the earthy smell. In the bedroom, she could place a small wardrobe since she made a heated bed, so a bed wasn't necessary. In the bathroom, she still needed to install a water heater. Luckily, she had stored several water heaters in her space, and she only needed to install the smallest one. The generator was in the living room, and since the heated bed was in the bedroom, there was no need for an air conditioner. Since this wooden house could be stored and moved in her space, Yi Fu wanted to make it as perfect as possible. After all, it was her home, a place for one person, and it should feel like a real home. Thinking of something, Yi Fu used her mind to search the space and finally found a few lightning rods. She patted her head, realizing her poor memory. She had forgotten to install these on the roof when building the house. Oh well, she would do it tomorrow. The windows of the wooden house still needed curtains, which was simple enough. Tomorrow, she planned to use a pipe to bring water from the pond to the bathroom, but she needed to bury the pipe underground to prevent it from freezing and bursting. Even if the pond's surface froze, the water at the bottom wouldn't, which was why she wanted to use a pipe to draw water. There were many things to do. Yi Fu took out her notebook, writing down each task and ticking them off as she completed them. The mountain valley was quite windy at night. Yi Fu dressed warmly and walked carefully, a bit clumsy. When she reached the car, she hurried back to the sunshade and continued adding firewood to the fire. All wild animals feared fire, especially wolves. As long as there was a firelight, they wouldn't approach easily. At night, Yi Fu lay on her bed. Do Miao was on her pillow. She and her squirrel were both watching her tablet intently. A popular suspense movie before the apocalypse is playing on the tablet. The filter is very dark, and Do Miao feels a bit uncomfortable, constantly rubbing her ears with her head. In a scary scene, Do Miao gets so frightened that she jumps onto the bed. Carefully, I notice her tail is still trembling. Do Miao, you're so timid. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'll wear headphones and watch alone. You should go back to your nest and sleep. I put on my headphones, and Do Miao jumps onto my lap again, acting mischievous when she can't see the screen. I look at her for 2 seconds and gently lift her up with one hand. Be quiet. Do Miao still wants to cause trouble, so I place her back in her nest and warn her. Be good and sleep. No jumping around on me. She looks at me sadly, realizing I won't soften, so she obediently curls up in her nest. I finish watching the entire movie alone, feeling nothing special inside. When I check the time, it's midnight. I quickly turn off the device and go to sleep. Staying up so late is really a mistake. Sure enough, when I wake up the next day, it's already 10:30 a.m. My stomach is growling loudly, and Do Meow is already awake. The beans in her bowl are all gone. I get out of bed, refill her bowl completely, and step into the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. The bump on my forehead has healed completely, and the scar on my arm has also scarred over. I put on my coat and rain boots, wrap myself up tightly, and then open the car door to go out. Since I need to take care of 3 wild bulls, I bring out several large sun umbrellas, lay plastic sheets on the ground, and press some cattail grass on top. I release one wild bull first. Holding a long knife, I test if it's sharp enough and decide to cut off the bull's head. As long as the knife is sharp, the work is relatively easy. Wearing gloves and an apron, I start working. It's easy to cut off the head, but the hardest part is skinning the carcass. I take out a small knife, make a vertical cut at the neck, and peel the skin outward. Even with a mask on, the hot, steaming smell from the skinning process is quite overwhelming. I cut through the hooves with the skin still on and place them together with the head. After skinning, I sit in a chair and rest for a long time, exhausted. I overestimated myself, thought I could finish everything in a day. But once I started, I realized how difficult it really is. I take out several large basins to hold the tallow, internal organs, ribs, and the meat from the front and hind legs. After cutting open the fascia, some internal organs spilled out. Yifu quickly placed them into a basin, being careful not to tear them. The meat of the wild ox was very firm, and there was a lot of fat. Yifu took out a boning knife and began removing the white fat. Once the fat was removed, she cut open the middle part and carefully took off all the meat from the ribs. She also removed large chunks of meat from the bones, which could be used for making soup later. Nearby, the wild ox's head, internal organs, and hide watched Yifu as she wielded her knife to cut the animal, and she looked so fierce that they dared not approach her. After roughly cleaning one wild ox, she planned to handle the head, organs, and hide last. She covered the processed meat in the basin with plastic wrap and prepared to process the second wild ox. From morning until evening, Yifu worked hard and managed to process all 3 wild oxen. The hide, organs, and head would be dealt with in the next few days. In the yard, she set up a rack to hang the hide to dry. Looking at the 3 large basins of organs, Yifu felt a bit sad because she had no experience in how to handle them. Seeing the ashes in the fire, she suddenly had an idea. She decided to process the fat first. After dinner, she planned to melt the fat and rest afterward. She soaked the fat in water for over 10 minutes, then took it out and cut it into small pieces. She prepared a very large iron pot, placed it over the fire, and filled it with 2 buckets of water. There was no need to boil the water. She simply put the small fat pieces into the pot. After boiling for about 5 or 6 minutes, she filtered out the blood water and scooped out the fat into a basin. The smell was a bit unpleasant, so she put on a mask. The fat in the basin had expanded after rinsing, so she filled 2 basins and rinsed it again with clean water. She poured out the water from the iron pot, added a bucket of fresh water, and transferred the fat into the pot to start frying and rendering the oil. The fire needed to be very strong. Yifu stirred and added wood to the fire, working so busily, she felt dizzy. After about 40 minutes, she reduced the fire to low, and the fat began to turn golden and crispy. She added the prepared seasonings and continued stirring. After 5 minutes, she used a strainer to remove the residue and seasonings. Once the fat cooled a bit, she scooped it into the iron buckets. She managed to render 3.5 buckets of fat from all 3 wild oxen. The residue from the fat could be saved for cooking dishes or making noodles. Yifu felt like she was covered in an oily smell, especially on her clothes and hair. She carried the iron bucket into the wooden cabin to cool it down. The internal organs, cow head, and cow hooves also needed to be placed inside to prevent them from freezing into ice blocks outside. After finishing, Yifu prepared to return to the camper to wash up and sleep. After a busy night, she was a bit hungry. She looked at the time and decided to cook a bowl of noodles to fill her stomach. She added a spoonful of oil residue to plain water noodles, then put in chili, green onions, and cilantro. Delicious. That day, Do Meow was very well behaved. Maybe it was scared by Yifu's rough side. After washing up and coming out of the bathroom, Yifu saw it lying neatly in its nest, sleeping quietly without moving. Yifu smiled but didn't bother it and quickly climbed into bed, turned off the light, and went to sleep. At night, Yifu heard some noises. Half asleep, she opened her eyes and saw Do Miao climbing onto the pillow to sleep again. She didn't wake it and put on her night vision glasses to look outside the window. She didn't see any large animal shadows. After observing for a few minutes, she couldn't resist her sleepiness and lay back down to sleep. The next morning, she saw a small injured bird about the size of her palm near the campfire. Luckily, it fell beside the fire. Otherwise, with the cold temperature last night and the snow on the ground reaching her calves, it might have frozen to death. The bird's tail feathers were long and had 3 colors: black, red, and yellow. Yifu picked it up and saw that its wings and legs were injured. The bird looked sickly, glanced at her with tired eyes, then closed them painfully. She took it to the camper, took out a medical kit, and began to treat and bandage it. Do Miao curiously came over to see. It seemed that the commotion last night was caused by this little creature. Yifu placed a cloth on the table and gently set the bird on it. "Little one, you stay here and rest while you heal," she said softly. She wiped her nose. This morning, she felt a bit congested, probably from catching a cold after spending the whole day outside yesterday. "Yifu, you need to get up," she told herself loudly, encouraging herself to keep going. Yifu looked up at the roof and suddenly remembered that the lightning rod hadn't been installed yet. She took out the ladder she had made earlier, set it up, and then climbed onto the roof with the lightning rod. She found a suitable spot and fixed the lightning rod in place. That was it. Standing on the roof, she looked around. The fog was thick and she couldn't see anything. "Today, I still need to process the cow head and internal organs." Yifu plans to do it quickly, starting by peeling the cow's skin. She places the cow head, hooves, and organs from the wooden house under a large sunshade. Then, she checks the cooling of the cow fat, which has already solidified into blocks and cooled very well. Yifu seals the oil barrel and stores it directly in her space. Sitting by the campfire, she begins peeling the cow's skin. After removing the skin, she takes out the cow's brain and places it on a plate. After handling the cow's tongue and hooves, Yifu decides to rest for a while. As expected, the more delicious the ingredients, the more trouble they are to prepare. She removes her gloves, washes her hands with soap, and sits by the fire, planning to burn the cow's brain. She wraps the cow's brain in lettuce, then places it on charcoal to roast. Once a fragrant smell starts to spread, it will be ready to eat. Cow brains can help quench thirst, boost energy and blood, and nourish the yin. Many people find this hard to accept, but animal brains are actually very beneficial. In the afternoon, she needs to clean the organs. Yifu feels a bit headachy because cow stomachs are very large, and cows have 4 stomachs. Besides the rumen, the other 3 can be ignored, but cow intestines are also difficult to handle. Since these wild cows eat grass and leaves, when she cuts open the stomach, it doesn't smell too bad, just a faint grassy scent. Yifu rinses the cow intestines with warm water, washes them with ash 4 or 5 times, and finally coats them with flour to make them very clean. As for the cow skin, she'll leave it for now. The inside of the wooden house is already very dry. Outside, the snow has piled up to knee level. Stepping into it causes her to sink in completely. She has connected the water pipes and installed the water heater. Yifu is also moving to a new home. In the bedroom, she placed a bean sprout nest, and now there's a new little bird. Yifu plans to temporarily take care of it. She takes out 2 flower pots and plants 2 tea flower seeds. Tea flowers are cold-resistant plants, and she hopes they will sprout this winter. She also brings a cactus to the bedroom table, and a cozy little home is now set up. Yifu takes out some paper, writes a few fu characters, and sticks them on the door. She is preparing for winter. After winter comes the new year. "Do Miao, please don't cause trouble. I need to make 2 lanterns, so don't come bother me." Yifu is cutting paper in front of the fireplace. Do Miao comes over and taps her with its tail. Yifu can't stand it anymore, so she catches it and throws it a bit farther away. She names the little bird Luo Luo, meaning it has found a home with her. Red lanterns also need to have the character Fu, luck, written on them. Actually, Yifu's nickname is Little Fu. Her mother found her, symbolizing that she would stay away from hardships and only have good luck from then on. When registering her household registration, the staff asked which Fu, luck, she meant. Her mother said it was the Fu for good fortune, but they misunderstood it as Fu meaning to lift up. This small mistake was harmless, so they never corrected it. After her parents passed away, no one called her by her nickname anymore. Yifu carefully wrote the character Fu by. Looking at the two red lanterns, she couldn't help but smile. The two lanterns hung outside the wooden house, giving it a warm feeling. Yifu glanced at the thick snow and felt a little eager to build a snowman. Daodu, the puppy, watched her from the door. Yifu waved at it. Daodu, come see the snowman I built for you, she said. Daodu stretched its neck, but quickly retracted it because it was too cold. Yifu laughed happily and kept rolling snowballs to make the snowman. She built a snowman of a father, a mother, herself, and Daodu. On top of Daodu's head, there was Luo Luo. Next to them were Officer Song, Wuin, Chiyuan, Huerue, and Zhang Yuan. Although it's still a month away, I wish everyone a happy new year in advance, Yifu said. She scooped up some snow and suddenly threw it into the sky. Already having a cold, playing in the snow made her symptoms worse. Back in the wooden house, Yifu shivered from the cold. She quickly made a bowl of soup to drink, but her nose and sneezes kept coming. In the next few days, Yifu decided not to go out at all. She wanted to rest and relax. Achoo! Daodu was startled by her sneeze and jumped to the ground. Luo Luo, whose injury had almost healed, also started running in and out of the house with Daodu. After taking cold medicine and sleeping for a while, she broke out in a hot sweat. Yifu planned to get up and do some work. While lying in bed, she suddenly craved spicy fish head. She decided right then, tonight's dinner would be spicy fish head. Maybe when people are sick, they get greedy. Yifu realized she also wanted ice pops, watermelon, and frozen pears. Stop it, you don't really want that. She secretly looked down on herself and then started cooking in the kitchen. The next day, Yifu was full of energy again. She admired her own healing ability, thinking that if she said she was sick, and if she said she was fine, she was fine. Spending the whole day at home with nothing to do, Yifu decided to take advantage of the snow not being too deep and go cut some cedar wood to store. She didn't plan to cut all the cedar wood on the other side of the mountain valley. She wanted to leave some trees to block the wind. She decided to go somewhere farther away for this logging project. Yifu prepared very thoroughly, wrapping herself from head to toe and even wearing safety goggles. After it snowed, it was easy to get snow blindness, so she took all necessary precautions. Do Miao, you, and Luo Luo stay at home. I'll be on the hillside to the right, and we'll be back soon. Be good. Don't cause trouble, understand? Do Miao was circling at her feet. Yifu petted its head, checked that its food bowl was still full, then closed the door and left. The snow was piled up above her knees. Walking in the snow, she was clumsy but not cold at all. The fir trees on the were also dense. When she reached her destination, she took out a chainsaw to work. She cut down dozens of fir trees with the chainsaw all afternoon. After collecting them, she was ready to go home. On the way back, Yifu found a wild chicken lying in the snow. Her eyes lit up. She quickly went over and dug it out. Tonight, she planned to cook chicken stew with mushrooms. She already had the ingredients. The wild chicken was still alive, looking at Yifu with a hopeless gaze. On the way back, although she fell several times, Yifu's mood remained cheerful. When she returned to the yard, there was no sign of large wild animals visiting. Yifu confidently opened the fence gate, went inside, and then locked it again. Squeak. Do Miao saw her return and jumped excitedly in front of the window. Yifu shook off the snow from her clothes and threw the wild chicken outside. Although staying at home was comfortable, no wind, no cold, going out to work was also good. It helped stretch her muscles, and she could find wild chickens.
Perfect.
Yifu wiped the snow off her shoes, opened the wooden cabin door. A warm feeling came from inside. She hurried to close the door, took off her boots, and put on cotton slippers. She was ready to cook dinner. The charcoal in the kitchen stove was still burning. Yifu grabbed some wood stacked in the corner, sat down, and picked up the axe by the stove to chop firewood. She cut the wood into pieces and put them into the stove. Sparks crackled and popped. She filled a kettle with water and placed it on the stove. She took a bag of hazelnuts and mushrooms, grabbed a handful, and soaked them in cold water for an hour. The radio was placed outside, and Yifu replaced the tape with an old-fashioned folk song from the last century. The lazy, gentle melody played, and Yifu grabbed a broom to sweep the snow brought in from the door. Du Miao and Luo Luo kept circling around her. Yifu played with them for a while. When the water boiled, she caught a wild chicken outside, cut its throat to bleed it, then placed it in an iron basin, pouring boiling water over it. Yifu carried the basin into the house and started plucking the feathers under the eaves outside. Nearby, there was an iron bucket where she threw used trash, which she later burned when full. A cold wind blew softly. Yifu sniffed and carried the plucked wild chicken back inside. She carefully opened the chicken, removed the insides, and chopped it into small pieces to put in a bowl. Checking the time, Yifu placed a clay pot on the stove, added some oil, and when it heated, she put in Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, green onions, and to stir-fry. Finally, she added the chicken and cooked it. The spicy smell made Yifu sneeze repeatedly. Du Miao and Luo Luo came to the kitchen door, watching her. When the chicken was about 70% cooked, she poured in clean water, added washed hazelnuts, salt, pepper, and a little cooking wine for flavor. She covered the pot and simmered for 20 to 30 minutes. Then she added a spoonful of chicken essence and continued cooking for another 3 or 4 minutes before serving. Yifu carried the clay pot to a small table in front of the fireplace. The 10 songs on the tape had finished and turned off automatically. After washing her hands, she took out her tablet, found a popular drama for dinner, and started eating. The plot of the drama was so funny that even Yifu, with her high sense of humor, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Du Miao and Luo Luo also began eating their own dinner, everything in order and well organized. Although the wild chicken wasn't very fat, its meat was tender and delicious. Yifu truly wished she could find a wild chicken every day. Ancient people waited by the tree for rabbits. She waited for chickens. A large pot of chicken was more than she could eat in one meal, so she stored the leftovers for tomorrow. After eating and drinking enough, Yifu washed her bowls, took out a ball of red yarn, and planned to continue her knitting project. Red was perfect for making sweaters and scarves. Just looking at it made her feel warm. Yifu added firewood to the fireplace and started thinking about how to knit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Du Miao came over again to join the fun. Yifu petted its ears. Du Miao, maybe I can make you a little jacket. Yifu plans to remake an old piece of clothing. In her space, she has an old sewing machine. She measures Du Miao's size, then quickly starts working. She takes out the sewing machine and begins making clothes for Du Miao. Her first attempt is a bit clumsy, and the clothes look quite ugly. She tries them on Du Miao and observes its expression. Seems like it likes them. Yifu keeps trying and makes 2 more outfits for Du Miao to wear. Luo Luo, do you want clothes too? Luo Luo its wings and flies away.
Yifu.
After making 3 outfits for Du Miao, she spends over 2 hours on it. She looks at the ball of yarn and decides to work on it tomorrow. Why is she so serious about this? She doesn't need to study, work, or get married right now. Maybe someday, Blue Star might suddenly explode, and she could die. Forget it. She decides to wash up and go to sleep. At night, the temperature outside has dropped to -5 degrees. Snow continues to fall gently. After finishing her wash, Yifu sits on the bed, looking out the window at the snowy scene and feeling emotional. It's so beautiful. This must be what Lu Zongyuan described as birds flying away from 1,000 mountains, all paths deserted. Her alarm clock has long been turned off. Now she feels relaxed and can sleep as long as she wants. She no longer fears the unknown tomorrow. The Kong bed is very warm. As someone from the south, Yifu truly feels how wonderful a heated bed can be. No need for air conditioning or central heating. She stays warm all night. Luolua's injuries have healed completely, but it doesn't seem eager to leave. It looks like it's relying on Yifu now, having food, shelter, and a playmate like Do Meow. Even a bird learns to find a safe place. It's really grown up. Yifu falls asleep lost in her thoughts. That night, the snow in the mountains thickens again. The red lantern at the door sways in the wind. Some small animals come out to forage, smell the unfamiliar and dangerous scent, and quickly run away. In the early morning, Yifu lies in bed, eyes open, for nearly an hour before slowly getting up. Outside, the wind howls fiercely. A nearby fir tree branch breaks off with a loud and falls heavily to the ground. Yifu puts on her military coat, quickly dons a warm hat, and covers her ears and face completely. Do Meow and Luolua wake up early. When they see Fu opening the door, they slip outside. For breakfast, I ate the leftover chicken stewed with mushrooms from yesterday. Yifu took out 2 large steamed buns to feel full. As expected, when the weather gets colder, people tend to gain weight and their appetite increases. I took a walk outside the house and found nothing unusual. Yifu initially planned to go back inside to continue knitting a sweater, but noticed a trail of footprints outside the fence gate. Just by looking at the footprints, Yifu couldn't tell what animal made them, but the claws were small, so it was probably a small animal. After disposing of the trash, her patrol for the day was complete. Yifu returned to the wooden cabin, started adding firewood to the fireplace, and took out yarn and a crochet hook to continue her work from yesterday. She decided to first crochet a scarf to get a feel for it. She had tried crocheting at home before, but after a few months without practice, her skills seemed to have become a bit rusty. With enough practice, she believed she could become very skilled. Yifu spent the whole morning successfully crocheting a scarf. The red color looked nice and made her complexion appear healthier. After practicing with the scarf, she found crocheting sweaters much easier. By the afternoon, she had finished a high-neck sweater. The chimney of the wooden house was emitting thick smoke, and in the quiet mountains, Yifu was busy preparing dinner again. What should I cook today? She wondered, flipping through a recipe book for a while before deciding to make pork stew with vermicelli. This famous dish from the Northeast was something she had admired for a long time, but had never tried making herself. Today, she decided to give it a shot. She soaked a handful of sweet potato vermicelli in water and prepared the pork belly cut into pieces. While looking at the recipe, Yifu carefully and leisurely prepared the ingredients. Eating this every day, I wonder if I'll become a big fat person, haha. While humming a song, Yifu started cooking. Enjoying her own company felt pretty good. She didn't feel lonely at all, only a sense of freedom and comfort. Phew, let me try a bite. Ouch, it's so hot. She quickly took a sip of cold water to cool her tongue. She realized she couldn't handle hot food when she was impatient. Delicious. Amazing. I, Chef Yi, have learned a new famous dish. Incredible. Incredible. After tasting it and finding the flavor quite good, Yifu was very satisfied with her cooking skills. She carried the pot to the fireplace, intending to watch the TV show from yesterday. The snow doesn't seem to want to stop falling. Let's check today's temperature. She took out a thermometer and stepped outside to measure it. Seeing the red line had stopped at -8 degrees, she knew it was quite cold. Last night it was -5 degrees, and this afternoon it rose to -8. The weather is so strange. Yifu shrank her neck from the cold and returned to the cabin with her thermometer. She thought, better eat first. Food is the most important thing in the world. After eating, she continued knitting sweaters. There are many clothes in the space, probably more than she could ever wear in her life, but Yifu still likes to stay busy. Especially in cold weather, the brain gets tired easily from the cold, and the body becomes slow. At such times, it's important to practice using your hands and mind. Don't let your body and brain stay idle. When alone, talking to yourself can help prevent forgetfulness in old age. Of course, dementia isn't only a problem for the elderly. Young people can get it too. In the space, there's also a Rubik's Cube. It's a very useful tool for training thinking skills and quick reactions. She spent 2 hours knitting dinner, and her shoulders felt sore. Yifu stretched her limbs, looked at the time. Only 7:30 p.m. Outside, the snow was very thick and packed down, so walking on it didn't sink in. After some days, she could slide on it with a skateboard. Every day, Yifu practices a set of Tai Chi outside. Although Do Miao and Luo Luo don't understand what she's doing, they always watch her while she exercises. She hasn't explored the surrounding mountains yet. Thinking about picking wild chickens in the snow, Yifu plans to go for a walk tomorrow. The next day, Yifu slung her bow and arrow over her shoulder, prepared Do Miao and Luo Luo, then locked the door and left. She decided to go to the mountain on the left. Looking at the dense cedar forest above, she felt today would be a big harvest. The snow she stepped on squeaked loudly.
It was very dry.
Turning back, she saw only her footprints in the entire forest. After walking for about 20 minutes, Yifu stopped to rest. She took off her mask, and her breath turned into white mist. She took out a small bottle from her coat pocket. Inside was white wine. Taking a sip made her feel warm inside out. She opened the bottle and drank. Her face turned rosy. After a few minutes of rest, Yifu decided to keep going. As she entered the mountain, she found animal footprints and droppings, showing many animals hadn't hibernated this winter. Just a few minutes after entering this mountain peak, Yifu found a wild chicken under a tree. She patted its head gently. The chicken moved its eyelids and was still alive, probably frozen stiff. Yifu took out a foam box and, after knocking the chicken out, placed it inside. Since only dead objects can be stored in her space, she had to kill it first. She then took out her hiking stick and continued exploring the area. It would be great if she had a hunting dog. Its keen sense of smell could help her quickly find the chicken's location. The fir trees on this mountain are very thick. She could easily hug the trunk of one. Oh, I found another one. Yifu quickly ran over and picked up a colorful wild chicken from the ground. It seemed to be dead, but still had a bit of warmth, so it must have just died. The chicken was hanging on a dry branch, with ice forming on it. Yifu picked up a piece of ice and looked at it for a long time. It was clear and beautiful.
Oh wow.
This is so cool, she exclaimed happily, running through the forest like she was having fun. Her footprints marked the snow on the ground. She decided to catch a rabbit. She started hopping around in the snow, making rabbit-shaped footprints. After hopping for dozens of meters, she left a trail of rabbit footprints everywhere. She took out her phone, but it took 2 minutes just to turn on. She took pictures of the footprints in the snow, then switched to the front camera and took several selfies. After finishing, she turned off her phone and continued walking with her hiking stick, looking for more wild chickens. Winter makes it hard to hunt animals, and she wasn't planning to hunt, just gathering what she could find to eat. Deeper into the mountain, she found a very large cave on the hillside. It was more like a karst cave because at the entrance, she smelled a strong, unpleasant odor. The ground was slippery and wet, so she didn't dare go inside carelessly.
Ah!
She shouted, and after a long silence, an echo responded, sounding dull and thick. Looks like this cave is pretty big, she thought. She remembered news about explorers missing in the Cloud Mountain area. Watching the cave, she crouched down and slowly moved forward. She took out her flashlight to see how deep it was inside. The flashlight's wattage is very high. When turned on, Yifu also saw some white stone pillars nearby. These are a type of stalactite. Usually, such formations only appear in karst landscapes, so how could there be a cave in Sinsan? Yifu didn't want to think too much. She noticed that the path into the cave was smooth, flat, and wide. As long as she crouched down and moved slowly inside, she wouldn't fall. She changed to a headlamp, put her crossbow into her backpack, and decided to go inside to explore. Just in case, she took a few antibiotics. Could this be an ancient tomb? Maybe there are lots of gold and jewels inside, haha. The more Yifu thought about it, the happier she became. Maybe she would find some special golden finger inside, like in the TV shows where the hero or heroine finds a secret manual and becomes a top expert after practicing. The ground inside was a bit sticky. The white crystals on her gloves looked like coarse salt. She crouched and moved forward slowly. If what was inside was stalactites, she would be lucky, because stalactites are also used in traditional medicine. Water droplets dripped from above. Yifu looked up and saw stalactites hanging straight down from the ceiling. She held her breath nervously. She continued moving inside. The deeper she went, the colder it became, and the air seemed thinner. She quickly took off her mask to breathe better. She swapped her boots for hiking shoes with non-slip soles for safety. After breathing comfortably, she put her mask back on and kept moving forward. A damp, cold wind blew in waves. Even through her warm coat, she could still feel the chill. On the cave walls, there was moss. Even with her mask and gloves, she avoided touching these things, as mold spores could cause infections. Such infections are serious. They could be kidney infections or respiratory infections, both life-threatening. Yifu put on night vision goggles. The light from the cave entrance was useless the deeper she went. After about 30 meters, she suddenly saw a huge pit ahead. She crouched down and looked inside. The water flowing at the bottom was completely still, dark and silent. The pit was very large and the other side was blocked by stalactites, so she couldn't see what was below. There are some platforms nearby that can be moved. Yifu hesitated for a few seconds but decided to go down and take a look. She slowly slid down the nearby stone wall, from the water pool to the cave entrance, which was about 10 meters high. Yifu smelled a strong, fishy odor coming from the water. Just before reaching the water surface, she released a small boat. The boat floated steadily on the water, with the current barely moving. Yifu used the paddle to gently push herself and carefully stepped onto the boat. Once steady, she slowly crouched down. After a few minutes of checking that the water was safe, Yifu gently paddled toward the other side of the current. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling looked like amazing works of nature. Yifu had only seen pictures of caves online before, but seeing one in person was completely different and very impressive.
Ah!
Yifu called out again. This time, her echo was much louder and lasted a long time. She adjusted her flashlight and continued paddling forward. A few hundred meters downstream, there were many small streams, each leading into a different cave. Yifu planned to go through the widest stream. As she moved deeper inside, the temperature kept dropping. She sneezed and shivered involuntarily. The cave was damp and dark, which made even a brave person like Yifu feel a bit uneasy. Suddenly, she thought she saw a greenish glow ahead. She squinted her eyes, too far to see clearly. She quickly paddled closer. When she was near, she saw a large stone platform, about 20 square meters in size, with 7 or 8 skeletons on top. The green glow was coming from the bones. Yifu shined her flashlight on the bones and examined them carefully. Based on how much they had decomposed, these people had probably been dead for over 3 or 4 years. Nearby, there were some backpacks. Yifu used her hiking stick to pull one over. "Excuse me, senior explorers. Sorry for the disturbance. Please don't be angry." She looked inside the backpack and saw a rusty dagger, an empty water bottle, a flashlight, and a box of cold medicine. On the ground, there were items like life jackets and swimming rings. Yifu guessed they had come from the water by swimming. The water in the cave was still and lifeless, with no signs of living creatures. Yifu had looked around and saw no fish or other animals in the water. Swimming across seemed safe, but she was worried about the water quality and potential health risks. There are a few empty canned food boxes on the ground. Yifu looked at the greenish skeleton and suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was probably the humidity and temperature differences in the cave that caused the skeleton to turn green, but seeing the empty eye sockets on the face, Yifu felt a prickling sensation like needles on his back. He circled around the stone platform, holding a flashlight, and began inspecting the back wall. There were no stalactites here. The wall was very smooth, like marble. Yifu took off his gloves and touched the surface of the wall. His hands were dry, with no mist or water, but the surface felt a bit strange. He took out a cloth and gently wiped it, but there was no change. Thinking of something, Yifu took out alcohol, dampened the cloth with it, and wiped the wall again. At this moment, the wall changed. A map appeared on the wall. Yifu's eyes widened. Many ideas popped into his mind, but after calming down, he carefully studied the map, finding it incredibly complex, almost like climbing to the sky. He took out several flashlights, shining light on the wall until it was as bright as daytime. Then he took out his phone and snapped a picture of the map. To avoid missing details, he reviewed each line in his mind. Could the locations on this map be inside this cave? But the large cave also contained countless smaller caves. How could he check them all? Yifu wiped the entire wall again. Besides the map, he found nothing else, no hidden passages or mechanisms. He examined the stone platform inch by inch, even checking behind the skeletons, but found nothing. It seemed the locations on the map weren't here. Before leaving, Yifu took out a very large bag and placed the skeletons inside. He planned to take them out and bury them somewhere. Leaving the platform, Yifu returned to his kayak, ate a packed meal, and continued his treasure hunt. After paddling for a while, he suddenly saw small bubbles rising on the water surface ahead. He immediately shone his flashlight over and saw two white creatures swimming past. They looked like worms, but definitely weren't because Yifu saw tails like fish. They moved very quickly and disappeared almost instantly. Yifu looked at the water again but didn't see these creatures anymore. Yifu continued paddling her kayak forward. At a fork in the path, she chose a random direction, hoping to find a place on the map. Whether she would succeed depended on luck today. Suddenly, a swarm of bats flew out from a dense row of small black holes above her head. This was the first time Yifu saw so many bats, probably thousands. She quickly curled up inside her kayak, covering her head and staying very still. The bats flew out in a big group, making frightening sounds. After about half an hour, Yifu finally looked up. Some bat droppings had fallen onto her kayak, but she didn't care. Her attention was now caught by a large bat nest that looked like a honeycomb. Maybe her arrival disturbed the bats, and in their panic, they flew away. Yifu guessed they wouldn't come back soon. She used her flashlight to shine on the nests. The water was about 20 meters below the nests. She could only zoom in with her phone to get a closer look and take pictures. Yifu noticed some protruding stone platforms nearby covered with black bat droppings, which looked like mouse droppings. Bat droppings are also called glow sand, a traditional Chinese medicine ingredient. But Yifu wasn't interested in collecting them. She needed to keep moving forward. Some caves were very narrow, just wide enough for her kayak to squeeze through. Every time she reached a cave entrance, she would shout loudly to estimate its size. She saw another small stone platform and paddled quickly over. It was only about 3 or 4 square meters. She carefully examined the stone walls, wiping them with a cloth dipped in alcohol, but found nothing. Has my good luck run out? She wondered. Yifu took off her mask to breathe more easily. The stalactites and stone columns here were different from outside. They were tiny, like coral, very beautiful. Let's rest for a bit. I don't believe I'll leave empty-handed today. She took out a chair from her space and planned to rest on the stone platform. But she hadn't gone to the bathroom all day, and now she felt very uncomfortable. She looked around left and right but decided to hold it a little longer. Suddenly, she noticed 2 cracks in the wall. She jumped up from her chair, grabbed her flashlight, and rushed over to examine the cracks closely, staring intently to see what was inside. This looks like a stone door. Wow, it's like the saying, no matter how hard you search, you won't find it, but it appears right here without effort. But now, how do I open it? Yifu pushed hard, but it didn't move at all. Forget it. She's not a martial arts master with inner strength from TV shows. It seems she can only look for a trick. Yifu knelt on the ground, started searching for the mechanism of the stone door. Half an hour passed, but she found nothing. She began to wonder if she was overthinking. Maybe these two cracks are just simple cracks. It seems I'm not lucky, but cursed, she thought. Suddenly, the stone door slowly creaked open. Yifu stepped back in disbelief. That's when she noticed a bagua diagram on the ground, with her feet exactly on both sides. She patted her head and thought, am I the chosen one in the legend? The door was fully open. Yifu used her flashlight to look inside and saw a very long staircase going down. She stored her kayak in her space, then slowly entered through the stone door with her flashlight and hiking stick. But as she hurried forward, the door creaked and slowly closed behind her. Yifu shined her flashlight on the ground and found another bagua diagram. It seems that if she carefully places both feet on it, the door will open. There must be a mechanism beneath the diagram. When the weights on both sides are balanced, the mechanism activates and moves the stone door. She started walking down. The stairs were made from natural large stones of the cliff face, blending into the wall. It looked more like a secret chamber. Yifu hesitated, wondering if she should go further. What if she encounters a more dangerous trap? But turning back now seemed impossible. She changed to a more powerful flashlight and continued down. After about 10 minutes, she reached another stone door. Standing on the bagua diagram, she opened the door again. Inside, she felt like she had entered an underground tomb. A row of coffins, neatly tied with iron chains, hung in midair. Behind the coffins was a huge stone tablet with wild, cursive writing, impossible to read. Carefully, Yifu crouched and moved along the wall, worried that some weapons might suddenly shoot out and stab her into pieces. But after bypassing the coffins, she saw no traps or weapons. Gaining confidence, she slowly stood up, still hugging the wall and moving gently. The walls inside are carved with beautiful murals, but it's strange. Everyone in the paintings is, and in very inappropriate poses. Yifu suddenly realizes that these aren't murals. They are ancient fire prevention diagrams. Yifu walks around and finds that the entire stone wall of the tomb passage is covered with fire prevention diagrams. Oh my, what kind of person is buried here? Interestingly, there are no valuable gold or silver treasures anywhere. Yifu begins to look for other exits. On the back of a stone tablet, she finds a stone door. When she opens it again, she sees 3 stone coffins hanging in midair. Behind them, there's another stone tablet with neatly carved words, which Yifu reads clearly.
Wow.
After reading the inscription, Yifu feels terrible. It says that a powerful city lord from 1,000 years ago kept hundreds of concubines. Because he was weak and exhausted from indulgence, he died young. Before he died, he had someone find this hidden paradise and place his coffin here to prevent theft. His hundreds of concubines were ordered to die with him to share his fate. The coffins hanging outside contain women who had children with him. It doesn't mention women who didn't give birth. Perhaps they were simply discarded like old bedding and thrown into a mass grave. Yifu. So, was this city lord poor? He kept so many concubines, but didn't have a single valuable item buried with him? Yifu walks around the city lord's coffin but finds nothing. She isn't interested in opening the coffin herself. Looking at the wall full of fire prevention diagrams, Yifu feels speechless. She had initially admired the murals, praising their vividness, but now she realizes they are all the same as the diagrams on the wall. There's another stone door ahead like a challenge. Yifu opens it and enters another tomb passage. Here, she sees several boxes. Could these be the longed-for gold and silver treasures? Yifu puts on gloves and prepares to open the boxes. She notices they aren't locked, which gives her a bad feeling. Has someone already beaten her to it? When she opens them, she finds a box full of yellowed books. She feels excited and picks up one to look inside. Wow, again with fire prevention diagrams. The drawings are wild, the brushwork rough, and the paper yellowed, but Yifu can clearly see they are exactly the same as the murals on the wall. This city lord really was something. No wonder he died so young. Yifu opened several other boxes, all filled with fireproof maps. She felt hopeless. She thought the heavens were playing tricks on her. Why could others find treasures during treasure hunts, but she only found strange and weird things? She glanced at the time. It's already afternoon. Time to go home. Yifu planned to return the same way, but found that stepping on the Bagua diagram no longer worked. There was only this stone door in the tomb passage. Now, the door wouldn't open. Was she going to be trapped here? Could it be that the tomb owner wanted to ensure that only those who entered could leave? Yifu quickly calmed herself down. There must be another way out, or some trick to open the stone door. At this moment, Yifu noticed a large Bagua diagram in the middle of the tomb passage. Because the lighting was very dim, it was faint and unclear. She stepped on it to try, but there was no response around her. Angrily, she jumped hard, and with a creak, the Bagua diagram opened. Yifu was suddenly falling downward.
Ah!
Whoa, my leg, my waist, my... Ouch. It hurts so much. Yifu was thrown onto a pile of boxes, grimacing in pain. Looking up, she saw the Bagua diagram had automatically closed. She resisted the urge to curse and slowly got up from the boxes. This height was probably over 4 meters. Yifu felt like her bones were shattered from the fall. Every part of her hurt. The tomb passage was filled with more than 20 boxes. Yifu suspected they still contained various fireproof maps. She opened one of the boxes, and suddenly her eyes widened. It was filled with exquisite porcelain bowls. The glaze on them hadn't faded, and each bowl was different, crafted very beautifully, with intact glaze. Yifu's heart was pounding. These were antiques. Unable to contain her excitement, she opened all the nearby boxes. They were all porcelain, plates, bowls, vases, some with single-color glaze, others with painted designs. Not a single piece was broken. Although there were no gold or silver treasures, these porcelain items already made her excited. Before the apocalypse, just one of these porcelain pieces could sell for over 1,000,000 yuan. But now, these treasures in her hands could only gather dust. After closing the boxes and putting everything into her space, Yifu's back no longer hurt, and her legs no longer ached. Today, she had gained a lot. Time to go home. Yifu has now found the pattern for escaping. The exit is either on the ground or on the wall. If she looks carefully, she can find the way out. Sure enough, she found an unusual spot on one wall. There was a difference in color between this stone wall and the others. Yifu used her flashlight to search the ground carefully, checking every corner. Finally, on the ground where she had fallen, corresponding to the pattern of the Bagua diagram, she discovered another Bagua diagram. As soon as she stepped on it, the stone door creaked open. Beyond the door was a long, narrow corridor that seemed endless. After walking for about 40 minutes, Yifu saw a door. Stepping out of the stone door, Yifu saw the entrance to a cave, located about 10 meters above the exit. She circled inside the cave, from the entrance to the exit, forming a complete loop. Yifu felt like she had entered another world. If it weren't for the real pottery and artifacts inside, she would think everything in the cave was just a dream. The beautiful stalactites and stalagmites, the dense bats, the glowing skeleton on the stone platform, the stone door opened by the Bagua diagram, and the strange tomb inside, all felt unreal to her, like a vivid dream. But what about the map she found on the first stone platform? The tomb's internal structure was completely different from what was shown on the map. And was that tomb only filled with a dozen boxes of pottery? Could there be other passages? Yifu always felt there were more secrets in this cave. She hoped to come back someday to explore further and see if she could find the location marked on the map. She found a hidden spot to take a break and took care of her physical needs. She sat for 10 minutes and then took the 8 skeletons out of her space. She chose a relatively flat area, cleared the snow with a shovel, and dug a large hole with a. She buried all the skeletons together. This was her small way of helping them. She scattered some flower seeds on the soil, packed up her tools, and prepared to go home. It was already late. Unconsciously, she had spent a whole day inside. Yifu stepped over the snow back to the yard. Outside the fence gate, she saw a few more footprints. She didn't mind and locked the gate before entering the yard. Du Miao and Luo Luo were watching her from the window. Maybe because she had been gone for so long today, the 2 little ones seemed a bit anxious. Yi Fu brushed off the snow from her body and quickly unlocked the door to the wooden cabin. Inside, there was still some warmth. The fire in the fireplace had burned down to just a few coals. Yi Fu took off her boots and coat, then hurried to add more wood to the fire. "Do Miao Luo Luo, are you both okay?" Luo Luo flew onto her hat and perched there, while Do Miao jumped into her arms and rubbed against her. Yi Fu comforted them for a long time, then put some beans into their bowls. Recently, Luo Luo had been eating raw meat, so Yi Fu sliced a piece of lean meat and fed it to her. After feeding them, Yi Fu sat by the fireplace to warm herself. She took a plain-colored glazed ceramic from her space, cleaned it, and placed it on the small table near the fireplace. After trimming some dried branches she had collected from the mountain, she inserted them into the bottle. The blue ceramic bottle, with the dried branches, looked quite artistic. After resting enough, Yi Fu started preparing dinner. She was tired from the day's work and didn't want to bother cooking. She boiled a bowl of soup to chase away the cold, and for dinner, she ate the packed lunch prepared in her space. After dinner, the pain from her fall began to bother her. Yi Fu gritted her teeth and took a hot bath. Once finished, she applied a medicated patch to the spot where she had fallen. Her sweater still needed to be knitted, so Yi Fu sat on her warm bed, watching TV while knitting. Do Miao and Luo Luo also lay on her pillows, keeping her company. Although she gained a lot from her trip into the mountains, she was exhausted. Yi Fu decided to stay at home for a while. She also noticed the temperature had dropped another 2 degrees. Tonight, it was sleet mixed with snow, and the cold wind hadn't stopped. At 9 o'clock at night, Yi Fu turned off the lights and went to sleep. She didn't know how long the snow would last, and she wondered how Officer Song and the others were doing. Inside the cave, Officer Song was making a fire. Today, luck was on his side. He and Chi Yuan had caught a big, silly roe deer in the snow. The deer was larger than a goat, and enough for 5 people to eat for a while. Since the earthquake, Officer Song, Wen, Hirue, and Zhang Yuan had not separated. Later, they reunited with Chi Yuan. Fortunately, none of them were injured. Because Yi Fu had gone missing, everyone suddenly felt lost without her. At that moment, Officer Song decided to continue heading toward Longtan base. After a heavy snowstorm, he found a very large cave where everyone could stay temporarily. Chi Yuan initially insisted on going to find Yi Fu, but Officer Song remembered her words. If they separated, they shouldn't look for each other. Instead, they should follow the northern route to reach Longtan base. Although I don't know where Yi Fu is, Officer Song believes she is still alive. The morning wind was very cold. Yi Fu looked at the time. It's already 10:30. She didn't want to get up listening to the howling wind outside the window. The heated brick bed was no longer warm. Yi Fu added 2 more sticks of firewood, looked at the equally tired bean sprouts and Luo Luo, and decided to sleep in all day. She pulled the quilt over her head to continue resting. At 2 p.m., Yi Fu finally woke up, realizing she had to get up now. Why are there so many new footprints again? Every morning, the first thing Yi Fu does is walk around the yard to check for signs of other animals nearby. This time, there were many footprints outside the fence. The prints were small, and Yi Fu suspected they might be from a roe deer or wild boar. The hot tea in her cup was steaming a second ago, but now it was cooling down. Yi Fu looked at the temperature. It's been steady at -10 degrees Celsius for the past 2 days, with no sign of rising. The sky was gray and gloomy, with no hint of sunlight. She checked the pond. The surface was already covered with a thick layer of ice. It was New Year's Day. Yi Fu, rarely staying in bed, got up and cleaned the inside and outside of the wooden house. A new year had begun. The snowman in the yard, previously built, was now covered with snow. The snow was about 1 meter thick. Yi Fu climbed onto the roof and used a shovel to clear the snow off. At noon, it suddenly started to rain lightly. As long as it didn't rain heavily, it didn't feel too cold. But even a drizzle brought a sharp chill. Yi Fu put on her knitted red sweater and red scarf. Her hair had grown long enough to cover her ears. The stove in the kitchen was simmering with soup. Yi Fu rubbed her red nose and quickly went inside the wooden house. Since she had already put up a Fu character earlier, there was nothing much to do for the new year. She spent the day relaxing inside and had dinner at 5 p.m. Yi Fu put on her coat and decided to go burn some trash. The trash in the metal barrel was full and couldn't be left until next year. The smell of burning garbage was unpleasant, so Yi Fu kept a distance. There seemed to be some movement in the forest behind the mountain. Yi Fu took out her bow and decided to go see what was happening, hoping to catch the uninvited guest that had been wandering outside the fence for some time. As long as it's not a wolf, it's just a small problem. After all, wolves are social animals and remember grudges. Yi Fu doesn't want to make enemies with them. She walks steadily, step by step, on the thick, hard snow that no longer sinks under her feet. Entering the forest, she hears a loud thud, like something heavy falling. She speeds up and, when she sees a dark, unknown creature 20 meters ahead, she immediately raises her bow and cautiously moves closer. The creature moves slightly, and Yi Fu shoots an arrow. But when the whole creature is revealed in her sight, she is stunned. It is a person curled up in the snow, very disheveled, wearing torn clothes and not even wearing shoes. Yi Fu sees blood spreading on the snow and quickly goes to check the person's injuries. Suddenly, a pair of hands grab her neck. She is startled. Before they can choke her completely, she quickly stabs her dagger into the person's chest. The hand on her neck hasn't fully loosened, but its grip weakens. Yi Fu presses the dagger further inside. While fighting, she notices a muddy face under messy hair. The person's hand is very large. Yi Fu sees his Adam's apple. He is a man. His hand slowly drops. Yi Fu thinks he is dead and sits down, gasping heavily. Suddenly, she turns around and sees the man, who she thought was dead, standing upright. He pulls out the dagger from his chest, and the arrow that pierced his ribs is also removed. Blood from the wound splashes onto the snow, turning it red instantly. Yi Fu stares at the man fiercely, raises her bow again. But when she shoots the arrow, he dodges and catches it with his hand. She can't believe it. The arrow flies very fast, almost like a bullet, and he catches it easily. This isn't the main point. The key is that both ambushes failed to kill him. He is very tall, about 1.9 meters, with hair covering his face, so she can't see his eyes. Suddenly, the man opens his coat. Yi Fu sees that the wound on his chest no longer bleeds, but instead begins to heal strangely. Yi Fu bites her tongue to stay calm. Then she suddenly remembers something. Could it be that she brought out something unclean from the tomb she entered earlier in the cave? He slowly approached Yi Fu, turning the crossbow arrow in his hand until it pointed directly at her. Yi Fu did not retreat. Whether he was human or ghost, she was determined to kill him today. Calmly, Yi Fu took out a gun from her space. The bullets were already loaded. She squinted her eyes and, as he moved closer again, she pulled the trigger. This was her first time using a gun. It felt similar to a bow and arrow. However, in the next second, the gun was in the man's hand. The person who was 3 meters away suddenly appeared right in front of her. There was only 10 centimeters between Yi Fu and him. She could even smell the scent of his clothes. Her heart was beating fast. For the first time, she felt such a strong threat. "Who are you?" Yi Fu asked in a deep voice. The man's gaze shifted from the gun he had snatched away and suddenly bent down to get close to Yi Fu, like a little dog, starting to sniff her. He did not answer. Yi Fu wanted to step back, but he held her shoulder down. Yi Fu then took out a tang sword from her space. It was the sharpest of all her knives, capable of cutting through iron like mud. When the man sniffed from her face to her neck and was about to go lower, Yi Fu the tang sword into his abdomen with a swoosh. The man straightened up, grabbing Yi Fu's arm. With her arm dislocated.
Ah!
Yi Fu cried out in pain. The man then pulled out the tang sword, and the fresh blood splattered onto her coat. "Did you come out of the cave? Did I disturb you a few days ago?" In Yi Fu's mind, the person in front of her was not really human. Who could teleport instantly? Who could catch a crossbow arrow? Who could be stabbed multiple times and not die, with wounds healing quickly? Yi Fu regretted entering that cave. She suspected that the person in front of her was a zombie. The world is full of wonders. Since she had been reborn, it was not impossible for zombies to appear. I didn't damage anything inside. I only took some porcelain. I will return it to you. After I give it back, can you leave? Yi Fu clenched her bow and arrow tightly. She planned to shoot him repeatedly, turning him into a pincushion. She didn't believe he would survive. Just then, the other person suddenly moved closer to her. Yi Fu cautiously stepped back. His messy hair was blown up, revealing a pair of eyes with different pupils.
Gli fu froze in sorprese. This.
At that moment, the other suddenly collapsed and fainted right onto her. Yi Fu kicked him away with her foot. After waiting for a few minutes, the man still did not wake up. Yi Fu looked at her broken arm and, angry, kicked the man again. First, Yi Fu forcibly reset the dislocated bone. The pain made her tears come out. After a moment to recover, she slowly approached the man, but she remained alert. One hand held a dagger pressed tightly against his neck, while the other pushed aside his long, messy hair. When she saw dirt on his face, Yi Fu roughly lifted his eyelids. He really has different colored eyes, one blue, one red. Yi Fu stared at the unconscious man, feeling mixed emotions. In her previous life, she had heard many stories about people with different colored eyes. She wasn't sure if the person captured by the base was the same as the one in front of her, but based on his actions just now, people with such eyes were definitely not ordinary. Yi Fu got up and walked around the forest. Finally, she found a huge pit. She returned to the man with the different eyes and dragged him up. She dragged him over 100 meters to the edge of the pit. From her space, she took out the last bit of poison, opened his mouth, and fed it to him. Then, she threw him into the pit. To hide her crime, Yi Fu wiped away her footprints. She returned to the spot where she had been and picked up her bow, gun, and dagger. She quickly ran toward the wooden cabin. Back at the cabin, Yi Fu pressed her chest and kept panting. When Do Miao and Luo Luo came over, she wasn't interested in playing with them. Instead, she locked all the doors and windows and took out some herbs from her space, planning to make more poison. Her broken arm still hurt a bit. Yi Fu used a towel dipped in hot water to quickly apply to it. Although she had managed to reset it, the dislocated area was swollen. She thought to herself, that was really brutal. I'm not much better, but this is the first time I've faced such a terrifying opponent. It makes me uneasy. In her space, there was saltpeter. Yi Fu planned to make some gunpowder, mixing saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in the right proportions. Though not as powerful as modern explosives, it was enough to kill someone. Yi Fu suspected that the person with different eyes had come out of the cave. That day, she accidentally released him while entering the cave. Now she regrets it. If she had known it would cause trouble, she wouldn't have been so curious. Do Miao and Luo Luo looked at Yi Fu, who was anxious and restless. The two little creatures wisely kept their distance from her. Yi Fu never expected that on the first day of the new year, she would encounter such a situation. That night, she slept very restlessly. Near dawn, she finally fell asleep again, but then had a terrible nightmare. In the dream, the creature with strange eyes, whom she had thrown into a huge pit, crawled out covered in blood and reached outside the wooden house. It strangled Do Miao and Luo Luo, and in the next moment, it reached out its dirty hand toward her. Yi Fu woke up startled, seeing the familiar room, and her heart finally calmed down. That person probably dead now, right? The gunpowder hadn't been successfully made, but she had brewed a pot of poison. Even if he didn't die, as long as he dared to come, Yi Fu would make sure he wouldn't return. She hung the telescope around her neck. As soon as there was any movement outside, she immediately became alert. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Everything was peaceful. Yi Fu was sure that she had poisoned him to death. Though she felt a little harsh, she was also very glad that he was gone. Do Miao, Luo Luo, I've been too busy these days and haven't had time to spend with you. Today, I'll watch TV with you, she said. Yi Fu took out her tablet and played Do Miao's favorite cartoon. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and inside, Everything was peaceful. Meanwhile, in the giant pit in the forest, the man opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. On the 5th day of the new year, the snow finally stopped. Yifu decided to process the cowhide. The hide was very warm and durable, perfect for making shoes. She hung the cowhide up and took out a flamethrower to start treating the hair. Dou Miao was very curious. No matter what Yifu was doing, it kept coming over to watch. Yifu pushed it away, but it kept coming back. If you come over and bother me again, I'll burn your tail and turn you into a bald squirrel, she threatened. Dou Miao understood her warning and didn't dare to come closer anymore. Yifu was satisfied and hummed, continuing to spray the hair off the hide.
Squeak. Squeak.
What now? Can you be quiet for a while? I'm busy right now. I'll play with you later, she said. The squeaking grew more urgent. Yifu saw that Dou Miao's fur was standing on end, sensing something was wrong. She looked outside the fence. When she saw the person she had poisoned and thrown into the giant pit 5 days ago standing outside the fence, she was stunned. But she only hesitated for a second. The next moment, Yifu grabbed the bow and arrow hanging outside the wooden house and shot an arrow directly at the person. However, the other person not only caught her arrow again but also leapt into the yard, walking step by step toward her. Stop! Don't come any closer.
Yifu shouted loudly.
She had just seen clearly that when the man jumped, he soared about 4 or 5 meters high. Yifu confirmed once more that he was not human. She picked up her flamethrower and faced him.
Who are you?
The man slightly moved his head but did not answer. Yifu turned on her flamethrower and flames shot up high. The man took a step back. Get out, go away. Hungry, he shook his head and finally managed to say that one word after a long time. Yifu thought she must have heard him wrong and sprayed fire at him again. Get out. Hungry.
Yifu.
He slowly approached Yifu. His behavior seemed familiar, as if he was about to start sniffing her. Yifu suspected he wanted to eat her and waved her flamethrower. But in the next second, the man picked up the bean sprout hiding in the corner. Yifu saw his speed again. Like a gust of wind passing by her, he moved from her front to her back in an instant.
Squeak.
The bean sprout was so frightened it squeaked loudly, its tail standing straight up, and its fur bristling all over. Luo was also so scared that he lay on the ground motionless. Yifu was worried he might suddenly eat the bean sprout, so she hurriedly ran in front of him. Say again, what do you want? Hungry. He turned to look at Yifu, repeating that one word. Yifu held back her anger and tried to speak gently. I have food. I can give you food. Will you return my pet? She knew she couldn't defeat this monster. Her weapons couldn't kill him. She, an ordinary person, had no way to fight him. The most important thing in life is to be flexible and adaptable. A wise person can wait 10 years to take revenge. He ignored Yifu and sat directly on the steps at the door, holding the bean sprout in his arms and rudely stroking its fur. Yifu quickly went inside, took out a plate of leftover braised pork, and handed it to him. Food for you. The man leaned over to smell it. Suddenly, he gently threw the bean sprout, which followed a parabola and landed in Yifu's arms. Yifu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up Luo from the ground, and locked both little ones in the bedroom. He used dirty hands to grab the braised pork and ate it directly, causing Yifu to worry he might swallow his hair. His clothes were so dirty they were unrecognizable, but they looked thin, and he wasn't wearing shoes, yet he didn't seem cold at all. Yifu took out all the porcelain items she had brought back from the tomb. Here's your stuff. Can you leave now? The man tilted his head to look at the boxes of porcelain on the ground, ate the last piece of meat, then looked up at Yifu. Hungry. Yifu thought for a moment, then narrowed her eyes, questioning him carefully. I can give you food, but you have to answer a few questions. Are you a zombie that came out of the cave? He shook his head.
Yifu was a bit surprised.
Since he wasn't, then where did he come from? What do you want from me? Are you here to kill me?
Hungry.
He sounded impatient, and Yifu snorted. Are you human? He shook his head again. Yifu picked up her flamethrower and pointed it at him. What are you then?
0018. Yifu paused.
Say that again. What are you? 0018. Is 0018 his name or his code name? Yifu didn't speak for a long time. She thought of many possibilities, each idea running through her mind, comparing each one with 0018. He didn't seem like a robot. Realistic robots couldn't be this capable, and he was bleeding. She had seen his wounds clearly before. What is your real name? Your name. 0018. Yifu noticed he had become much more docile, but she remained cautious.
Hungry.
He picked up a crossbow arrow, gently bent it, and the arrow surprisingly bent without breaking. Yifu took a deep breath and smiled slightly at him. I'm going to cook. However, just as she was about to go inside, 0018 followed her closely. Yifu didn't want him to go in, and his expression instantly turned cold. He raised his hand and lifted Yifu up. Are you crazy? Yifu pulled out a knife and swung it at him.
They fought again.
After 5 minutes, the doorway was a mess. 0018 had been stabbed twice, and Yifu's arm was broken again. On the surface, Yifu had already surrendered completely. After all, she couldn't fight him. She entered the kitchen to start cooking. 0018 was blocking the door, staring at her intently. Yifu suddenly remembered several times before when he took out weapons from his space in front of her. Her secret had already been exposed to him. She almost couldn't help but grab a kitchen knife and fight him.
Yifu directly steamed the chicken.
Seeing 0018 swallowing saliva, she suddenly felt something strange. 40 minutes later, Yifu brought the steamed chicken to him. He still rudely grabbed it and started eating without any manners. After finishing, he showed no intention of leaving. Yifu felt a bit annoyed. She couldn't keep such a dangerous person living at home, right?
You can leave now.
0018 ignored her and stared coldly at Do Miao and Luo Luo. Yifu also looked at him. She had put her homemade poison in the chicken, but he ate it without any reaction. Yifu felt a bit defeated. How could she kill this crazy person? Should she cut off his head? After cutting it off, it wouldn't grow back into a new head, right? That night, Yifu didn't sleep either. She and 0018 stared at each other until dawn. 2 days later, Yifu watched as 0018, who she couldn't get rid of or kill, went from despair to numbness. She entered the bedroom, and 0018 wanted to follow. He had a big appetite, eating a whole bowl of food at once. Yifu led him to the deep mountains, but before she returned home, 0018 came back with a wild boar. As soon as she entered, he pointed at the boar and shouted he was hungry. I really want to kill you, Yifu gritted her teeth. This feeling of being unable to beat him and being stuck with him was so frustrating. You can stay here, but I have conditions. First, you cannot enter my bedroom. Second, you need to bring your own food. You have to go hunting every day and give me half of what you catch as rent. Third, wash your face and hair. You smell terrible. Yifu took out a set of clothes from her space and handed them to him, then walked up to him with scissors. Cut your hair short. Also, if you live here, you must clean and get along peacefully with Do Miao, Luo Luo, and me. If you don't work hard, you won't have anything to eat. Yifu had found his weakness. As long as she threatened him with food, he would compromise. But most of the time, they fought daily over various conflicts. He healed quickly, and Yifu suffered every time, always losing badly. To turn the situation around, she decided to train 0018, transforming him from a wild creature into a gentle pet. He grabbed scissors and started cutting randomly. Yifu doubted his intelligence, thinking it was less than that of a 3-year-old child. He had no self-care ability, acting like an idiot. Even a dog would cut better than you. Sit still and behave. You may be strong, but I am the one in charge here. Understand? 1 means yes, 2 means no. Hungry. Yifu slapped his head. He bared his teeth at Yifu, eyes full of fierce anger. Are you trying to fight again? Yifu pointed scissors at him.
Hungry.
I'll let you starve. After cutting his hair, Yifu told him to take a shower. His clothes were really smelly. Yifu suspected he had fallen into a mud pit. The clothes were new, clean, and unused, collected during Yifu's supplies gathering. 0018 was very tall. Yifu handed him a size XXL outfit. An hour and a half later, he slowly came out. This was the first time Yifu saw his face clearly. It was very surprising. He looked very young, with fair skin, handsome features, a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and red lips. If it weren't for his strange eyes, Yifu would have thought he was someone else.
Hungry.
Go chop firewood. Only after chopping enough outside can you eat. He was about to go out barefoot, but Yifu threw a pair of sneakers at him.
Put these on.
I can't. He shook his head. Yifu took out a knife.
Put them on.
Under Yifu's authority, he put on the shoes. That place is your bed. Don't squat outside my door anymore. Yifu pointed to a corner near the fireplace, where a foldable bed had been placed. His expression was a bit unhappy. Yifu waved the knife in front of him. Although his healing ability was fast, a knife stabbing into flesh still hurt. He didn't lose consciousness, but had a normal person's healing ability. Yifu's threats worked well. 0018 quickly chopped the firewood outside the cabin.
Good.
Yifu closed the dog training guide and took out a candy for him. He put the candy in his mouth, eyes slightly wide, looking very adorable. If you ignored his aggressive face, he looked quite innocent. Since 0018 arrived at the cabin, Yifu has been living in constant trouble. At first, she even dreamed about how to get rid of him. When she realized she couldn't kill him, she had to accept the situation. But she is not a patient person. During dinner, because of a chicken leg, they started fighting again. This time it was 0018 who provoked her. He was eyeing the meat in Yifu's bowl and even reached out to grab it. Yifu pushed him to the ground, grabbed his hair, and punched him twice. He swallowed the chicken leg, picked Yifu up, and then threw her onto the snow in the yard. I have to get rid of him. He's driving me crazy. I'm so angry. Yifu was furious. She is usually calm and composed, but now she was acting like a shrew. That night, Yifu quietly approached 0018 with some spicy chili water. He was already asleep. She started spraying his face with it, but he threw her into the yard again. The next day, Yifu refused to cook and just stayed in bed. She was hungry all morning and started to lose her mind by the afternoon. She went out and brought back 2 wild boars. Looking at the long spikes on the boars, she sighed regretfully. Why didn't she stab him to death? Here, all for you, he said. Was he trying to apologize? Yifu just looked at him silently. He pursed his lips and then left. 2 hours later, he returned carrying 2 wild chickens and a roe deer on his shoulder.
Yifu.
Enough. All the animals in the mountains have been messed up by you, she said. Here, all for you. So, do you understand you were wrong? He shook his head. Yifu thought dogs couldn't understand human language. She knew she couldn't just scold and hit him. She had to teach him with reason and kindness. You can't fight me for food. Do you understand? He nodded this time. The dog training seemed to be working, and Yifu was satisfied. Clean them up, and tonight we'll have barbecue. His eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard. Yifu went back inside to sleep. She would wait until he finished handling the animals before coming out again. She was relentless in her training. To her, 0018 was a dangerous troublemaker, a parasite who ate, drank, and stayed for free. Now, she was his creditor. At first, he really looked like a fool, but now he seems more like a normal person, able to speak clearly and quickly respond. His memory is better than Yifu's. Yifu has a faint suspicion that 0018 is a genetically edited human, not a zombie from the cave. Only people who live in labs all year round and rarely see sunlight have such pale skin. Every feature of his points to him being a genetically edited human. He is fierce but can be trained. Suddenly, Yifu thought that the person with special eyes captured by the base in his previous life might be 0018. After being caught, he was trained, possibly to make it easier to take his blood and flesh. Yifu looked at 0018, who was swallowing nervously nearby, feeling complicated. This guy seems quite pitiful. I'm hungry, he couldn't help but urge, and Yi Fu glared at him. He responded unkindly with a grin, and they almost started fighting again. If you keep showing your teeth like that, I'll knock out your teeth, Yi Fu warned. I'll bite you to death, he snorted, and continued grinning. Yi Fu took a red brick from his face and threw it directly at him. He jumped out of the yard immediately. Come on, try to bite me to death, and see if my brick is harder than your teeth. He was a little defiant. Yi Fu picked up a piece of meat and took a bite. He got impatient. I want to eat meat. Who is wrong? 0018. Who is 0018? I am. So what? I was wrong. Yi Fu waved at him, like calling a disobedient dog. You should have self-awareness. The heavy snow stopped for a few days, then after a light rain, a blizzard came again. 0018 went out hunting again. When he returned, Yi Fu saw him carrying a fish and a wild chicken. Yi Fu was very surprised. There's a fish? Where did you find it? Behind. Yi Fu looked at his cheeky face and threw him a candy. Behind the pond. Only one? He shook his head. Many. Then why did you only catch one? Yi Fu was puzzled.
Before, he could bring back many.
I only have 2 hands. He looked at Yi Fu with a foolish expression. Yi Fu raised the brick, and he immediately shut up. I'll take you there. Okay, tomorrow then. Go prepare the fish. I taught you before, remove the scales and the guts. I'll rest a bit longer. He received the order and immediately went out to work. Yi Fu continued to sleep, holding the bean sprouts. Half an hour later, he knocked on the door, and Yi Fu woke up. How do you want to cook it?
Braised.
He only knew how to make that. Yi Fu actually wanted him to cook himself, but he had no talent at all and almost set the kitchen on fire. To support this big guy, Yi Fu had to get up in the cold wind to cook. He thought about killing him 100 times a day. Tomorrow, he might as well push him into the water and drown him. Using a stick to hit the deer and scoop fish, Yi Fu also experienced the fun of catching fish through ice in winter. The pond was a bit far from the cabin. When climbing the mountain, 0018 ran very fast, almost too fast for Yi Fu to catch up. The pond was in a mountain hollow, hidden by tall trees, surrounded by thorns. Is this the hole you made yesterday? How did you make it? He picked up a big stone nearby and smashed at the ice. The ice cracked, and he poked at it with a stick. Several pieces of ice fell, creating a hole. Well, it's still so simple and rough. I'll catch, you collect. He planned to use a wooden spear to fish, but Yi Fu was behind him with a fishing net, so he quickly stopped him. Use this. Yi Fu demonstrated, and he immediately caught a fish. Yi Fu handed him the fishing net, while he stood aside with his hands in his pockets. Should he give him a kick? Forget it, he probably wouldn't drown him anyway. Are you trying to kill me? Yi Fu looked at him with confusion. How did he know? Does he have mind-reading skills?
No.
I felt murderous intent, he said seriously. Yi Fu chuckled, because your life is so tough, I can't beat you. But you cut me several times, he said quietly, staring at Yi Fu. 10 times. And you broke my arm? Then threw me into the snow. Are you going to fight again? He snorted, you can't beat me, so you just cut me with a knife. Does he even have the nerve to say that? Yi Fu really wanted to slap him and smash his face. You deserve it. You still give me bitter stuff, he said. That was poison, idiot. Is it tasty? I vomited.
Yi Fu.
Hurry up and work. Be careful with my brick. I want to eat braised pork tonight, also grilled meat and fish. Forget it. Once, Yi Fu was a very polite and well-behaved child. But life hardened her into a rough person, especially after meeting 0018. Every day, Yi Fu's anger broke her previous record. In the end, she was angry because she felt she was not as good as 0018. After catching about 30 fish, Yi Fu told him to stop. That's enough. Let's go home. He carried 2 buckets of fish and ran ahead quickly. Yi Fu followed behind with her fish-catching net. You're so slow. Yi Fu sneered. What? Can't handle it? Let me carry you. Want to eat what? Pig's trotters or stewed beef? He thought for a moment both.
Get lost.
Yi Fu's anger boiled inside her, and she suddenly ran. He was surprised but quickly caught up. I can carry you. No way. You're so slow.
Get lost.
You're wearing too much, just like a clumsy black bear I saw before. Yi Fu took out a brick and threw it directly at his back of the head. He had been talking more these days, becoming more annoying. Today's attempt at sneaking attack failed, and Yi Fu was very unhappy. With so many fish, they would probably eat for a long time. Yi Fu decided to keep 10 fish and turn the rest into pickled fish. 0018 was still responsible for killing and processing the fish, while Yi Fu cooked. Dumpling Sprouts and Luo Luo were no longer afraid of 0018. They even played around him. To tease him on purpose, Yi Fu always made an extra dish when cooking. For example, if there were 3 pig's trotters, he got 1, and Yi Fu got 2. Clearly, he was unhappy. When he showed signs of anger, Yi Fu could throw the brick at him. Although she missed every time, she was very patient. She believed that one day, she could make that round head of his open up and blossom. I want half. Yi Fu took a bite and looked at him provocatively. I made it so I get to eat more. I hunt, and I can eat more too. Yi Fu shook her head. No, this is my home. I say what happens here. The first lesson in training a dog, make him learn to obey. He indeed showed his teeth again. Yi Fu had already grabbed a brick. Today, she wanted him to understand why flowers are so red. However, he obeyed.
Fine.
Yi Fu couldn't believe it. Was training a dog really that easy? It was completely unchallenging. But she was too happy too soon. This time, he threw Yi Fu onto the roof and even removed the ladder. Just then, Yi Fu saw several green lights flashing in the distance. She took out her night vision goggles and looked. It was wolves. The wolf pack was coming. Yi Fu quickly crouched down and hid herself. 0018 had also seen the wolves approaching. He looked very excited, like a wild dog gone mad, rushing toward the wolves. This was the first time Yi Fu watched his fierce side. There were more than 10 wolves. He was unarmed, with one eye glowing red as if it might bleed. Yi Fu didn't know how long this fight lasted. When he returned, his clothes were soaked with blood. He jumped onto the roof and looked at Yi Fu calmly. Hungry.
Yi Fu
really owed him. I'll cook, she said. He grabbed her by the back of her collar and pulled her down. This time, Yi Fu lost and learned to obey. Obeying absolute strength. Yi Fu stood in the kitchen, looking out the window at 0018 outside. The wolf carcasses had been dragged back for processing. He was skillfully skinning and butchering with a knife. In the white snow, his cold, fierce expression looked especially intimidating. Yi Fu was a bit surprised someone like him only ate cooked food. She wondered why she was so curious about what his blood tasted like.
Sweet?
Bitter? Or gamey? You were watching me just now, he said, coming to the window and meeting her gaze. Through the glass, Yi Fu's anger seemed to diminish a little. They will come back for revenge. Then kill them all, he said, turning away and continuing to skin the wolves. Yi Fu's hand trembled as she looked at the meat in the pot. She didn't add poison this time. Put the meat away, she said. Then he left. When spring arrived, she planned to leave, leaving this madman here to starve. The taste of wolf meat was actually quite good. She kept some, but the rest she stored in her space. This was the rent 0018 paid for his day. Over the next few days, their interactions became much more polite. From arguing fiercely and almost wanting to hurt each other, they fell into silence and stopped talking altogether. Yi Fu was quite happy with this quiet state. She read books and watched TV in her bedroom, while 0018 stayed in the small living room, doing something unknown. In mid-January, Yi Fu's period arrived as expected. Despite taking painkillers, she still felt uncomfortable and couldn't cook. She went outside and saw 0018 looking at a book she left in the living room. These days, you cook for yourself. Don't bother me if there's nothing urgent. You're hurt. He suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fu, not out of concern but with a curious look as he examined her. No, I put the meat in the kitchen. Yifu tried to close the door and go back inside, but he stopped her. You're hurt, he insisted stubbornly, even sniffing her. Yifu felt her embarrassment rising. Believe it or not, I'll hit you with a brick. As soon as she said this, both of them froze. Yifu hadn't said such a thing in days. The polite facade between them was instantly shattered. He suddenly turned and went into the kitchen. Curious, Yifu followed and saw him take a bowl, then cut his wrist with a knife. Blood flowed into the bowl, nearly filling half of it, and then the wound healed. Here. Yifu was confused.
Drink it.
Although shocked, her first reaction wasn't to refuse, but to swallow hard. What should she do? His blood smelled sweet and tempting, like it had an attractant added, constantly trying to lure her into drinking it. No wonder she was captured and killed in her past life. This guy's intelligence wouldn't let him survive more than a week in the human world. Revealing her weakness was a big taboo in the apocalypse. I won't drink. If you drink, you'll get better and be able to cook. The slight feeling of warmth she had just felt disappeared instantly. I won't drink.
Drink.
Would drinking this stuff make her stop hurting? Yifu didn't want to argue anymore. Just as she was about to go back inside, he pressed her against the wall, grabbed her chin, and forced half a bowl of blood into her mouth. Yifu choked and gagged but managed to swallow half of it. The sweet taste was her illusion. His blood was bitter and bloody. She rushed into the bathroom and started vomiting violently. What kind of sin had she committed to suffer this? Yifu began rinsing her mouth with water, but just thinking about that crimson blood entering her stomach made her feel sick. Are you done? He asked expressionlessly from a short distance, his tone calm. Yifu let out an awe and ran over to push him down, grabbing his neck and shaking him. You crazy person, I will end you. At that moment, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and her face instantly changed. This is human blood she's drinking. Drinking blood is like consuming a biological weapon. Yifu's desire to kill him grew even stronger. Yifu curled up on the bed, her stomach cramping so badly she couldn't help but moan, as if a knife was stabbing her over and over. She clenched her teeth tightly, letting cold sweat roll down her forehead. She had been in pain all day and night, feeling like she was about to give up. After the pain subsided, Yifu looked in the mirror and saw her face was rosy, as if she had eaten a nourishing soup. She couldn't help but pat her head. Although she had been in pain all day and night after eating that biological weapon, she now felt much better. Her stomach no longer hurt, and her complexion had improved a lot. You're still alive? Just as Yifu left the bedroom, 0018 came out of the kitchen, looking a bit surprised. Is that a human's words? Du Miao and Luoluo saw her come out and quickly ran over to nuzzle her. Yifu picked them up. Du Miao, Luoluo, has anyone been mistreating you? Are you talking about me? The person was very unaware of themselves and asked knowingly. What do you think? If you die, can I inherit your inheritance? Yifu took a deep breath to calm herself down and not argue with someone so foolish. Too bad I won't die. I'm feeling very well now. He nodded. I can see that, so you should thank me. I'm hungry. Yifu didn't respond to him. I didn't cook for you. He sat down to enjoy his lunch. Yifu glanced at the meat he cooked, dark, black, with a burnt smell. How can anyone eat that? He really isn't human. I'm not interested in eating your food. Yifu went into the bathroom to boil water. She needed a shower because she felt uncomfortable. Looking at the clothes on 0018, Yifu realized he hadn't changed his clothes all this time. After returning to the bedroom, she took out a bag of clothes from her space, one set for each. This was her way of repaying him for that bowl of blood, though thinking about it still made her feel a bit sick. Here. He looked at Yifu with confusion, his heterochromatic eyes appearing somewhat dazed. Change your clothes often. Is this an inheritance? He immediately opened the bag to check, and Yifu smiled. This is a gift from your ancestors. He looked at Yifu thoughtfully. I still want more ancestors.
Yifu.
Did the wolves come? Yes, he paused, seriously saying many came. The meat is outside. You can take some. Yifu opened the door and saw that the snow was buried with a lot of meat, and the nearby pole was full of wolf pelts. Quite fierce. Yifu didn't hide anything from him. Their secrets were already exposed, and there was no need to hide anymore. They couldn't fight him anyway.
Yifu counted 12 wolves.
It seemed he had wiped out all the wolves on Mount Suiyan. After washing up, Yifu made himself a bowl of egg noodles. But just as it was ready, he was snatched away by him. "Not for you. I gave you the meat. This one is mine," he said confidently, without any sense of morality. He didn't even leave the hot soup. In no time it was all gone. "You really are a bandit. Yeah, wanna fight?" Seeing him change into a new outfit, the white sweater made him look very youthful. Although he looked handsome, he didn't act like a normal person at all. Yifu didn't want to argue with him and made another bowl. "I saw the cave you mentioned." Yifu turned to look at him, not understanding what he meant. "Do you want to go see it?" Yifu refused without thinking.
No.
"All right, I'll go by myself." In the afternoon, he indeed went out and didn't come back until night. Yifu fed Do Miao and Luo Luo and then went to bed, not caring whether he returned or not. The next day, as Yifu stepped out of his room, he saw 0018 sitting by the fireplace. On the table next to him was a yellow object. Yifu picked it up and asked cautiously, "Is this gold? Do you want it?" Yifu felt it was a trap and didn't answer. "I found a lot. If you want it, I can take you to get it. What are the conditions?" "I want to eat 6 dishes at each meal." Yifu almost threw the gold at his head. "Too bad, I don't want it at all, and I'm not interested." Yifu took out a ball of yarn, ready to knit another sweater. He didn't speak, continuing to flip through the previous book. The fire in the fireplace was almost out, so he added 2 more sticks. Hearing some movement outside, he got up and went out. After a while, Yifu saw him returning with a wild chicken. "Did you set a trap outside?" He nodded. "The meat is enough to eat." He shook his head. "Not enough. I want to eat a lot." Yifu didn't say anything else since she didn't need to help him, so she just let him do as he wanted. "I want to make a new bed."
Why?
Yifu looked at the folding bed, which still seemed fine. "The bed is too short." Yifu finally realized it was because he was too tall. She handed him a saw, a push knife, and some nails, and he went out to work again. By evening, his new bed was finished, and it looked quite good. He also made a wardrobe nearby, neatly folding his bag's contents inside. "Do you want to drink blood?" he suddenly asked before going to sleep. "No," Yifu replied cautiously, worried he might try to give her blood again. "Forgot to ask your name." Yifu crossed her arms and looked down at him from above. "You first. What is your real name?" He was silent, and Yifu said nothing. Perhaps his real name was his biggest secret. Yifu wasn't interested in his name. She yawned and prepared to leave. "My name is Jiang Rong, Jiang for and Rong for long." Yifu looked back at him. His emotionless, strange eyes, seen from a few meters away, surprisingly looked kind of nice. "My name is Yifu, Yi for leaf and Fu for support. He gave you this." He handed her a piece of gold, which Yifu took. "Thanks, but I don't have 6 dishes." Yifu didn't expect to make peace with 0018, no, Jiang Rong, or to shake hands with such a person. Maybe they had made peace. Outside, the heavy snow was still falling softly. Yifu had already fallen asleep. Jiang Rong stood by the window, watching everything outside. After a long while, he picked up a knife, cut his left arm, and took out a tiny chip. From then on, only Jiang Rong remained in the world. No more 0018. He went to the door of Yifu's room, heard her shallow breathing inside, and opened the wooden door to step outside. Yifu opened her eyes, looked at her pocket watch, and saw it was 1 a.m. Sprouts and the little girl are lying close together, sleeping very soundly. What is he going out to do? Although Yifu is curious, he doesn't follow him foolishly. If he's caught, he won't get any benefit from Jiang Rong. And it's so late and cold outside, he doesn't want to suffer outside. January will be over soon. When spring comes, the snow will melt, right? The next day, Yifu gets up and leaves, then sees Jiang Rong sitting by the fireplace. He looks healthy and alert, without the tiredness that comes from staying up late. Are you going hunting? Yifu politely declines, as he is still on his period. Not going now. Is your injury still not healed?
Yifu nods.
When will it be better? In 2 or 3 days. Jiang Rong looks at him thoughtfully. Yifu has a bad feeling, and sure enough, the next second, he pulls out a knife. Do you want to drink blood? Yifu really wants to kneel down for him. This big brother is too fierce. No, thank you. You're really weak, Jiang Rong comments calmly. Yifu glances at his face, really wanting to kick him a few hundred times. I went for a walk last night and found many animals in this mountain range. Oh, I also found a giant snake hibernating. That's impressive. What are you doing? Overeating out of boredom? These are food enough for me to eat. Yifu looks at him like he's crazy. 1 mountain range, 18 peaks, and so many animals. Do you only eat that much? Are you a giant-mouthed beast? You can store a lot of things, right? Jiang Rong avoids answering and changes the subject. Yifu snorts. What are you trying to do? Store some at your place, split evenly. Is that a good deal? It seems pretty fair, but he really doesn't need to go hunting so often. The animals in Fragments Cloud Mountain are hibernating, and he probably scared them all away. Winter is the best time for hunting. Don't you know that? After he finishes speaking, he points outside. I've already processed last night's catch. Go and collect it. Yifu opens the door and sees 2 sheep buried in the snow, resignedly gathering them up. Want to eat a whole roasted sheep? He immediately comes out and asks, is it tasty? Light a fire and roast it in the yard. The snow has stopped, so there's no need to worry about getting wet while roasting a whole lamb in the yard. Yifu used a stand to steady the lamb flatly, then placed it over the fire. The table and chairs were set outside. Do Miao and Luo Luo ran out to join the fun. Yifu sat beside the fire, starting to turn the lamb to cook. When it was almost done, he would brush on salt and chili powder.
Can we eat now?
Yes, right now, Yifu replied impatiently. Jiang Rong touched his nose and said nothing. He sat on the other side, holding Do Miao on his lap. Maybe because he had been involved in a lot of fighting, Do Miao looked uneasy in his arms, giving Yifu a pitiful look. Do you know what day it is today? It's January 16th. He nodded. It's been so long. The aroma of the roasted lamb started to fill the air. Yifu sprinkled salt and then brushed honey on it. The sizzling sound made people happy. The seasoning butterfly was placed on the table. When eating, you just cut off a piece of meat, dip it in sauce, and enjoy. Once the lamb was cooked and placed on the table, everyone could start eating. Can we eat this again tomorrow? Jiang Rong asked after taking a bite, his eyes lighting up. Do you want to wear me out? You're not allowed to die yet. All my food is with you, he said seriously, without joking. He looked very serious, but in fact, he was extremely wild. The last time he hunted wolves, Yifu had a very clear impression of how intense he was. When he saw the blood of the prey, his excitement was obvious. Aren't you afraid I might run away with this stuff? He looked at Yifu and shook his head slightly. No, I can find you. Yifu was surprised. He continued, do you know how I found you that day? I remember your scent. Wherever you go, that smell stays. Yifu almost dropped the lamb meat in his hand. Are you afraid? His gaze was calm, with no trace of joy, sorrow, kindness, or evil.
No.
Why did you throw me into the pit that day?
Yifu coughed.
I was afraid you'd freeze to death. The pit was warm. He seemed to smile a little, or maybe he didn't. There's a mountain nearby with many bones. Those people probably died, over a month ago. They might have been survivors hiding in the mountains after an earthquake, frozen to death after a heavy snow, or killed by wild animals. They don't have that smell. Yifu didn't speak and ate his barbecue quietly. This whole roasted sheep, 4/5 of it, went into Jiang Rong's stomach. He was very thin, and even after eating so much, his belly remained flat. Could it be that genetically edited humans also have improved digestion? The wind is picking up, a cold wind howled, blowing the snow on the ground into the air. Yifu picked up Do Miao and Luo Luo and hurried into the wooden cabin, leaving Jiang Rong alone outside. After that day, the snowstorm worsened, and a lot of snow piled up on the roof. Yi Fu directed Jiang Rong to go up and shovel snow. He lightly jumped and landed on the roof. Yi Fu watched him from the yard and suddenly asked, "Does anyone know how strong you are?" He looked down at Yi Fu, raising an eyebrow. "Everyone who knew is dead. How about me?"
You? Can you beat me?
"You're so weak." Yi Fu smiled. Well, he was telling the truth, and she didn't want to argue. "Will you come out of hiding?"
And you?
He asked back. "Maybe. If you come out, it's better to cover your eyes." This was Yi Fu's kind advice, to prevent him from being caught and harmed again. "Did I scare you?" After finishing shoveling the last of the snow, he suddenly jumped down.
No.
"Are you warning me about the people outside?" Something like that. They were very close, and Yi Fu could even see the fur on his face. "I think you should worry more about yourself," he said before walking away confidently. He deserved to be caught and harmed. He should be caught and harmed. "What I mean is, I can protect myself, but you don't seem to be able to." He added again.
Yi Fu smiled slightly.
"It seems you forgot your food is still with me." Finally, he shut up. The snowstorm lasted 3 days, and the snow piled up to a meter. The pond was completely frozen, so they could only use water from the space. Jiang Rong seemed very worried about running out of food. He still went into the mountains every day to hunt. Not to mention, since meeting him, the meat in Yi Fu's space had increased several times. From wild chickens to roe deer, wild boars and wild oxen, there was no prey he couldn't hunt. Meanwhile, Yi Fu's life became more relaxed. She spent her days knitting sweaters, cooking, drinking tea, watching TV, and playing with Do Miao and Luo Luo. Jiang Rong would clean the hunted animals immediately after catching them. Besides being sharp-tongued and a bit crazy, he is a good tenant. "Are there more prey outside?" Jiang Rong nodded. "Many, and this winter, quite a few will freeze to death. Tomorrow, I will go hunting with you." Yi Fu also wants to improve her skills. She feels that since drinking Jiang Rong's blood, her healing ability has improved, though not as much as his. Once, she accidentally cut her hand while cooking, but the next day, the wound had scabbed over. The next morning, after breakfast at 11 o'clock, they locked the door and set out. Yi Fu still followed behind him. Though a bit tired, she managed to keep up. Jiang Rong led her over 2 mountains into a large valley.
Wait here for a while.
I will lure them over. Yi Fu thought Jiang Rong was annoyed that she was walking too slowly, but a few days ago, he had said she could come hunting with him. Haha, men can be so unpredictable. Yi Fu didn't refuse. She could rest for a bit. After Jiang Rong left, she took out her bow and arrow. Since she was here, she couldn't go back empty-handed. A few minutes later, Jiang Rong returned. "They will come soon." Yi Fu was curious. What kind of animals? "Wild boars." It seems wild boars are common in the mountain of broken clouds. They've been hunting for a long time, yet there are still so many.
How many?
More than 20. Can you handle that alone? He suddenly reached out to Yi Fu, but she didn't understand what he meant.
Jerky. Yi Fu.
Just eat, and see if she can eat him out of house and home. "Do you want me to hunt alone? Won't you join?" Jiang Rong tore off a piece of jerky and put it in his mouth. "Only 20. Do I really need your help?" Yi Fu was about to argue again. "Not needed. Please move aside smoothly and don't interfere with my work." Hearing a noise, Yi Fu raised her bow and arrow. The wild boar herd was very large, including a big leader boar and some tiny piglets. Yi Fu counted. There were 28 in total. The grunting sounds grew closer. To catch the thief, she aimed at the leader boar and shot 2 arrows in succession. The aim was very good. Both arrows hit the neck. The pig fell down, crying out and struggling for a while, then slowly lost its breath. Taking advantage of the wild boar's agitation, Yi Fu shot her second arrow. She first hunted the largest boar, making the smaller ones easier to handle. The wild boars howled wildly in the snow, running in all directions. Yi Fu looked serious and continued to shoot and kill. Jiang Rong watched Yi Fu's back from behind. He thought her scent was stronger, but he couldn't quite tell what it was, something like bamboo, trees, or osmanthus flowers. It was strange. Why did she have so many different smells on her? Yifu started moving forward. She seemed to find a thrill in hunting, which made her uneasy, but also excited her blood. Her hands were still quick and sharp. She hadn't weakened. She was even stronger than she was a few months ago. The wild boars saw her now and decided to rush over to attack. Yifu stayed calm, even taking down a few boars with her crossbow while hunting. Today, she wore a red sweater under her warm coat. The red scarf made her face look a little red. Yifu caught her breath and shot the last arrow cleanly and quickly. The last small boar fell, but Yifu didn't stop. After removing the crossbow arrow, she stored all the hunted animals in her space. Should we go back or keep going? Jiang Rong finished the last piece of dried meat and pointed behind him.
Keep going.
It's going to get colder soon, and we won't be able to go out in a few days. Yifu raised an eyebrow at him. How do you know it will get colder? I can feel it in my body. Well, that was impressive. The two continued forward. Yifu also took out some dried meat, but as soon as she did, Jiang Rong took most of it. Yifu looked at him with disdain. Ahead was the mountain top. As soon as she reached the top, she saw a few mountain goats. Shoot more of these. Jiang Rong's eyes lit up when he saw the goats. Yifu ignored him and aimed her bow and arrow to work. The wind on the mountain top was strong. Yifu put on her mask, and frost quickly formed on her eyelashes. Her strength was starting to wane. Mountain goats weren't as slow and clumsy as wild boars. They ran very fast, and their horns could hurt a lot if they hit her. Yifu had to dodge their attacks and shoot the target goats as quickly as possible. Today was the last hunt of this winter. Yifu wanted to finish strong. She gasped for breath while being chased and surrounded by a few goats, but she remained calm and shot them with her pistol. After finishing, Yifu lay motionless in the snow. She was too tired and needed a rest. Jiang Rong completed the cleanup and finally, he used a dagger to remove the bullets from the bodies. 13 in total. His tone made it sound like he had hunted them himself. Yifu smiled, stood up and crossed her arms, taking a moment to relax. After packing up the prey, she took the bow, arrows and bullets handed to her, preparing to go home. Walking down the mountain was quick, but Yifu almost had to jog to keep up with Jiang Rong's pace. Back at the small yard, Yifu finally relaxed completely. Let me out so I can tidy up. Yifu glanced at the weather and thought there was no need to rush. We can do it later. I'm not cold. You hunt, I clean. It's fair. He was very stubborn. Yifu couldn't argue with him, so she released the 13 goats. Just clean these up first. I'll go heat some water. The first thing at home was a hot shower. She was covered in the smell of wild boar and goats, which was very strong. Just taking off her mask, she could smell it. She couldn't stand the scent. Du Miao and Luo Luo saw them return and jumped around excitedly. Yifu added wood to the fireplace and rekindled the fire in the kitchen. The generator started to connect to the water heater to warm the water. Yifu looked outside. Jiang Rong had already processed one goat. Was this person a butcher in his past life? Yifu prepared to stew some ribs. She was exhausted after a long day and had used up a lot of energy. She was very hungry. She realized that not only had her abilities become stronger, but her appetite had also increased. All these changes pointed to Jiang Rong's bowl of blood. After washing up, Yifu dried her hair and didn't put on her hat again. The house was very warm, with heat emanating from the fireplace. Dinner was almost ready. Yifu opened the door of the wooden house. Time to eat. Jiang Rong immediately put down his knife and followed her inside. After washing his hands, Yifu noticed his hands were very thin, with protruding bones. His palms had no redness, and they looked pale and yellowish. As a medical student, Yifu had heard many cases of gene editing. A long time ago, this research had been halted because of many issues. What is the limit of human gene editing? How long can people live? What are their weaknesses? These were fields Yifu couldn't access. In her previous life, she never linked the mutant-eyed people with gene-edited humans. No one would believe that after gene modification, a person's eyes could also change. Yifu stared at Jiang Rong, unable to guess whether he was a successful person. As Jiang Rong said, starting the next day, the temperature suddenly dropped to -18 degrees. Snow was falling heavily. In just one night, the snow outside the cabin covered half of the door. After waking up, Yifu looked out the window as usual, but was blocked by the snow. He added some firewood to the stove, then opened the bedroom door and found that Jiang Rong was not inside the cabin. He quickly added more firewood to the fireplace, looked outside, and saw only a thin layer of snow on the footprints. It seemed Jiang Rong had just left. "It's so cold," Yifu shivered. He looked into the distance. Besides the snow, there were only fir trees. The fir trees were also covered with ice chains. At that moment, Jiang Rong returned carrying 2 logs from afar. Yifu watched him, still wearing a thin sweater, with snow on his hair. His pale face was frozen and lacked color. He carried 1 log on each shoulder, with some game hanging from the logs. "Why did you sleep so much?" As he entered the yard, he threw the logs on the ground and placed the game on the nearby wooden table. "Sleep a lot?" "I slept 10 hours last night," Jiang Rong said seriously. "Healthy people don't need that much sleep." "You must be sick," Yifu replied. Suddenly, a snowball hit Jiang Rong's face. "You're the one who's sick. Did your head get caught in the door?" Yifu kicked open the door and went straight back inside. Jiang Rong looked at the cabin and the game, unaware that he had angered Yifu again. He still asked persistently, "Are you going to eat?" "Go eat your own stuff," Yifu snapped. "I can't do that," Jiang Rong answered seriously. He wiped the snow off his face, took off his knife, and started processing the game he had brought back. Yifu took out a packet of mustard. She decided to give Jiang Rong a little lesson and make him pay for his nonsense. At this moment, Yifu felt like a wicked woman, jealous of others' strength, always using small tricks behind their backs. She showed a wicked smile. What could she do? She was just bad. Yifu took out 2 boxes of pure milk and a jar of tea leaves. She planned to make 2 cups of milk tea. Of course, she would add some seasoning to one of them. The milk tea was cloudy, and even with the seasoning, it was hard to see. As long as he drank it, Yifu promised he wouldn't be able to speak for 3 days. Tea leaves are fried with sugar until they turn caramel color. Add a bowl of water and boil until bubbles form. Then add 2 boxes of milk and a small piece of red sugar to deepen the color. Once the milk tea boils, strain out the tea leaves and divide it into 2 cups. Squeeze half a mustard seed into 1 cup and stir well. Yifu carries the milk tea outside and sees Jiang Rong has already peeled all the animal hide. He hands the tea to him.
Good job.
Jiang Rong feels a bit cold on his back. What is this? It's drink. You went hunting again today, so I made this for you. He takes it and drinks a sip without caring that it's hot. Yifu watches his face. He shows no reaction, not even a frown. Does he have no sense of taste? It shouldn't be. When eating meat, he can still tell if it's salty or not. Yifu watches him finish the tea without changing his expression. She looks at her own cup, wondering if she gave him the wrong one. Why don't you drink yours? He looks at Yifu calmly, as if he can see through all her plans. Yifu forces a small smile, takes a sip and finds it sweet and not spicy. She drinks it happily. It's very sweet. Do you want another cup? Jiang Rong looks at her deeply, then turns back to work and ignores her. Yifu takes his cup from the snow pile and quickly returns to her cabin. She smells it gently, so spicy and pungent. He shows no reaction, which surprises her. He's really tough. Outside, Jiang Rong sees Yifu leave. He slaps his stomach hard twice and spits out all the drink he just swallowed. He takes a bite of snow to suppress the spicy burning in his mouth. In the afternoon, Jiang Rong takes his axe to go tree cutting again. Yifu brings out the chainsaw for him. Since he likes working, she decides to let him do as much as he wants. I don't know how to use it. Yifu demonstrates, but Jiang Rong still shakes his head. She can only put on a coat, wrap up tightly, and go outside with him. Why do you love working so much? Jiang Rong turns to look at her, his gaze deep. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? You just can't sit still. It's what you said. I live here, so I can't be idle. I have to work hard, clean the house, chop wood, hunt. Yifu forces a small smile. That's good. Keep it up. Zhang Rong says nothing and continues walking ahead. Yifu steps into his footprints and struggles to catch up. Two people switch between being a butcher and a lumberjack. Their daily routine is either hunting or chopping trees. Since Zhang Rong appeared, all the trees and animals in Shuiyun Mountain have been trembling. Let's stop here, Zhang Rong said, stopping and looking back at Yifu. Yifu was about to take out her chainsaw when a cold wind blew past, knocking her over. The wind carried snow over her head, and her hat tilted. She was about to get up when Zhang Rong came over and easily picked her up with one hand, like pulling out a carrot. Yifu adjusted her hat and was about to thank him when she suddenly sneezed, and a mucus bubble appeared. Embarrassment only lasts a moment. Yifu kept a calm face, but inside she was annoyed at herself for not wearing a mask. Zhang Rong looked at her mucus bubble and quietly moved a little farther away. Yifu immediately felt upset. When he first appeared, he smelled worse than maggots pulled out of a trash pit. How could he look down on her? Yifu wiped her nose and silently turned on the chainsaw. She walked to a cedar tree and started cutting. The chainsaw's sound echoed through the valley. When the cedar was about to fall, she ran away quickly, leaving Zhang Rong alone under the tree. Soon, Zhang Rong reached her side and, without saying a word, lifted her up, trying to carry her farther away. Yifu kicked her feet, trying to push him away, but he threw her into the snow.
Ugh.
Yifu spat out the snow and glared fiercely. Why are you angry? Yifu was speechless. If I throw you into the snow, are you angry? He shook his head. It's because your balance is off.
Don't blame me.
After saying that, he went over, picked up the chainsaw, and cut the fallen cedar into smaller pieces. Yifu snorted, but didn't argue further. She collected the cut wood into her space. Zhang Rong's efficiency in chopping trees was much higher than hers. He cleared a mountain in just one day. They worked well together. While Zhang Rong was chopping trees, Yifu took the chance to hunt a wild chicken. What's this skill? On the way back, Zhang Rong couldn't help but be curious about Yifu's space. Why did she keep putting so many things inside every day, but it still wasn't full, like a bottomless pit? Have you heard of the god's right hand? Well, this is the god's left hand. Zhang Rong's lips twitched slightly, and Yifu suspected he had misread her. Clearly, he didn't believe her. Back at the wooden cabin, Zhang Rong was shoveling snow off the roof. Yifu processed the wild chicken she had just hunted and planned to make chicken soup tonight. She just weighed herself earlier, including her clothes and shoes. She now weighs exactly 100 pounds. Since she is 1.7 meters tall, this weight is quite good, and her clothes and shoes also add a little weight. However, this winter, she has gained a little weight. Having some flesh is good. Winter is the season to gain weight. Look at her small face, her delicate and beautiful face. Even if she weighs 150 pounds, she would still be the most charming girl in the mountain. Except for Zhang Rong, who is not quite human. The tea flower seeds have sprouted, and Yifu has been watering them with nutrient solution, hoping they will break through the soil come spring. The snow outside the window and the door has been shoveled away, making the view clearer. Yifu cleaned out the ashes in the fireplace and rekindled the fire. When Zhang Rong entered the house, Yifu looked at his hands and still handed him a pair of gloves. After dinner, they each sat on their own side, Yifu knitting a sweater, Zhang Rong reading a book. Neither disturbed the other. Do you have more books? Yifu glanced at the book he was holding, titled Basics of Building a House, then handed him more than 10 books. Essays, novels, medical books, and comics. He would have plenty to read for a long time. For the next 5 days, Yifu didn't step outside the wooden house. The temperature had dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius. This temperature was already uncomfortable for Yifu, and she was reluctant to step outside, even a little. Zhang Rong still went hunting and chopping wood every day. After returning, he processed the game and shoveled snow. Yifu noticed that in the past 2 days, he had started wearing his coat and gloves, indicating he could now feel the cold. The bean sprouts and Luo Luo showed some signs of illness. Yifu didn't know how to diagnose or treat small animals. The two little creatures looked weak, lying in their nest without eating or drinking. Yifu moved them closer to the fireplace and placed two small heaters nearby. The bean sprouts were doing a bit better. They probably couldn't adapt to the sudden drop in temperature. Luo Luo was more seriously affected. Overnight, the colorful feathers on its tail started falling out, and several patches of feathers on its body were bald. Yifu took some medicine from her space, mixed it with water, and wanted to feed it to them. But Luo Luo sniffed the medicine and immediately looked distressed, which frightened Yifu. "What's wrong?" Zhang Rong had just returned and saw Yifu looking anxious. Seeing her, he suddenly had an idea. "Give me a little of your blood, just 2 drops." Zhang Rong looked at the two small creatures, then approached Luo Luo and picked it up. "They're almost dead."
Li Fu nodded.
"I know, so I need you to help save those poor creatures. How about roasted pig tonight?" Zhang Rong put down the bean sprouts and picked up Luo Luo again. "This one won't last more than an hour. Add a roasted chicken and a plate of braised pork." Zhang Rong looked at Li Fu and continued, "and a dish of boiled fish." He really knew how to bargain directly.
Li Fu nodded.
"Okay, I'll start preparing now." Zhang Rong cut his finger, pinched Luo Luo's lower tongue area, and, as he opened his mouth, squeezed in 2 drops of blood. He squeezed 2 more drops into the bean sprouts, clearly preferring the bean sprouts. Li Fu felt relieved and turned to the kitchen to cook for his savior.
"How are they?"
Zhang Rong's expression was stiff. "It seems they are dead." Li Fu rushed over and saw that both bean sprouts and Luo Luo were lying stiffly in their nest, not moving. He touched them. They were soft and warm, not dead. "They're not dead. Maybe they just need some time to rest." Zhang Rong looked at the already prepared food and gazed at Li Fu softly. "Can I eat now?" "I didn't stop you," Li Fu said, worried about the 2 little ones, feeling a bit tired himself. "That's good. Your expression doesn't look too well. I thought you were going to take a knife and cut me again." After saying that, he walked straight to the dining table and started eating by himself. Seeing Zhang Rong's carefree attitude made Li Fu even more exhausted. Luckily, by 10 o'clock at night, the 2 little creatures had recovered. After Luo Luo woke up, he started drinking water, and bean sprouts ate a bowl of beans. Li Fu finally let out a breath of relief. He took a scar removal ointment and gave it to Zhang Rong. He noticed that although Zhang Rong's wounds healed quickly, they left raised scars. This must be a kind of aftereffect. "What is this?" "Medicine. Apply it on the scar to fade it." Zhang Rong shook his head. "No need. These things are useless for me." Li Fu looked at his fingertips. The scar had turned into a raised mark. Upon closer inspection, his arms were covered with countless such scars.
So, had he also had blood drawn before?
Li Fu still handed him the scar removal ointment. "You don't need it. How do you know it won't work? By the way, I see you're starting to feel cold. Do you want an extra blanket?" Zhang Rong looked at the fireplace, but shook his head. "There's fire, so I'm not cold." Yifu no longer forced him and spent a tense day. She was very tired. When she returned to the bedroom and lay down, she fell asleep shortly after. After the illness, Do Miao and Luo Luo seemed to have been affected by a few drops of Zhang Rong's blood. Their physical health, she was very tired. When she returned to the bedroom and lay down, she fell asleep shortly after. After the illness, Do Miao and Luo Luo seemed to have been affected by a few drops of Zhang Rong's blood. Their physical health improved greatly. Despite the heavy snow outside, they still wanted to go out and play freely. Luolua's bald feathers also started to grow back, and Yifu noticed their eye. Zhang Rong appeared silently. Yifu was startled. When he revealed her thoughts, her face looked a bit unnatural. "I just want to have your ability," Yifu said honestly. "You can only dream about that," he replied bluntly. Yifu threw the mirror in her hand at him. He caught it easily and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked at himself for a long time. Yifu saw his expression slowly change, from calm to annoyed and finally showing disgust. He took a deep breath, put down the mirror, and then left. He slammed the door shut, causing the wooden house to shake slightly. Yifu didn't think much of this. But the next day at mealtime, Zhang Rong suddenly looked up at Yifu with a deep, intimidating gaze. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted my ability? I can help you," he said. Yifu blinked twice. But the next day at mealtime, Zhang Rong suddenly looked up at Yifu with a deep, intimidating gaze. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted my ability? I can help you," he said. Yifu blinked twice.
She almost forgot about this.
"What other conditions do you want to ask for?"
She asked.
"After the snow melts, you should leave here." "I want to go with you," he replied. Yifu almost spat out her food. Going with her? Although Yifu envied his healing ability, no one knew what side effects such a power might bring. Yifu didn't dare risk her own body. She wasn't out to cause chaos. She still had self-protection skills. "May I ask, which city are you from?" she inquired. Zhang Rong paused briefly, but didn't hide anything.
"Haiqing," he said.
Yifu was a bit surprised. "I'm from Longtan." "How's Haiqing?" "It turned into ruins after the earthquake." Yifu received important information. During the earthquake, he was still in Haiqing, so he came on foot. "Then why did he go into the mountains?" "Why did you go into the mountains?" he asked Yifu in return. "After the earthquake, there were signs of snow, so I went into the mountains to hide. I smelled prey and started up the mountain, but I fainted from hunger." Neither of them mentioned what happened next, to avoid another fight. In the following days, the temperature dropped sharply again, reaching -33°C. Yifu always felt something was going to happen. Her instincts were usually accurate. Zhang Rong rarely went out. He said the animals in the mountains were starting to migrate westward in large groups because animals sense danger better than humans. On February 1st, the sky, which was usually gray, surprisingly brightened. Yifu reached out her hand. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt a faint warmth from the light shining on her. However, the light only lasted about 10 minutes before the sky turned dark again. Could there be another earthquake? Yifu looked outside, then suddenly put on her coat and opened the wooden cabin door. "Do you think there will be an earthquake?" "I have a bad feeling. I want to put things away outside first." Yifu dismantled the fence gate. At that moment, everything suddenly went completely dark. Yifu stretched out her hands and couldn't see anything. For a moment, she doubted whether her eyes were working properly. "Yifu!" Zhang Rong ran toward her, roughly lifting her and rushing into the cabin, then closed the door. After a sharp pain in her eyes, her vision cleared in about 10 seconds. Yifu looked around at the familiar things inside: the fireplace, the small table, Do Miao, and Luo Luo. Outside the window, it was still pitch black, an even scarier darkness than night. There was no light in the sky. It was as if the sun had disappeared. Yifu wiped away the tears caused by the pain and silently looked at Zhang Rong. "The sun is gone." Zhang Rong moved to the window and quietly looked outside. He didn't know why the sky suddenly darkened. 3 minutes had passed, and it hadn't gotten better. He looked at Yifu with a serious expression. "Be prepared to leave." Yifu's hands kept trembling, but upon hearing Zhang Rong's words, she quickly got up and returned to the bedroom. The wooden house could be taken away, because the foundation and the house were one piece. Yifu took out 2 sets of the largest warm clothes and hiking shoes for Zhang Rong. Although she had wanted to leave him behind earlier, in a dangerous situation, they needed to fight together. Yifu also changed into lighter, warmer clothes, choosing the simplest options. Just as she finished changing, Zhang Rong suddenly opened the door and rushed in. "Let's go." He pulled her out of the wooden house, and Yifu saw a fireball falling from the dark night sky. There was a loud bang, and a burst of fire erupted from afar. Yifu quickly put Do Miao and Luo Luo into a cloth bag, packing up the wooden house as fast as she could. She didn't have time to gather other small items. A second and third fireball fell again. "Where are we going?"
"To the cave."
Zhang Rong took out the cloth bag, hanging Do Miao and Luo Luo on himself. Just 50 meters outside the yard, a fireball dropped where the wooden house had been. There was a loud bang, and flames shot out everywhere. Yi Fu guessed that Jiang Rong had night vision, so she didn't give him night vision goggles. But when the firelight exploded, the intense stimulation caused her eyes to sting again. Tears fell silently from her eyes as she followed Jiang Rong, running desperately. Suddenly, a fireball blocked their path ahead. Sparks splashed onto Yi Fu's clothes, instantly burning a hole. Jiang Rong slowed down to take care of her. When Yi Fu fell, he immediately picked her up and threw her on his back, running as fast as he could toward the cave. The fireballs kept falling, and the continuous bang 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 sounds echoed in her ears. Yi Fu's eyes kept tearing up. She had no choice but to take out a black cloth, cover her eyes, and then tightly hug Jiang Rong's neck. Do Miao and Luo Luo were so frightened they kept crying. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong had no time to comfort them. The fireballs brushed past them, and behind them, a crater suddenly appeared. The nearby fir trees immediately caught fire from the flames. Jiang Rong only ran 10 minutes of the 40-minute journey. He carried Yi Fu and rushed into the cave. Immediately after, a fireball fell behind them. At this moment, the entire Mount Cloud fragment was filled with blazing fire. Jiang Rong put Yi Fu down and saw that her eyes were covered with a black cloth, tears soaking through it. Are you okay?
Yi Fu nodded. I'm fine.
What's the situation now? The fireball hasn't stopped yet. We might need to hide inside the cave for a while. Yi Fu tried to remove the black cloth, but Jiang Rong stopped her. Don't take it off. The firelight outside is bright. If your eyes get more irritated, you might go blind.
Yi Fu clenched her fists.
She couldn't let that happen. She felt along the stone wall and slowly crouched down into the corner. She took out a hiking stick from her space and held it tightly. Besides the bang-bang sounds of the fireball dropping and the roaring fire-burning trees, there was only the noise of a fire. Her eyes still hurt, and tears kept falling. It felt like she had been sprayed with spicy chili, and she bit her lip hard to hold back the pain. We might have to go inside, Jiang Rong said as he came over and lifted Yi Fu, then threw her onto his back.
Yi Fu didn't speak.
She held onto him tightly. She felt she was a burden now, and didn't want to add to his trouble. He jumped down the steps. Yi Fu didn't know how he planned to cross the water. No matter how high he jumped or how fast he ran, he didn't have wings and couldn't fly over the water. She was afraid he might swim across, so she quickly stopped him. I have a kayak, she said. After she took out the kayak, Jiang Rong was the first to toss her onto it.
Yi Fu didn't complain.
She quickly steadied herself and sat down. Suddenly, a cloth bag was thrown into her arms. Inside, Do Miao and Luo Luo, who were curled up, sniffed her scent and quietly called out. Be good, don't be afraid. Yi Fu patted their heads. She tried very hard to stay calm and used the gentlest voice to comfort the two little ones. Jiang Rong sat in front, picked up 2 paddles, and told Yi Fu to sit still. The kayak started moving forward. Just a short while after they set out, a loud noise came from the entrance of the cave. A burst of fire shot out. A fireball fell into the water, causing the calm surface to explode. Water splashed everywhere, and some water also splashed onto the back of the kayak. Jiang Rong paddled quickly. At this moment, he didn't forget to turn around and push Yi Fu down onto the kayak to protect her from the waves. Yi Fu held onto the kayak with one hand and clung tightly to Do Miao and Luo Luo with the other. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the water surface exploded again. Surprisingly, the water started to burn, with blue flames flickering among the fire. Yi Fu felt a wave of heat. Just then, the kayak passed through a small cave and entered a tributary. Jiang Rong, there's movement under the water, she said. Jiang Rong clearly sensed something, but he remained calm, paddling steadily. There is something underwater. Something? Yi Fu was thinking about what he meant, as the water around them started to get louder, like a whirlpool forming, trying to pull the kayak and the two of them inside. Yi Fu wanted to remove the black cloth, but her eyes hurt so much she couldn't open them, so she kept wearing it. Hold on to me, Jiang Rong said softly. He changed direction immediately, paddling against the whirlpool. Yi Fu grabbed his shirt with one hand and held her gun with the other, ready to fight at any moment. She couldn't see, but her ears were still working, so she listened carefully to judge where the danger was. Yi Fu tried to keep her body close to the kayak to reduce resistance against the current. Water splashed loudly on her and the kayak, and a strong, unpleasant smell of mud and algae filled the air. The whirlpool's pull was very strong, like there was a black hole underneath. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the kayak was pushed up and shot forward more than 10 meters. At that moment, the kayak suddenly exploded, and Yi Fu and Jiang Rong fell into the water at different spots. Yi Fu quickly tied her cloth bag around her neck and swam forward as she fell into the water. She heard Jiang Rong shouting her name. Yi Fu responded briefly, confirming his location. Behind her, there was a very strong pull, and she regretted not buying a climbing hook. The rocks on both sides of the water surface were very smooth and wet, making it impossible to climb up. She could only keep swimming forward. At this point, using the kayak again was useless and would only make the pull stronger. Her clothes were soaked, so Yi Fu quickly took off her jacket. She swam fast, and Jiang Rong soon reached her side, pulling her in front of him. They didn't exchange words, only paddled desperately forward. After about 30 meters, they had left the whirlpool behind. But just as they thought they were safe, they heard more movement underwater. Yi Fu caught a strange sound. Jiang Rong had told her earlier that there was a hibernating giant snake in the mountains. "There is a snake," they said together. Yi Fu held her breath and listened carefully to find the snake's position, but Jiang Rong didn't hesitate. He kept pulling her forward to swim. He had already placed the cloth bag on his head, and in this dangerous moment, he didn't leave Yi Fu or the two little ones behind. This made Yi Fu feel deeply grateful. Despite her countless previous attempts to harm him, she was narrow-minded. "I'm hungry," Jiang Rong suddenly said unexpectedly, making Yi Fu both amused and speechless. "I am also hungry." A gulp of dirty water was swallowed, causing Yi Fu's insides to ache painfully. Cough, 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 ugh. Yi Fu's face turned pale. The black cloth over her eyes was washed away, her eyes swollen and bloodshot, her vision blurry, and her eyes hurt badly. She coughed and vomited, looking so miserable she couldn't face herself. At this moment, Jiang Rong's hand suddenly pressed on her stomach. Yi Fu guessed he was trying to help her, so she didn't resist. Jiang Rong pressed hard twice, and Yi Fu vomited out the dirty water she had swallowed. "Thank you." Yi Fu's voice was hoarse. Because of the cold, her skin was turning blue and purple.
"Don't let go of me."
Jiang Rong then threw her onto his back. Yi Fu tightly clung to him, her hand touching the cloth bag tied on his head, inside which the two little creatures were still alive. A strong impact pressed against them.
Yi Fu's face changed.
"The snake is on the right side. It's about to come out of the water." Yi Fu raised her gun, put on night vision goggles, and blinked hard. Though blurry, she could vaguely see a ripple. "There's a small stone platform ahead." Jiang Rong suddenly changed direction while the impact force from the water surged again. A giant tail swung over, wrapping around both of them. Yi Fu instantly pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The shot missed, the bullet grazed the black scales of the snake's belly and hit the stone wall on the other side. "Give it to me." Jiang Rong reached out his hand to her. Yi Fu handed him the gun. The snake's tail coiled around them again, smashing Yi Fu into the stone wall, then plunging into the water with a heavy splash. The pain from the impact made her loosen her grip on Jiang Rong. She sank into the water, her limbs weak, sinking downward. Jiang Rong had already surfaced and started shooting at the giant snake. Yi Fu gulped another mouthful of dirty water, desperately floated up, and pressed herself against the stone wall. She took out her bow and crossbow again, as she was more comfortable using them. At this moment, the giant snake also peeked out of the water. It was twice as large as the one Yi Fu had killed earlier in Happy Community. Its black scales reflected light, and when it opened its mouth to hiss, its 4 rows of teeth looked terrifying. The snake's tail swung again, narrowly missing her. It hit her back, causing a burning pain that made her even more alert. "Jiang Rong, I have a way to kill it." Yi Fu took out a box of gas canisters, which contained 12 bottles. When Jiang Rong arrived, she handed him the canisters along with a bow, a lighter, and a blowtorch. "Light it and throw it into its mouth," she said. Jiang Rong took them, but with her other hand, she lifted Yi Fu and threw her out directly. "Go first."
Yi Fu.
"How can I walk as a blind person?" But she still obediently left without hesitation. Yi Fu moved a short distance away and saw a larger stone platform. She quickly climbed up. Suddenly, loud explosions sounded behind her. Yi Fu climbed down and covered her ears. After a long time, Yi Fu slowly stood up. "Jiang Rong, Jiang Rong." She called several times but received no response. Her heart sank, and she had a bad feeling. She sat on the stone platform, staring blankly at the water surface.
Ugh.
Her stomach churned violently, and she vomited up acid water. Her shoes had been swept away by the water. She was only wearing a close-fitting thermal shirt, now wet and dripping. Yi Fu felt her limbs growing numb, and the stabbing pain in her brain kept pounding like a hammer. "Are you hurt?" A voice came from her left. Yi Fu immediately turned her head to look at the source of the sound. "Jiang Rong? It's me. You're still alive?"
Yes.
The stone platform was about 5 square meters. Yi Fu took out some dry wood, and Jiang Rong lit it. The fire quickly caught and burned brightly. Yi Fu placed the little plants and Lolo in front of the fire to keep warm. They looked a bit tired but were still alive. "Are you okay?" Yi Fu's eyes had been treated with medicine and were bandaged with black cloth. Jiang Rong turned around, facing away so she could change into clean clothes. After she finished, Yi Fu took out 2 lunch boxes and handed one to Jiang Rong.
I'm fine.
"Is the snake dead?"
Yes. Yi Fu felt relieved.
She rinsed her mouth with water before starting to eat. Her eyes were still blind, so Jiang Rong didn't need to turn around when changing clothes. She sat casually beside the fire. Although Yi Fu covered her eyes, she ate steadily without panic, which made Jiang Rong curious. "Aren't you afraid?" Yi Fu was puzzled. "Afraid of what? Isn't it still alive?" Jiang Rong was silent for a long time and said softly, "Your mindset is quite good. In the end of the world, the key is to keep a calm mind. Without stability, how can anyone survive?" Yi Fu eats well, then extends his hand to continue warming himself by the fire. Do Miao and Luo also manage to eat a little. Yi Fu pats their heads silently, comforting the 2 little ones. "We need to find an exit to leave here." Yi Fu thinks it's not that simple. Are there still fireballs outside? Even if not, the place is burning fiercely now. Going out is like being roasted. When entering the lava cave, the ground where the fireballs fell was all glowing with fire, and the entire cloud fragment mountain was a sea of flames. Both of them fell silent. After Jiang Rong finished eating, he and Yi Fu took out a flashlight and started examining the stone platform. He wanted to find a hidden passage, but after checking around, he found nothing. There's no secret passage here. Inside the lava cave, there are hundreds of branches, all similar. Yi Fu had forgotten the last route she took, and she couldn't see clearly now. "Let's rest a little longer, and then keep moving forward." Yi Fu nodded, put away her bow and crossbow, leaving one gun with Jiang Rong and holding the other in her hand. "Are the oxygen tanks all used up?" "All given to them," Jiang Rong replied. No wonder the noise was so loud earlier. She thought the cave might collapse from an explosion. Being able to escape safely shows how deep Yi Fu's abilities are. Once her body warmed up again, they prepared to move out. Yi Fu put Do Miao and Luo into a cloth bag, then released a small boat, and the 2 continued forward. "That fireball, what do you think it is?" "Maybe a meteorite." "Some meteorites catch oxygen and then burn or explode," Jiang Rong said. Hearing this, Yi Fu became more certain. They squeezed through a narrow lava cave and entered a new waterway. Yi Fu threw a brick into the water and waited half a minute. Seeing no change, she continued rowing. The deeper they went, the colder it got, and the air thinner. Besides the sound of paddling, everything else was very quiet. "I wonder if the compass still works here. If the magnetic field inside the cave is disturbed, the compass might not work." Yi Fu took it out and handed it to Jiang Rong, letting him decide which way to go. It doesn't work. The magnetic field is very chaotic. Jiang Rong looked at it and then returned it to Yi Fu. Let's find a place to hide. Wait until the fireball outside stops and the fire dies out. Then we can go out. Yi Fu felt tired, and the place where the snake's tail had whipped her back still hurt. Her tailbone was probably broken, so she could only sit on her side. Okay. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. A call broke the silence inside the cave. Yi Fu held her gun, becoming alert. It's bats. I remember there are bats inside. Jiang Rong looked around but didn't see any bats. How many? Many, thousands. They rest on the ceiling. Look up. Jiang Rong looked up, and at that moment, a bat swooped down. It spread its wings like opening a parachute.
Get down.
As soon as Jiang Rong finished speaking, the bat squeaked again and lunged at him. Yi Fu took out a long military knife and protective suit to help Jiang Rong fight the bat. Using a bow, crossbow, or gun would be wasteful now. Jiang Rong was very quick. When the bat was half a meter away, he cut it in half with one slash. The attacking bats were killed, and the swarm grew restless. They used sound waves to send attack signals. When the first bat flew out, the others followed, all rushing toward the two people. Yi Fu took out the poison and gas masks she had prepared earlier. She threw 2 spray bottles to Jiang Rong, put on her protective suit and gas mask, then sprayed the bats with poison. Fortunately, she had prepared well. Although she couldn't see, she heard the sound of bats falling into the water. The poison worked very well. The poison contained powder that made anyone who inhaled it faint. But there were too many bats. They swarmed forward, and the chirping sounds could even burst a person's eardrums. How much poison is left?
Yi Fu estimated.
She had mixed a large barrel and filled 30 bottles, which should be enough. There are 30 bottles in total. I also have insecticide. She took out some insecticide and mixed it with the poison to spray. The bats came in groups, and each group was sprayed and killed. The water surface was covered with dense bats. Luckily, Yi Fu couldn't see now, or her acrophobia would act up again. Jiang Rong started paddling the boat, and Yi Fu kept spraying. He paddled the kayak about 10 meters out, but the bats kept chasing, unable to be shaken off. It seems we have to eliminate them all. Bats use sound waves humans can't hear. They rely on this to navigate and hunt. Just running away isn't enough. Humans are no match for them. Yi Fu felt that Jiang Rong had gone mad. Standing beside him, he could sense the intense aura of danger around him. A few bats landed on Yi Fu's back, clutching tightly, and he couldn't shake them off. He kept spraying insecticide at the bats attacking him. Just then, Jiang Rong saw and quickly slapped several bats away with his palm, saving her again. The two worked together smoothly, fighting against thousands of bats without falling behind. Jiang Rong, how many are left? Almost finished. 2 minutes later, Yi Fu shook his aching wrist, stepped on the dead bats on the kayak, and asked tiredly, how many are left? Almost finished. He repeated the same answer. Yi Fu. She wanted to use a torch to scare them away, but Jiang Rong thought it wouldn't work. They've already decided to attack us. Even with a torch, they will still come at us. Animals can be very united, and right now, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong are their enemies. They won't give up easily. As Jiang Rong said, they won't back down. After killing some bats, Jiang Rong paddled the kayak farther away and kept spraying. Behind them, the water was covered with layers of bat corpses, blocking the entire surface. Yi Fu held a bottle of poison in one hand and sprayed insecticide with the other, pouring all 30 bottles of poison. The bats' cries grew quieter, with only a few scattered ones still circling overhead. Yi Fu sat exhausted on the kayak. Jiang Rong used his military knife to kill the last bat and took a gas canister from her. All the bats had fallen onto the water, some dead, others only temporarily unconscious. Jiang Rong lit the gas canister and threw it into the pile of bats. A series of deafening explosions sounded behind them. Yi Fu covered her ears, grimacing in pain. The kayak moved into another stream. She loosened her ears, but a buzzing sound still echoed in her ears. Yifu experienced ringing in her ears, which made her feel dizzy and nauseous. There were still some dead bats on the kayak. Yifu threw them away. Even through her gloves, she could feel the sticky bat blood on her clothes and the kayak. She rubbed her ears and waited a moment. The buzzing finally stopped. "What's wrong?" Yifu let out a surprised cry and looked toward Jiang Rong. "Are you talking to me?" Jiang Rong stared at her for a long time, then snapped his fingers near her ear. Yifu heard him. "Your ears were ringing for a while earlier, but now it's better." "What are you saying?" "I said there is a stone platform ahead."
Yifu understood.
"You go check it out. I'll wait for you on the kayak." Jiang Rong put on his military knife, then jumped onto the stone platform. Yifu touched her bag. The two little creatures were very quiet, probably scared. "There is an entrance here." Yifu heard Jiang Rong's voice and struggled to stand up on the kayak. Her hand was aching badly because she had used too much force when fighting the bats earlier, causing some muscle and nerve damage. Jiang Rong helped her onto the stone platform, then rinsed the dirty, bloody kayak in the water. When they entered the dark tunnel, Yifu smelled a musty odor. Cold, damp air hit her face and she shivered. Jiang Rong pulled her down a long staircase. They reached a dark room that was relatively clean and could be used to rest for a while. After lighting a fire, Yifu took off her gas mask and dirty protective suit. "Rest here for a bit. I'll check outside to see if there are any fireballs." Yifu frowned and called out to Jiang Rong.
"You."
She hesitated, unsure what to say. Should she ask if he would come back? Once someone is blind and deaf, they tend to become so timid and anxious. Yifu mocked herself and waved goodbye to him. "Be careful. I'll come back," Jiang Rong replied calmly. He took her gun and knife. Yifu slightly curled her lips, but said nothing. She curled up in a corner, waiting until Jiang Rong left. Then she took off her clothes and applied ointment to her lower back and tailbone.
Ow.
She was only 20, but her body was already covered in scars. She rinsed her eyes with clean water several times, then put eye drops in. She applied anti-inflammatory ointment around her eyes. Now she wasn't crying anymore, but still felt some stinging. Her ears occasionally rang, but it was much better than before. The fire burned brightly, and her body started to warm up. Yifu released the little creatures, Do Miao and Luoluo, to get some air. The two small animals looked tired and sluggish, showing signs of exhaustion. Yifu treated her other injuries, then leaned against the stone wall, closing her eyes to rest. Time passed slowly, but Jiang Rong had not returned. Yifu's heart was very calm. Now, she just wanted to rest and recover her eyes as quickly as possible. She never worried too much about things she couldn't control. Du Miao came over and licked Yifu's finger, knowing she was hungry. Yifu took out a handful of sunflower seeds and placed them in front of Du Miao, then fed a piece of raw meat to Luoluo. Under the heat of the campfire, Yifu surprisingly fell asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed until she suddenly heard some faint sounds. She immediately woke up, clutching her gun tightly. It wasn't until she heard familiar footsteps coming from the stairs above that she relaxed. Jiang Rong had returned. The fireball is still falling, and it's still dark. Yifu sat up straight. She tried to look relaxed, but her clenched fists and tense body betrayed her. "What do you think is happening?" she asked, referring to the darkness. "An eclipse, a planet collision, a meteor fall, forming a fireball. Do you think it's just an eclipse?" Eclipses have 5 stages, with the last 2 being partial and total light restoration, meaning the sun will come out again. This is just my guess. In reality, every crisis is different. We might be in an eclipse, while others could be experiencing a tsunami or volcanic eruption. How far is the exit from here? Jiang Rong sat across from her, returning with a cold aura. Yifu also caught a faint smell of blood. Not far. A kayak round trip takes about an hour. Yifu took out a clock to show him the time. Jiang Rong leaned in slightly. 7:30. Yifu mentally calculated how many hours had passed since sunset. Jiang Rong added 2 sticks of firewood, then reached out his hand. Even if he didn't speak, Yifu knew what he wanted. She handed him a prepared wild chicken. He took it and pierced it with a military knife, then placed it on the fire to roast. Soon, the smell of meat filled the dark room. Yifu had little appetite. She leaned against the stone wall and closed her eyes to rest. Jiang Rong checked outside every 3 hours. Yifu only managed to deal with her physical needs when he was away. When he returned again, it was already 6 in the morning. The fireball has stopped, but everything outside is still on fire. I should have cleaned all the animals from Broken Cloud Mountain, he said regretfully.
Yifu jullet her lips.
When a foodie loses a lot of food, her heart must be bleeding inside. The temperature is still very low. I used a thermometer to check. Despite the big fire, the temperature has dropped to -36 degrees. In about 3 days, we should be able to go outside. Yifu felt much calmer. In 3 days, her eyes should be healed. Yifu took out her phone, turned it on, and handed it to Jiang Rong to show him the map she had taken a picture of. Have you seen this place before? I took this picture when I first came in. Jiang Rong nodded. Yes, I know. The gold you found last time was taken from this place. Yifu perked up her ears. What's inside? Jiang Rong suddenly fell silent. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Then he softly said, It's an abandoned human experiment lab. There are over 1,000 failed experiment bodies inside. Do you still want to go in? Thinking about his identity, Yifu wisely shook her head. Jiang Rong was silent for a moment, then continued. This lab has been here for many years. They used human bodies to test special medicines and poisons. Many years ago, there was a level 10 earthquake that destroyed the lab. The entrance collapsed and everyone inside, whether experiment subjects or researchers, died. Yifu suspected he wasn't coming to Shuiyan Mountain because of hunger, but to find this lab. He probably discovered her in the cave and followed her out. He fainted in the snow because of health issues. As for why he was looking for the lab, Yifu wasn't curious. Everyone has their secrets. 3 days passed. Yifu's eyes had almost fully healed. Jiang Rong went out again to check. All the trees are burned down. The fire is still burning, but we can leave now. Yifu packed her things, wrapped herself tightly again, and put the bean sprouts and luo in a cloth bag hanging on her. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Rong stopped her.
Come this way.
He turned a hidden door on the stone wall of the dark room. Yifu looked at his back, her eyes full of suspicion. Entering the dark room, there was a very narrow and long tunnel. Yifu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the tomb she had been to before? Jiang Rong clearly knows this place well. She guides him smoothly past several dark rooms and reaches a long staircase. The staircase is steep and leads upward. At the top, there's another dark room. When she opens it, Yifu sees many boxes inside.
Take them.
Yifu looks inside the boxes and is surprised to see they are all filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. 10 boxes in total.
Jiang Rong, you.
Actually, I was inside here the day you entered the tomb. I've been following you all along. I thought you would find this place, but I didn't expect you to accidentally take the cheapest broken bowls from the next room. Anyway, these valuables aren't worth much now. If you like, you can keep them. Sure enough, Yifu guessed right again. Did you bring back a piece of gold after you went out that night? Were you trying to let me know there was more here? Jiang Rong nods slightly. You said you needed rent, so this is the rent. Since that's the case, Yifu isn't going to hold back. Is that all there is? Jiang Rong looks back at her with a subtle expression. Are you a gold-eating beast? Yifu smiles slightly and nods. Jiang Rong ignores her and continues walking forward. They cross another long dark corridor and arrive at a stone door.
Put on your mask.
Yifu doesn't hesitate and quickly puts on her mask. Jiang Rong opens the stone door and they step outside. Yifu's expression instantly stiffens as she takes in the scene before her. There are mummies lying in ruins, and on the ground, there are various laboratory glass tubes and dusty medical equipment. These are clearly old medical tools from decades ago. This is indeed a human experiment lab, right next to the tomb wall, and there's still such a place? Jiang Rong chuckles softly. Decades ago, fearing discovery, people would secretly conduct experiments in remote mountains. Now, the lab has been built inside the city. No one would know. Beneath the bustling civilization, some humans exploit others in the name of science and technology. Yifu pulls out a gas canister and hands it to him. It up. Wherever I go, I it up. He still has time to joke. Yifu rolls her eyes at him. If you're too scared to light it, stand farther away. The exit is there.
When I say so, I'll light it.
Jiang Rong curves his lips slightly, but she doesn't see the small smile. Let me do it. With your short legs, by the time it explodes, you won't even have a chance to run. What short legs? She clearly has long legs, okay? Jiang Rong connected the gas tank and placed it on the ground. One isn't enough to up completely. At least 3 are needed. The abandoned laboratory was very large, filled with various dry corpses. When they reached the exit, the two of them had already placed 3 gas tanks inside. Go ahead and leave first. Just as they stepped outside, Yifu hadn't yet adapted to the sudden change from cold to warm temperatures. She hadn't even had time to be surprised that the sun had appeared before Jiang Rong hurried her away. She ran a short distance and looked back at him. He was standing at the exit, in the mountain's interior, opposite the entrance to the cave. In a moment of panic, Yifu shouted his name loudly. Jiang Rong turned to look at her. Are you thinking of hurting yourself? Jiang Rong. Suddenly, loud explosions rang out. Yifu felt the wind at her feet as she jumped over small fires. At this moment, even an Olympic sprinter might be no match for her. The cloud-shrouded mountain was burned to ashes. The cedar trees were blackened, still flickering with flames. The snow on the ground hadn't melted yet, covered in ash and wood chips. Yifu's ears started ringing again. Her mind went blank, and a voice urged her, "Run faster. Keep running." Yifu remembered seeing news reports about oil tankers and gas can explosions, destructive events that could wipe out everything within miles. Her legs suddenly felt weak, almost causing her to fall. A firm hand grabbed her arm and pulled her up. She looked at Jiang Rong, dirty and disheveled, and checked him over. Luckily, he had no missing limbs or injuries. Once again, Jiang Rong proved he was a tough person. Are you okay? Yifu nodded, then shook her head. Her expression was confused, and she looked at him with uncertainty. My legs are weak, but I can still walk. Jiang Rong looked at her legs with disdain. Without saying a word, he lifted her and threw her onto his back. You're so weak. While complaining, he seemed to have a pair of wind-fire wheels on his feet, running very fast. Yifu leaned on his back and looked back at the thick smoke. She always felt that something was different about Jiang Rong after the explosion of the laboratory. Jiang Rong carried Yifu and ran for 10 minutes. Finally, Yifu asked him to put her down. She was about to faint from the ride. She felt dizzy like being on a moving vehicle. When she was set down, she couldn't stand steadily and fell into the snow. Take it slow. We're already in a safe area. Yifu lay there for 2 minutes, then slowly got up once she recovered. When she opened the bag, Do Miao and Luo Luo were also dizzy from the bumps. Once they recovered, Yifu looked around and suddenly sighed. Everywhere was a desolate ruin. She remembered when she first arrived at Broken Cloud Mountain. Although many trees had died, the forest was thick, and wild vegetables had started to grow. Everything showed signs of recovery. Then came an earthquake, a heavy snowstorm, and a falling fireball. All the recovery was destroyed again. Here, for you, she took out a box of colored contact lenses from her space, which were black. What is this? Jiang Rong opened it and looked at the 2 thin, round pieces, feeling confused again. These are colored contacts, black, to cover your unusual eye. Jiang Rong turned to look at Yifu. His expression was calm, but intense. No other meaning, I just think you might need them. Yifu brushed the snow off her body, took out a hiking stick and a compass. Which way do you want to go? Yifu actually had an idea, but still wanted to ask Jiang Rong for his opinion.
North. Yifu was a bit surprised.
Are you heading to the base? He nodded, his gaze deep. Can I not go? I just think there might be danger. I'm not sure if I will be in danger, but you definitely will. Before she could respond, a cold wind blew past, knocking her onto her back. Jiang Rong looked at her calmly as she fell, then helped her up.
Yifu.
Felt a little embarrassed. Well, let's go. The compass works now. We'll head this way. Yifu put on a wool hat and led the way. From here to the base, it might take about a month. Yifu set Domiao down and let it walk on its own. Luo flew onto her head, chirping happily. Jiang Rong put away the colored contacts and quickly caught up with Yifu. What date is it today? February 4th, and it's 2:30 in the afternoon. Traveling through snow and around campfires was no easy task. The so-called ice and fire was truly a challenge. They walked for about an hour, rested for 10 minutes, and by 10:30 p.m. they had traveled nearly 20 kilometers. Yifu was exhausted. Domiao and Luo were already hanging on Jiang Rong, looking even more tired than Yifu. The path was very difficult to walk. Even with hiking boots, it was easy to fall. For the next 2 hours, Jiang Rong took the other end of the hiking stick and helped her along, pulling and dragging her. Yifu managed to keep going. After 8 hours, her clothes and pants were covered in mud and black dirt. Let's rest here for now and set out again at 5 o'clock, Jiang Rong said, finding a flat, clean spot. He looked back at Yifu.
Yifu quickly nodded, okay.
They set up 2 tents. Jiang Rong gathered some burning wood nearby and stacked it together. Yifu took out an iron stand, poured water into an iron kettle, and placed it on the stand to boil. Her hands and feet were frozen stiff, so she needed to warm herself by the fire. After about 20 minutes, her clothes and hair started steaming. Her body gradually warmed up. The water boiled, and Yifu washed her hands. She then took out 2 lunch boxes. Fortunately, there were still many boxes of food in the space. When she was alone in the wooden cabin before, she often made extra food to store inside. 1 lunchbox was not enough for Jiang Rong to fill his stomach. After eating, he didn't say anything and just stared at Yifu, making her continue to serve him food. Yifu took out 3 buckets of instant noodles and 5 steamed buns, throwing them to him. Eat these. Save the lunchboxes for later to restore your energy. If he hadn't previously hunted so many animals and stored them with her, she really couldn't afford to feed such a greedy eater. Yifu fed Domiao and Luo, then prepared to sleep. The rechargeable battery was connected to the electric blanket. Yifu touched it. It was already warm. She took off her coat and immediately crawled into the quilt. If the space on this small flat ground weren't so tight, she really wanted to put the wooden house out and sleep on a heated bed. How comfortable that would be. She set the alarm clock and closed her eyes. At 5 o'clock sharp, the alarm rang. Yifu woke up immediately. She quickly got up, dressed, and then sneaked into the nearby woods. When she returned, Jiang Rong was also out of the tent. The tent didn't need to be packed up. It was directly stored in the space for easy use next time. After breakfast, they prepared to leave. Jiang Rong had already handed over Domiao and Luo. Clearly, if it weren't for helping Yifu move faster yesterday, he could have walked more than 50 or 60 kilometers alone. Yifu put on her protective glasses, grabbed her hiking stick, and set out. When she woke up this morning, she checked the temperature. It was already minus 36 degrees Celsius. The wind was strong, and whenever it blew, she had to quickly squat down to avoid being blown away. Occasionally, I encounter wild boars and wild chickens that have been burned black by fire. There are also 1 or 2 survivors still hiding in the forest. On the way, Jiang Rong took the time to hunt 2 wild bulls. Yifu admired him greatly. Yifu picked up a fallen meteorite and stored it in her space. It looks just like a stone, only very dark in color, with some round holes on it, similar to honeycomb coal. Their journey started at 5 a.m., with a rest at 11 a.m., resuming at 1 p.m., then resting again at 6 p.m., and ending at 10:30 p.m. Although Yifu was very tired, she didn't fall behind. Since the first day of traveling, they hadn't washed their faces. Yifu's lips had started to, and applying lip balm didn't help. When they left the ruined Cloud Mountain, they reached a village. After the earthquake, all the houses collapsed. There were fires burning among the ruins and snow piles, but no sign of people. The village was quite large, with about 30 or 40 households. Jiang Rong found an empty house to stay in for the night. He took out the tent and set it up, then they worked together silently, lighting a fire and boiling water to wash their hands. You said, how many people are left at the base? Jiang Rong and Yi Fu stood side by side at the door, looking at the dense graves on the hillside in the distance. I heard it can hold up to 1 million people. Jiang Rong noticed Yi Fu's unease, but wondered why she was worried. Compared to others, she wasn't weak. She had weapons, food, and water. She even had a decisiveness that many people lacked. He remembered the pain of the stabs he received on his body very clearly. It was a ruthless and decisive pain, and countless times, Yi Fu had wanted to kill him. If he didn't have a special body, he would have died at her hands long ago. The base was an unknown world. Neither of them knew if order and civilization still existed there. Before going to sleep that night, when Yi Fu saw Jiang Rong offering her a bowl of blood, she didn't hesitate anymore and drank it directly. This time, she only felt uncomfortable for 3 hours. When they set out again, Yi Fu noticed her pupils had become much lighter in color. Don't let others get your blood, or you'll be in danger. Jiang Rong thought she was talking nonsense. Was he the kind of person to sacrifice himself selflessly? If it weren't for seeing her half-dead and holding back their journey, would he have cut his wrist and bled? She gave him a speechless and disgusted look, but Yi Fu didn't get angry. I am different. We are now on the same side. Don't worry, my greatest strength is keeping secrets. I won't betray you. I believe you. Jiang Rong looked into her eyes, a hint of something unusual flashing across his calm gaze. To become the same person, they must keep their secrets safe. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the two left the village on time and continued forward. After drinking Jiang Rong's blood, Yi Fu's physical strength improved a lot overnight. That day, they traveled nearly 25 kilometers. On the 8th day, they reached Silver River. Silver River crosses 3 provinces, with dangerous water routes. During storms, the river's gates collapse, flooding several downstream cities. After high temperatures, the river dries up. The banks, earthquakes cause landslides on both sides, and all debris falls into the river. It's frozen. The ice is thick enough to walk across. Yi Fu picked up a stone and hammered it onto the ice. The ice only cracked a little, without collapsing, which made her feel much safer. The length of the ice surface was very long, giving the feeling of endlessness. Yi Fu took some soil from her space and sprinkled it on the ice. Walk on it so you won't slip. Jiang Rong thought this was a silly idea. I'll carry you across so you won't fall. Yi Fu pretended to be shy and smiled. Oh, I trouble you again. That's so embarrassing. She didn't seem shy at all. Quickly gathered the soil, brushed her gloves, and looked at Jiang Rong with a smile. That's kind of you. Please crouch down a little. You're too tall for me to jump up. Jiang Rong glanced at her, then lifted her with one hand and roughly tossed her onto his back. In the front bag were bean sprouts and luo, and she was carrying Yi Fu on her back. He stepped onto the ice to test it, and then started crossing the river. Yi Fu wiped the fog from her eyelashes, holding tightly onto Jiang Rong's shoulders. When they reached the middle of the river, she saw fish swimming beneath the ice. She blinked in disbelief and rubbed her eyes. Jiang Rong, did you see the fish under the ice?
Yes.
Yi Fu thought she was imagining things. Does that count as a genetic mutation?
Yes. Yi Fu smiled softly.
Want to try some grilled fish? Jiang Rong stopped walking and looked seriously at the ice. Suddenly, he loosened his grip, and Yi Fu fell onto the ice. Although she was wearing thick clothes, she still hurt herself from the fall. Why did you suddenly put me down? Fishing for fish. He turned to look at Yi Fu with a very serious expression. Give me the shovel. Yi Fu struggled to get up from the ice surface. Did you reincarnate as a starving ghost in your past life? He muttered, but still handed over the shovel. Jiang Rong took the shovel and started smashing the ice. Soon, he dug a hole in the ice. Yi Fu took out a fish-catching net, excited to catch fish, but because it was too slippery, he slipped and knelt down. Jiang Rong leaned on the shovel, looked down at Yi Fu kneeling on the ground, and a hint of doubt flashed in his unusual eyes. No need. Yifu was about to get up when he heard Jiang Rong say calmly, "No need." "No need for what?" "I just fell accidentally. I'm not kneeling to thank you. Don't overthink it." Jiang Rong's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Silly." He then directly lifted Yifu up and moved him a bit farther away. The fish-catching net in Yifu's hand was taken by Jiang Rong. As soon as he put the net down, he caught two big, nearly 10-kilogram fish. Seeing the fish, Yifu forgot about the earlier embarrassment and quickly took out a large basket, knocked the fish unconscious, and put them into the basket. Haha, there's even a small white fish. Although only the size of, Yifu still picked it up. Yifu felt the joy of winter fishing, something he hadn't experienced during his previous mountain trip. Not bad, not bad. There are carp and white bream too. Jiang Rong, this one can be steamed, this one braised, this one fried, and this one used for soup. Jiang Rong looked up quietly at her. Yifu thought he was annoyed by her chatter and made a shushing gesture, but unexpectedly. "Let's fry the ice surface."
Yifu.
"Is that really okay?" "No, if we fry the ice, the fish will be crushed." Jiang Rong suddenly became serious. "Then we should just fish them out." What was once a difficult journey suddenly turned into gathering supplies. After filling two big baskets, Yifu took out all the empty basins and buckets from her space. "Jiang Rong, I'll set up camp on land first." Yifu remembered she had ice skates and a skateboard, so she quickly looked through her space. There really is a skateboard. She stepped on it and tried to slide around a little before heading very smoothly toward the shore. Jiang Rong was already carving out the second hole. For him, fishing was not fun, but seeing these fish made him think of the braised fish, steamed fish, sweet and sour fish that Yifu made. And suddenly he became interested. Yifu fell twice along the way, but luckily both times he landed on his backside and wasn't hurt badly. Do Miao and Luo Luo had already been brought over by him. When they reached the shore, his eyelashes were wet again, so he quickly wiped away the mist. He found a flat spot, set up the tent, and started a fire. Yinjiang is in a low-lying area with cold wind blowing in from both sides, making it even colder. Yifu was shivering a bit, but he felt much better than before and was full of energy, tireless. He boiled some hot water and cooked a pot of lamb stew nearby. Lamb helps keep warm, so it's good to eat more in winter. Yifu put the two little ones inside the tent and turned on the heater to keep them warm. Then he skateboarded out onto the river surface. Got another basket of fish. "Wow, all white fish. Steamed, this tastes the best," he said. Jiang Rong heard this and moved faster with his hands. Yifu covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. After working for 4 hours, Yifu suggested taking a 1-hour break. They could sit by the fire on the shore to warm up, eat some food to regain strength, and drink tea to chase away the cold. Jiang Rong agreed, but the fish they caught needed to be stored first. 2 boxes of fish hadn't been killed yet. Yifu saw him pick up a fish and tap it on a brick, causing the fish to roll its eyes and die. They worked well together and quickly processed the fish, storing them in the space. Seeing the extra supplies, Yifu's face was full of smiles.
Good job, good job.
"I've already cooked the lamb. Let's go, Jiang Butcher." "Jiang Butcher?" Yifu nodded, then touched his chin. "Not a good name? Then how about Jiang Fisherman?"
Ha!
He quickly skateboarded away, and Jiang Rong carried it behind him. "The lamb is ready. You can have a bowl of soup to warm your stomach first. In winter, eat radishes. In summer, eat." "I put radishes inside to help keep warm," Yifu said. He handed the bowl to Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong took a sip, his eyes brightening. Yifu also picked up his bowl and took a sip, feeling instantly satisfied. "How many fish do you think are in this river? And how many containers do you have for storing fish?"
Yifu chuckled.
"Don't worry, plenty. Just hope there are enough fish." "Then catch them all," Jiang Rong said with a determined look, eager for braised fish and steamed fish. Yifu clenched his fist and made a serious gesture of encouragement. Since they planned to catch all the fish, they had to stay by the riverbank for a while. Yifu casually cut down the trees along the shore. Strangely, although the Cloud Mountain was attacked by fireballs, Yifu didn't see any signs of fireball crashes when she reached the Silver River area. Because everything was still covered in snow, there were no fire pits or large craters from fireballs. Fortunately, she had bought many foam boxes and water tanks when stocking up. The empty water tanks could be used to store fish. In the afternoon, the two continued fishing. As they dug more and more holes, one ice sheet suddenly collapsed. Yifu took out her fishing net. Once she lowered it, she could catch about 100 or 200 pounds of fish at a time. Even small fish were caught by Yifu. Their current rule was to take everything they could, leaving no trace behind. Yifu took out a small speedboat to check the fish school from the water. "Jiangrong, there are many here. Come and fish," she called. "There are also many here, mostly white carp, each weighing about 7 or 8 kilograms," Jiangrong replied. Most of the time, Yifu stayed on the shore to kill fish because she wore thick clothes, making her walk clumsy. She was worried she might fall into the water. Her period was also about to start, so Yifu finally agreed to stay on the shore and focus on killing fish honestly. She had also chopped down all the trees along the shore. Recently, she felt very energetic, as if she had endless strength inside her. Whenever she was free, she felt uncomfortable all over her body. Jiangrong said she had a genetic mutation. Yifu looked in the mirror every day to see if she was turning deformed. Luckily, aside from her pupils turning lighter, she didn't notice anything unusual. "Tomorrow, we need to move downstream, about 3 kilometers, Jiangrong said. Jiangrong took a sip of fish soup and nodded perfunctorily. Another fruitful day had passed. After moving downstream, Yifu found the fish here were bigger, and many she had never seen before. "This fish weighs about 50 or 60 pounds, she said. "This is the smallest. There are even bigger ones," Jiangrong replied. Yifu, wearing a warm hat, looked at the giant fish Jiangrong had caught with a shocked expression. "Is this a giant sturgeon?" she asked. It looked a bit like one, but Yifu wasn't sure. Jiangrong didn't care what kind of fish it was. To him, only whether it could be eaten mattered, good to eat or not. "Is it tasty?" Yifu asked. She nodded. "I heard it is delicious. I've never tried it myself. Were you very poor before?" Jiangrong asked. Yifu felt a pang in her heart. An ordinary family. Jiangrong had no idea what an ordinary family was. Since Yifu hadn't experienced one, he thought he could gather more fish for her to eat. Yifu was very excited, watching basket after basket of fish being stored in the space. She felt like she had gone from being a landowner to a wealthy person. That evening, Yifu specifically kept a giant tonguefish. Although she had never eaten it before, it was still fish, and the cooking methods were similar to other fish. Because the giant tonguefish was so big, one fish could be steamed or braised, and the remaining parts could be used to make fish slices in hot water. "Let's have hot pot tomorrow." "Sure." Unfortunately, the next day, Yifu's period arrived, and she had to avoid certain foods. The two stayed by the river for 20 days, and the containers in the space were all full. That day, Yifu went into the woods to cut trees, but heard some noises. She climbed a tree quickly and took out her binoculars to look. 2 kilometers away in the mountains, many people appeared. They seemed to be heading toward Yinjiang. Yifu hurriedly packed up the wood and ran back. "Jiangrong, someone is coming. Quickly put on your contact lenses. I'll hide the fish. I think they are a fishing team from the base, about 400 or 500 people." Jiangrong looked calm, but didn't know how to put in the contact lenses. Yifu helped him, and he finally managed to wear them. "It's uncomfortable." "Hold on." Yifu packed up everything in the tent, leaving only one tent, 2 torn blankets, a bucket, an iron shovel, a kettle, and a cast-iron pot. "Your face isn't dirty enough." Jiangrong took Yifu's mirror and looked. He picked up some mud from the ground and smeared it on his face casually. "Put on this old cotton-padded jacket, wear a hat to cover your face, and don't stand so straight. It's so cold, you should curl up a bit. Why don't we go around them?" Yifu glared at him. "I just want to gather some information." She looked at his outfit. It was good, just like when she first saw him. Yifu didn't lag behind. She took out her dirtiest, most torn coat and, with her acting skills, stood trembling like a starving refugee. Jiang Rong continued digging pits on both sides to catch fish. Yi Fu gathered firewood on the shore. After a few minutes, many people appeared nearby. Oh my, there are actually people here. Captain Chen, come quickly. There are people fishing here. There is still a person and a tent on the shore. Captain Chen, a survivor, is living there. Hurry and go take a look. Yi Fu, with sharp eyes and ears, saw the leading men from far away. Hey, you two, come over here. Yi Fu glanced at Jiang Rong. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other for a moment. Yi Fu was so scared she wanted to run, but the others quickly came to stop her. Why run? We're not bad people. We're hunters from Longtan base. Where are you from? What's your relationship? How long have you been here? A long list of questions was thrown at her. Yi Fu looked at them in fear, but didn't speak. At this moment, Jiang Rong was also brought over by two men. He held a shovel and a half bucket of small fish. Are you really not bad people? Are you really from Longtan base to fish? Yes, we are survivors from Longtan base. This is the head of the hunting team, Captain Chen. I heard your voice, you're a woman, right? Are you two a couple? Jiang Rong was very tall, so his gender was obvious. Even though he slightly bent to listen to Yi Fu, he still towered over everyone. Yi Fu choked and hadn't answered yet. Jiang Rong simply hummed in a deep voice. Where are you from? Fearing Jiang Rong might reveal something, Yi Fu quickly hugged his arm, looking scared and uneasy. From Lan City. We're heading to the base but got lost. Since you're survivors from Longtan base, can we go back with you? Yi Fu coughed several times after speaking. Captain Chen examined the two of them and sent someone to check inside the tent. They found a dirty little squirrel and a small bird near the campfire, which surprised everyone greatly. Are these your pets? I see you have no food left in your pots, and you still keep pets? A young woman, holding some bean sprouts, looked curious. Yi Fu stepped forward and took the bean sprouts back. We found them in the mountains as companions. We can take you to Longtan base, but these two little guys need to be handed over. Hand over? Yes, I can vouch for you and help you get into Longtan base. Yi Fu squinted her eyes. Then never mind, we'll go by ourselves. Huh, you're going by yourselves? After the earthquake, entering Longtan base requires handing over 10 kilograms of grain. I see you are very poor and still want to enter the base. However, as long as someone guarantees you, you can work for free for 3 months after entry, and starting from the 4th month, you will receive food rations, which will allow you to enter the base. Wu Lily looked at Yi Fu and Jiang Rong with a mocking expression. Based on her voice and the eyes she revealed, Yi Fu guessed she was about 30 years old. Her commanding and superior attitude made Yi Fu want to laugh. Yes, now the base has changed its rules. Before, you only needed to show your ID to enter. Now you have to give grain or other things. If you give grain, you only need to work for 1 month for free. If you don't, you need to work for 3 months. Without a guarantor, you must work for 6 months, explained the man next to Wu Lily. Then we might as well keep wandering and see where we end up, said one of them. You can stay outside, but not in Yinjiang, Wu Lily said again. Her eyes fixed on the little squirrel. If she could bring the squirrel and the colorful little bird back to present to Miss He, she wouldn't need to go out fishing with those smelly men anymore. Her scheming gaze didn't escape Yi Fu's eyes. Yi Fu gently squeezed Jiang Rong's hand and asked why. Because the fishing rights in Yinjiang belong to Longtan base. If you don't leave, we have the right to deal with you, she replied. After saying that, she looked at Captain Chen, who had been silent all along. She stepped forward and flattered him. Captain Chen, these two people are suspicious. I suggest we execute them on the spot. Yi Fu, show me your IDs, Captain Chen ordered. He looked about 35, tall at about 1.8 meters, with a calm gaze. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. Yi Fu couldn't possibly take out her ID. She shook her head nervously. We lost everything after the earthquake. I've already lost my ID, she said.
How old are you? 20.
And you? He asked Jiang Rong.
20.
Captain Chen looked at both of them. He couldn't tell they were only 20. He thought they looked more like 40. He glanced at the tent nearby. There were no dangerous items, but it looked very poor. Their clothes were torn, and they appeared timid, weak, and exhausted. The base's rules that all fellow members are treated equally. If they find survivors outside, they should bring them back for shelter. I can take you back, but only if you're willing to do 6 months of volunteer work. Captain Chen, Wu Lily started to speak, but was interrupted by Captain Chen's stern look. Anyone trying to cause trouble in front of me, I will deal with them immediately. His gaze swept over everyone and finally rested on Wu Lily. Frightened, she shrank back into the crowd, lowering her head and daring not to speak. If you agree, you can join our fishing team now. He looked at Jiangrong's shovel, fish net, and water bucket, then continued, if you don't want to, take your belongings and leave Yinjian. Isn't this just like bandits? Yi Fu was about to speak when suddenly someone pushed through from behind, and their eyes met.
Yi Fu? Qi Yuan?
Yi Fu looked at Qi Yuan in disbelief. Wow, he's really had a tough time. His clothes are even more torn than hers. Qi Yuan looked at Yi Fu with a complicated expression. They hadn't seen each other in months. Yi Fu had been through a lot, and now she was with a strange man. As her half-brother, he couldn't accept that. This is my cousin, Captain Chen. I can vouch for them. Captain Chen, is she really your cousin? Qi Yuan asked, scrutinizing him, but he didn't say more since Qi Yuan was the team's doctor. Yes, I told you I'm from Lan City too. Yi Fu, I finally found you. Your cousin misses you so much. He reached out to hug Yi Fu, but before he could, Zhang Rong stepped in and blocked him. Cousin, I miss you too. Qi Yuan glanced at Zhang Rong, giving her a look that asked who she was. Yi Fu signaled him to stay calm. Since Qi Yuan is your relative, you can come back to the base with us. Captain Chen finally made the decision. Captain Chen, my cousin is also a doctor, and she's better at medicine than I am. Captain Chen was pleasantly surprised. The base currently lacked skilled personnel, especially doctors, who are high-level professionals. Qi Yuan, take good care of your cousin and her husband. Qi Yuan hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Captain Chen. My cousin, and they are honest people, and will behave themselves. Captain Chen looked at Zhang Rong, and then led his team back to fishing. Only Yi Fu, Zhang Rong, and Qi Yuan remained on the shore. What's going on? Yi Fu, who is this person? Yi Fu motioned for him to speak softly. His name is Zhang Rong. We met after the earthquake. We've relied on each other to survive so far. By the way, how are the others? Are they all okay? Yi Fu quickly changed the subject. Qi Yuan glanced at Zhang Rong, but didn't say anything more. Everyone is at the base. Officer Song wanted to bring Wu in, so he could have gone to the security department, but in the end, he went to the plantation to farm. He Rue and Zhang Yuan went to other hunting teams. I am in the medical department, assigned to the fishing team for missions. Yi Fu understood the situation. It seemed the base was developing fairly well. We also arrived at the base just over a month ago. We had been hiding in the mountains before. Later, we met the hunting team, and we went to the base with them. Qi Yuan looked at Yi Fu and asked again, is he really your boyfriend? Yi Fu, you look so beautiful and young. Don't be too upset. Yi Fu almost laughed. In terms of looks, Zhang Rong might be even more attractive than her. But his current appearance, dressed like a beggar, made him look worse than one. Of course it's true, Yi Fu replied, wanting to protect Zhang Rong's identity and subconsciously not wanting him to be harmed again. So, he's one of us. Alright, tell me about the base. How is your living arrangement? The base has many people. Everyone has to work, and jobs are assigned based on abilities. The housing varies too. There are large dormitories where 50 or 100 people share a room, and there are also private rooms of about 4 square meters, which cost 50 jin of grain to live in. What about your conditions now? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Of course, I have a single room because I traded for some good things. Yi Fu immediately thought of the 2 guns. By the way, there are many criminals in the base. 3 women have been attacked this week. When you arrive, you must protect yourself. Does the base have electricity? Water? How do you get food? It has electricity, but power is limited. There is a well, but the water quality is poor. There is a cafeteria with 2 meals a day, enough to fill you, but the food is bad. Every Monday, they add a meat dish. When Chi Yuan heard this, Yi Fu hadn't reacted yet, but Jiang Rong's expression looked very unhappy.
No meat?
Isn't that risking his life? Yi Fu, I want to live with you, he said very seriously and sincerely. Only married couples can live together. Chi Yuan snorted, feeling that Jiang Rong's aura was too dangerous, but since Jiang Rong was taller than him, he was afraid he couldn't win in a fight. Officer Song and Wenwen are also staying in single rooms? Chi Yuan nodded. He traded a pack of cigarettes. Also, he Rui and Zhang Yuan we pooled some things together, and they also got single rooms. Yi Fu looked at Jiang Rong and patted his arm. We can get 2 single rooms. Seeing that she had no intention of abandoning him, Jiang Rong was instantly comforted. Can I come to eat with you every day? Yi Fu, what food do you have? You're a grown man. Don't be a parasite. Work hard and support yourself, Chi Yuan said angrily, almost jumping up, so Yi Fu quickly stopped him. Calm down. How can I calm down? Yi Fu, where did you find this boyfriend? He doesn't support you, and you want to support him? That's too much. I have food, don't worry. I won't let you go hungry. Yi Fu felt both amused and touched. He's very capable. Jiang Rong has been taking care of me all this time. Alright, you're just protective. Anyway, if there's anything that can help Captain Chen, he's a good person. He has 2 kids at home and works very hard.
Yi Fu understood immediately.
The fishing team had about 350 people. Captain Chen was the team leader with several small squads underneath. Each squad had 50 people. Each person needed to catch about 80 to 90 jin to return. There were still many fish in Silver River, and they had plenty of tools. By 8 p.m., Captain Chen called it a day. Everyone hurried back to the base at night, without stopping. About 2 days' travel, and there will be a vehicle. We came by car, but the roads here are all collapsed. The car is parked on Mingfeng Mountain. Yi Fu packed up the tent. She carried the tent herself, and Jiang Rong carried the other supplies. Wu Lily shot several angry looks at Yi Fu, but she simply ignored her. Yi Fu, have you decided what to give? Yi Fu nodded and decided to give cigarettes and alcohol. These items have plenty of space, so she took the opportunity to switch to a single room. She also prepared a bag of fruit candies as a bribe for Captain Chen. Chi Yuan had just reminded her that Captain Chen had 2 children. Because the weather was very cold, the fish didn't rot even after dying. They were put into burlap sacks and carried on their backs. Everyone did the same. Some carried 2 sacks, others just 1. These were recorded, and when they completed tasks, they earned points. Points are tallied monthly and can be carried over to the next month. They can be exchanged for items like clothes, candles, sanitary pads, and medicines. Yi Fu observed these people. Most of them wore ragged clothes, looked numb, and appeared exhausted. For them, the base was a shelter from the wind and rain, a place to live, and a source of food, enough to be satisfied. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong walked at the back of the crowd. Occasionally, someone suddenly fainted, and Chi Yuan would go over to treat them. But Yi Fu already knew the cause of fainting: poor nutrition, exhaustion, hunger, and the cold weather. Chi Yuan said that before leaving, the base gave everyone dry food. Some received half and ate it, but during the trip, they had to work hungry. After 2 days, the group reached Mingfeng Mountain and saw more than 20 trucks parked at the foot of the mountain. Captain Chen ordered all the fish to be loaded onto the trucks first. Once the fish were on, everyone squeezed onto the vehicles. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong stayed mixed in the crowd. When others got on, they did too. When others sat down, they sat as well. The trucks traveled for 5 or 6 hours before arriving at Longtan base. It looked just as Yi Fu imagined, very large, with patrols at the entrance. Chi Yuan said that besides the buildings on the surface, there was an underground city where all the vegetables were grown. They also raised chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs. The residents living in collective housing were on the east side, while those in single rooms were on the west. The leadership lived in the north, where there were luxurious apartments and standalone villas with no power outages or water shortages. The scientific and technical staff lived in the south, also in apartment buildings. My eyes don't feel right, Zhang Rong suddenly muttered. Yi Fu warned him with a look. Hold on, or if something happens to you, I won't care. All the food belongs to me. Zhang Rong pursed his lips and looked at her. I'm just like this, completely unprincipled. Everyone got off the vehicles and lined up to enter the base. Yi Fu looked at the nearly 10-meter-high gate and felt it was very out of place. Yi Fu, I told Captain Chen later he and I will take you to get your resident permit. But you need to prepare the items in advance. Yi Fu had already prepared everything, kept inside her bag. After all these people entered, Captain Chen explained things to his subordinate and then approached Yi Fu and Zhang Rong. Yi Fu, Zhang Rong, both of you are 20 years old. Do you have medical skills or qualifications? Yi Fu nodded. I am a student at Lon City Medical College. My parents are both doctors at Lon City Hospital. Captain Chen nodded with satisfaction. And him? Zhang Rong used to be in the military. He is very skilled in combat. Since it was the end of the world, these details couldn't be verified, so Yi Fu tried to find a reasonable explanation for Zhang Rong's skills. Sure enough, Captain Chen's eyes lit up. Good, come with me. Captain Chen, please take care of us. We are honest people, new here and feeling a bit nervous. Yi Fu handed a small black bag to Captain Chen, who opened it to find some fruit candies and a pack of cigarettes. Capable people don't need to worry, but I do want to remind you that there are many people in the base. Being honest and straightforward is good. Yi Fu nodded, yes, we understand. Entering the base, they saw various types of houses and skyscrapers like those in sci-fi movies. Less than a year after the end of the world, the place had already developed to this level. Yi Fu was very curious about the person in charge of the base. Qi Yuan made funny faces at Yi Fu from behind and secretly gave her a thumbs up. Yi Fu proudly raised an eyebrow, but Zhang Rong caught her in the act. Dumpling and Luo Luo were still in cloth bags, hanging around Zhang Rong's neck. Along the way, Captain Chen explained the size and development of the base, but he didn't mention anything about the leader. We've arrived at the base administration building. If you don't have ID cards, that's okay. You can get a resident permit later. The four entered the building. Yi Fu looked at the clean, white marble floor and suddenly felt like she had returned to before the end of the world. After the base dug underground water, they built a power station and installed wind turbines, so the base isn't short of electricity. If you stay in a better house, you can use electricity 24 hours a day. But both water and electricity need to be paid for. The first month, you can use supplies instead, and from the second month on, the cost will be automatically deducted from your earned points. Captain Chen led the three into the elevator, which took them straight to the 6th floor. Inside, Yi Fu looked up and noticed surveillance cameras. Captain Chen, does the base have internet? Captain Chen nodded. The signal towers were mostly destroyed after the heavy rain, and then there was an earthquake. However, the base's scientists rebuilt a new network and set up new signal towers. Due to various reasons, the signal is still poor, so only internal network use is allowed now. Fuming understood. They went to the 6th floor. It felt like being in a company's HR department, many people working there. The building was warm inside because of the air conditioning. Captain Chen knocked on a door, and a voice inside said, "Come in." He pushed the door open, and the four of them entered one after another. Minister, I brought survivors to get their residence permits. Minister was a young man in his 30s, with an ordinary look and wearing black-rimmed glasses. He looked up and examined Yi Fu and Zhang Ruan, then started asking for their names, ages, and hometowns. Where will you stay? At the South Apartment Building. Minister raised an eyebrow and looked carefully at Yi Fu and Zhang Ruan again. Even Captain Chen and Qi Yuan were a bit surprised. They thought Yi Fu would rent a single room in the West, but it turned out they chose the South Apartment Building. He entered their information into the computer and asked if they wanted to rent one room. 2 rooms. Just as Yi Fu finished speaking, he looked up at her. Didn't you say you're a couple? Yi Fu didn't reply. She didn't know how to answer such a question. What do you need to provide? Yi Fu handed him her backpack. He opened the zipper and looked inside, then looked back at Yi Fu. Your belongings can stay in the 2 apartments for 3 months. Starting from the 4th month, points will be deducted. 1 month's rent for an apartment is 300 points. How to earn points and how they are calculated, there's a piece of paper here. Take it and read carefully. Yifu took a sheet from a bundle of papers on the top right of the desk. What skills do you have? I know medical skills, acupuncture, surgery, and childbirth. Minister looked at her again. And him? He is a soldier, recently discharged. Go to the medical department. You go to the hunting team. He handed 2 more sheets of paper, each with a map of the routes to the respective departments. Your residence permit is ready. It's at Building 10, 6th floor in the south courtyard. Here is your access card and keys. Your rooms are connected. If the residence permit is lost, reissuing it will deduct 50 points. Also, the permit cannot be loaned out. You need to scan it when entering or leaving the base. The points earned will be directly added to the permit. The so-called residence permit is similar to a school meal card or bank card. It is a magnetic card and also serves as proof of identity. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., each of you report to your respective departments. No late arrivals or early departures. Those who disobey management will have their belongings confiscated and be expelled from the base. Also, remember to dress nicely. It's okay if your clothes are torn, but they must not be dirty. Hand over all weapons and tools you have. Fighting or breaking rules inside the base is not allowed. Yifu's belongings are all stored in his space. Minister checked them and confiscated the iron shovel. You are free to go now. Minister, thank you for your help, Captain Chin said as he shook hands with Minister. Yifu saw him slip a few candies to the Minister. You're welcome. The 3 followed Captain Chin downstairs. He looked hesitant and reserved, not asking questions. Yifu pretended not to notice. Little Yi, you're quite impressive. The elevator opened, and he suddenly said something vague. Yifu shyly nodded in response, neither denying nor confirming. Chiyuan will take you to the southern yard. The hunting team has other matters. I'll go ahead. Oh, Jiang Rong. Remember to come find me during your report tomorrow. Jiang Rong responded with a simple and Captain Chen left. After he walked away, Chiyuan clicked his tongue twice and examined Yifu from head to toe. I thought your life was tough, but I didn't expect you to move straight into an apartment building and pay 3 months rent up front. Yifu, what did you give him?
Yifu smiled.
It's a secret. All right, no need to say more. Let's go. I'll take you to the south. Don't you have any clothes to wear now? Yifu looked at Chiyuan's torn coat. You don't know how expensive a single piece of clothing is at the base. I still have clothes, but for missions outside, you need to wear torn clothes. Why wear good ones? It's not the time for that. Look at you. Beggars are more neatly dressed than you. After their exchange, both looked at Jiang Rong. He didn't speak, but simply walked ahead. The apartment building in the southern yard is better called an apartment complex, but it's basically the same as a regular 1-bedroom before the apocalypse. Living here has benefits. No restrictions on electricity or water, a small balcony, and a private bathroom. They arrived at Building 10, where a guard stopped them. Yifu showed his residence permit, and only then was he allowed in. I need to register you. Please give me your residence permits. He gave him 2 residence permits, swiped one, then took out a notebook and recorded their identities and address details before letting them go upstairs. The apartment building has 10 floors. Yifu and Jiang Rong live on the 6th floor. There is an elevator. When the 3 of them entered, they immediately smelled a musty odor. Is there an elevator where you live? Qi Yuan shook his head. The rooms there are only 5 square meters, with nothing but a bed. On the 1st floor, there's a public bathroom that everyone can use once a week. Each floor has a shared toilet, which is quite large, so it's not too crowded. Since there's a power limit, how do you manage at night? Power is limited during the day. From 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., we have electricity. I traded some things for an electric oven. Don't worry, I won't get cold.
Ding.
The elevator opened. There were rooms 601 and 602. Yifu was in 601. When she opened the door, she found it was much better than she expected. There was a wooden bed about 1.5 meters long, no wardrobe, but the room was fairly clean. The bathroom was small but okay. When Yifu turned on the sink faucet, she noticed the water was cloudy. The water here is underground water, of poor quality. Many people have dental problems because of it. The balcony was called a balcony, but it was just a window with an iron cage outside for drying clothes. Qi Yuan, I have a little something here that I can share with you. Qi Yuan waved his hand. I'm doing fine now. Besides, I'm a man. I need to support myself. A little hardship is nothing. Tell Officer Song and the others. If you have time, everyone should meet up. Qi Yuan patted his chest. Leave it to me. Now I'll take you to buy some bedding. Where is the shopping place? At the base market behind us. The base market was set up jointly by the He family and the Hu family. The authorities and the military also have survival supplies and emergency materials, but most of the resources are still controlled by the He and Hu families. The He family was once the richest in Lon City, and the Hu family is a century-old family. Yi Fu rubbed her temples. So, how are the residents of the base divided? Are they all managed by the authorities, or are there also people from the He and Hu families? Qiyuan showed a mysterious smile. For example, the medical department and hunting team we are in now are official, but the He family and Hu family also have their own medical teams and hunting groups. Right now, several forces are pulling at each other, and no one is the leader of the base. Which side has the most influence? Qiyuan smiled slightly. That would be the military because they have weapons. The three of them left the apartment building and went straight to the base market. At the market, you can buy things with supplies or points. The market looks just like a shopping mall before the apocalypse, but there are guards downstairs. They all carry stun batons and guns. At the entrance, swiping a residence card allows entry. The market sells everything except food. Yi Fu even saw a game arcade. Blankets and clothes are on the second floor. What price range of blankets do you want? A 2-jean thin blanket needs 5 to 10 jean of grain to exchange, depending on how new it is. Most blankets are old and used, collected from various cities by small supply teams. If you trade with medicine, 1 box of cold medicine can exchange for a blanket. Medicine is life-saving, so even if there is medicine, who would be willing to give it up? Actually, our supplies include blankets. You saw some earlier. They're a bit dirty, but still usable. I prefer to exchange for a stove and toothpaste with a toothbrush. Stoves, toothpaste, and toothbrushes take up a lot of space, but some exchanges are necessary. All right, daily necessities are on the 3rd floor, furniture on the 4th. I'll take you up. The three of them, dressed in ragged clothes, wandered leisurely through the market. Yi Fu tugged at Jiang Rong's sleeve and whispered, "What do you want?" Jiang Rong looked down at her and softly said, "I'm hungry."
Yi Fu.
"We'll eat when we get back." Jiang Rong's eyes lit up. "Okay."
Yi Fu, sto vesarenti chip.
"Does this guy want one too?" Yi Fu shook her head. Jiang Rong is very resistant to cold. He doesn't want one. Qiyuan snorted. He's so tall, he must be resistant to cold. They arrived at the daily necessities store. Yi Fu looked at the many products, feeling like she was shopping in a dollar store. "What do you want to buy?" A thin man approached, sizing up the three of them with a somewhat indifferent tone. Yi Fu looked around and saw some unopened bottles of cleanser, shampoo, and body wash. "Boss, how much are the toothpaste and toothbrush?" 1 jean of rice or 10 points. "How much can I exchange for that?" Yi Fu took out 2 packs of cigarettes. The man's eyes lit up, and Yi Fu noticed his lips trembling slightly. 2 tubes of toothpaste, 2 toothbrushes. Yi Fu smiled and picked up a bottle of body wash and shampoo, and these too. "Are you robbing me?" "I wouldn't dare. If the boss doesn't want it, that's fine." Yi Fu's cigarettes were still in good packaging. As a smoker, the man could already smell the strong tobacco scent. "Do you have more goods?" Yi Fu shook his head. "Just these last 2 packs. I only brought them out because I thought the boss looked friendly." The man snorted, snatched the 2 packs of cigarettes from Yi Fu, and threw 2 tubes of toothpaste and 2 toothbrushes to him. "Better you be sensible." He held the cigarettes under his nose and sniffed for a long time, showing a satisfied expression. Yi Fu thanked him, put the items into Jiang Rong's backpack, and led the 2 people out of the shop. "Let's go, buy a fire stove. Yi Fu, you're really something." Qi Yuan gave a thumbs up, and Yi Fu patted his arm. Stay low-key. Qi Yuan then took them to the furniture market on the 4th floor. Most of the items he brought out were scavenged supplies, still covered in mud. Yi Fu chose a small fire stove. 20 jin of grain, 45 points. Now that was true robbery. Yi Fu exchanged 2 packs of cigarettes for a fire stove. On the way back, Qi Yuan kept looking at the cloth bag in front of her. Your bag is like Doraemon's treasure chest.
Yi Fu just smiled silently.
Qi Yuan was returning to the hunting team. After separating from him, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong went back to the apartment building. Just as they reached the 6th floor, the door to neighboring room 603 opened, and a young couple came out. Hey, are you the new neighbors who moved in today?
Yi Fu nodded slightly.
The other was dressed neatly, looking like they were doing well at the base. I'm Lin Siren, and this is my boyfriend, Yu Chao. Yi Fu nodded again, not intending to introduce himself. Lin Siren didn't seem awkward and just greeted them before pulling Yu Chao away. Yi Fu then opened the door, entered the house with the items, and saw Do Miao and Luo Luo obediently waiting inside, smiling. Jiang Rong, go to your room first. I'll bring out your quilt, clothes, and toiletries. Jiang Rong did not move, and Yi Fu looked at him with a confused expression. What's wrong?
I'm hungry.
Yi Fu felt helpless and quickly took out a lunchbox to give him. Coincidentally, she was also hungry. The past 2 days, she hadn't eaten well or slept well, and she looked quite tired. Do Miao, Luo Luo, let's eat. Yi Fu patted Do Miao's head and then Luo Luo's tail. She took out the cacti and 2 pots of camellias from the space and watered them. Is the hunting team the place you want to go? Jiang Rong didn't answer but looked at Yi Fu and asked back, and what about you? Do you want to go to the medical department? Yi Fu shook her head. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to find a place to sleep for 3 days and nights. Then you can rest here. This house can live for 3 months. I'll go earn points. Yi Fu looked at him and smiled, but Jiang Rong didn't understand why. Why are you smiling? I haven't eaten soft rice before. I can earn a lot of points alone. Why do you still want to suffer? Jiang Rong was confused. It's not suffering. People need to adapt wherever they go. If I'm outside in the wild, I have to adapt to extreme weather and unknown dangers. When I get to the base, I still need to adapt to the survival rules here. By the way, don't show your abilities in front of others. Just be an ordinary person. Don't be the worst, but also don't be the best or most outstanding. Jiang Rong felt like Yi Fu was treating him like a fool, always reminding him. But my eyes really feel uncomfortable. Pick one. Either close your eyes or wear contact lenses. Yi Fu didn't have time for his fussing. Wear contact lenses. After eating and drinking well, Yi Fu first went with him to room 602. She took out Jiang Rong's belongings and even gave him a heating pad. Put a bucket of water here. The water in the bathroom can only be used for flushing the toilet, not for drinking. Jiang Rong had no objections. Yi Fu stood beside him, arms crossed, watching him organize his things, make the bed, fold clothes, and surprisingly, she saw that he tidied everything neatly, even folding the quilt into a tofu block. Give me a few more books. Seeing how much he loved reading, Yi Fu added a few more books. Back in room 601, Yi Fu started tidying her own space, laying down thick mats, an electric blanket, and placing Do Miao and Luo Luo's nests at the foot of the bed. Take out a desk, place 3 flower pots on it, and then put a table lamp on top. Yi Fu takes out a set of filtering equipment, planning to filter the water in the bathroom to see if it can be used for washing clothes and bathing. Although there is still plenty of water in the space, saving is important. The door lock also needs to be replaced. She just looked at it and saw that this type of lock can be opened in 3 seconds by someone who knows how, so it's not safe at all. Yi Fu stares at the filtered water. It's very clear, and the smell of bleach is faint. She hasn't tested the water source, and she doesn't dare to drink it directly. Qi Yuan said that many people in the base who drank underground water had dental problems. Yi Fu plans to use the filtered water to water her cactus. If after 3 days the cactus shows no change, then the water is clean. The room has been tidied up. Yi Fu replaces the door lock and plans to take a shower and freshen up. It is now 6 p.m., and the residents of the base will soon finish work and return home. Yi Fu decides not to install a water heater. There are too many unpredictable factors in the base, and she can't afford to make mistakes. She takes out a kettle, heats the filtered water in the bathtub, and takes a quick shower. Yi Fu's hair has grown long. She takes out scissors, looks at herself in the mirror, and cuts her hair into a neat, short style. Jiang Rong comes to knock on the door and is momentarily stunned when he sees her with short hair. "Don't recognize me?" "I recognize you," he replies.
Je fu slightly curves her lips.
"What do you want from me?" "I'm going to throw out the trash." "I'll do it for you." Yi Fu sees him holding a bag filled with old clothes and shoes. Seeing that he's changed into clean clothes, she makes a tsk sound. "You look quite decent, but you'd better cover your face. A pretty boy like you isn't easy to get along with." Jiang Rong puts on a mask and Yi Fu thinks he's missing a sense of humor. She throws him a black winter hat. "Cover up." As the name suggests, it should be covered tightly. Is this covering? After he puts on the hat and covers himself well, Yi Fu hands him her trash bag. "Oh, by the way, I'll give you a set of filtering equipment and a kettle later. That water can't be used directly for bathing." Jiang Rong goes to throw out the trash. Yi Fu checks the glass window. It's small and thin. She's someone who feels insecure. As long as it's a place to live, it must be reinforced to eliminate any leaks or dangerous blind spots. There's glass in the space, but no tools to cut it.
Wait.
Diamonds can cut glass. Yi Fu remembers that when they collected supplies earlier, they gathered quite a few jewelry items. When Jiang Rong returned, he saw Yi Fu kneeling on the ground, struggling to cut the glass with a diamond. He watched for a few seconds, then quietly walked over and took the diamond. Yi Fu watched as he gently scratched the glass, which split into two. "Should I praise you?" Jiang Rong nodded. "Isn't that what I deserve?" Yi Fu snorted. "You're really impressive." After replacing the glass, Yi Fu finally felt at ease. She handed Jiang Rong the filtration device and water boiler, then locked the door and prepared to sleep. She took out some paper from the office building and glanced at it. Yi Fu found the rules for earning points to be quite strict. For the hunting team, killing a large animal like a wild buffalo earns 800 points if alive, 700 if dead, split among the team. Small animals like wild chickens earn 30 points alive, 25 points dead. The medical department is divided into drug research, herbal planting, surgery, internal medicine, gynecology. There are also doctors who go on missions with the team, earning between 50 and 100 points each time, depending on the department. They need to report at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yi Fu looked at the route map and memorized it quickly. Although she was initially resistant to the base, she realized that sometimes human plans don't work out as expected. Since she was here now, she had to adapt rather than spend her time in fear and caution. Of course, being careful was always her survival rule. Knowing that Officer Song and everyone else was still alive made Yi Fu feel that coming to the base was worth it. She wasn't very sentimental, but Officer Song, Wen, Chi Yuan, He Rue, and Zhang Yuan were her companions who had survived with her from Lan City, from Building D in the happiness community. To Yi Fu, they were life and death friends. When the alarm first went off, Yi Fu opened her eyes. She got up to feed the two little ones and give them water. Then she went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. When changing clothes, she deliberately chose a dull gray, warm down jacket. Jiang Rong arrived on time and knocked on the door. Yi Fu opened it to let him in. They looked at each other silently, with a sense of understanding. She took out breakfast, 1 box each. Jiang Rong had a big appetite, so Yi Fu gave him 5 more steamed buns. Maybe I should also join the hunting team? Yi Fu regretted not going to the hunting team. With 2 people working together, they could store supplies in the space. Did I eat too much? He asked, looking at Yi Fu with a confused expression.
Yi Fu.
At 9:30, the two left the apartment building. Yi Fu saw the couple next door again. They were a bit friendly and immediately came over to say hello when they saw Yi Fu and Jiang Rong. "Nice to see you again. I forgot to ask your names yesterday." Oh, I grow herbs in the planting garden. My boyfriend works in the maintenance department, doing electrical repairs. I'm Yi Fu, in the medical department. My name is Jiang Rong, in the hunting team. Lin Siren looked at Jiang Rong and exclaimed, "Wow, your boyfriend is so tall. Since you're also in the medical department, we can go together later. It's a pity you Chao and your boyfriend aren't in the same department, or they'd have company too." Yi Fu smiled quietly, but said nothing. Downstairs, the four split up to go to their respective departments. I'm 23 this year. If I'm older than you, you can call me Sister Siren. I'm 20. Yi Fu silently memorized the routes and signs around her. Everyone rushing past her was hunched over, walking quickly. Everyone's eyes showed exhaustion and numbness. Only a few looked relatively alert, with some spark in their eyes. Why did you only move in yesterday? Did you arrive at the base yesterday? Have you been living outside during this time? Lin Siren asked many questions, and Yi Fu didn't know how to answer them all. Usually, people who have survived the apocalypse are very cautious, but Lin Siren looked innocent and naive. Was she well protected, or was she pretending? The building ahead is the medical department. You can go inside. I need to go to the underground city to grow herbs. Bye-bye, see you tonight. Yi Fu nodded slightly, bye-bye. Entering the medical department, a receptionist at a front desk stopped Yi Fu, looked at her residence permit, and checked her information. Got your information. It says you have medical skills. Can you handle minor injuries alone? Yi Fu nodded, yes. Then you go to the surgical department. Surgeons are very in short supply now, so you need to start working immediately. Okay. The receptionist was satisfied, filled out a form for Yi Fu, and then took her to the surgical department. As Yi Fu and her just reached the door, they heard loud wails from inside, and a strong smell of blood filled her nose. Dr. Zhang, there's a new person here. She can perform surgeries, acupuncture, and even deliver babies. Dr. Zhang was treating a man's arm wound. The wound was already decayed, and judging by the injury, it had been a week. Due to lack of medicine, he couldn't do better treatment. Only cut away the rotten tissue, give him some antibiotics, apply ointment, and let him go. Does she have experience? Dr. Zhang turned to look at Yi Fu. She was taller than him. She lowered her head and met his gaze, nodding. Yes. Good. Then you handle those 10 cases over there. Yi Fu glanced at the patients, an unwell child, a pregnant woman with a big belly, and a man who looked unconscious. Dr. Zhang handed her a set of tools, including a mask, gloves, and a protective suit. Without hesitation, Yi Fu put on the suit and immediately started working. The surgical department also had nurses, but they were few and busier than the doctors. Besides Dr. Zhang, there were 2 other doctors, but their genders were unknown for now. Yi Fu also noticed that the department was a bit chaotic, though it was called the surgical ward. Internal medicine and gynecology were also here. The receptionist explained that there were few doctors, which meant each doctor had multiple roles and was so busy they barely had time for bathroom breaks. Yi Fu checked on the sick child. He was clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. The middle-aged man and woman next to him were probably his parents. The woman kept wiping tears. Yi Fu pressed gently on his lower right abdomen. Does it hurt here? The boy nodded. Seeing how thin and frail he was, she guessed he was about 11 or 12 years old. It's appendicitis. Dr. Zhang, how should we arrange the surgery? Dr. Zhang looked at Yi Fu and pointed to the nearby operating room. Can you handle it alone? Yi Fu was about to say yes, when the boy's father objected. No, she's just a girl. How can she do the surgery? Doctor, we've been waiting all night. Can you let my son go first? Dr. Zhang's face darkened. There are dozens of people waiting here, all in pain. How can you cut in line? She's also a doctor. If you want treatment, wait your turn. If not, leave. The man was silenced by the scolding but looked at Yi Fu with a look of defiance. If anything happens to my son, I want you to be buried with him. If I manage to cure him, shouldn't you thank me by doing the same? Yi Fu's eyes were sharp. When the man tried to push her, she quickly pushed him to the ground. Let me go. Yi Fu gently pushed, and the man's wrist broke instantly. He screamed loudly in pain. Security personnel with guns arrived. Who's causing trouble? Before Yi Fu could explain, Dr. Zhang told the security team what happened. The man's wife was crying and begging, and the boy had fainted from fear. The security looked at Yi Fu, then pulled the man up and warned everyone. Anyone causing trouble again will be thrown out of the base. The doctors are busy, so please queue properly. Yi Fu and Dr. Zhang said thank you. Suddenly, the other person took off his mask.
Yi Fu stared in surprise. Who are you? I'm Yi Fu.
Do you remember me? I'm Zhang Jingping, your father's apprentice. I visited your home before. Yi Fu definitely remembered, but it had been many years. When her parents passed away, Dr. Zhang was still studying abroad. The once chubby Dr. Zhang had become very thin, with all white hair, looking completely different. I wasn't sure at first, even hesitated for a long time when I saw your name. You've grown up and look different, but your way of acting just now is exactly like your father, hot-tempered.
Yi Fu smiled slightly.
Dr. Zhang patted her arm.
Work now.
If you need anything, just tell me. After this incident, the treatment went much smoother. Yi Fu still performed surgery on the boy. The surgery cost 200 points, but she only had 40 points in her card. Whether in the apocalypse or the modern world, medical care is always so expensive. A pregnant woman with slender limbs and a large belly, like a basin, said her husband was in a hunting team. She felt unwell today and came for a checkup. Yi Fu touched her belly, found no problem, but she was about to give birth in the next 2 days. The woman was too thin due to poor nutrition. Her hair was yellow and dry. Yi Fu told her that her baby might be very weak after birth. The checkup cost 20 points, and Yi Fu received 4 points. Someone leaves, and someone else arrives. From morning to afternoon, the medical department is always full. During the half-hour lunch break, Yi Fu visits the hospital cafeteria for the first time. Seeing the food, she suddenly thought of Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong probably can't eat such bad food because he is very picky. There is a spoonful of greens, a spoonful of potatoes, a bowl of plain rice porridge, and a bun. The rice porridge has only a few scattered grains of rice. The greens and potatoes have no oil or sauce, and the salt taste is very mild. The bun is hard and cold. Biting into it feels like it could break her teeth. Still, Yi Fu finishes it all, without leaving any leftovers. At 6:30 p.m., she finishes work after 9 hours. Instead of going to the cafeteria, Yi Fu goes straight back to her apartment building. Yi Fu, where did you get assigned? On the way, she meets Lin Siren again. She is still full of energy, with bright eyes. To the surgery department. She is a bit surprised. I heard it's very busy there, but the surgery department has a good benefit. 100 points bonus each month. Dr. Zhang already told Yi Fu about this. The 100 points are for housing allowance. Our herbal planting garden is quite relaxed, but the points are a bit low. Are the herbs growing well? Lin Siren nods. Very well. I am responsible for exposing the herbs to sunlight. Siren, do they sell the vegetables grown on the base outside? Yes, they do. Behind the base market, there's a villa where vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, oil, salt, alcohol, and drinks are sold. But most buyers are researchers and leaders. But I tell you, those things are very expensive. I don't recommend you buy them. One green vegetable costs 30 points. Is that set by the authorities? Lin Siren nods. Yi Fu understands now. No wonder the base market doesn't sell vegetables and grains. The business is controlled by the authorities. She plans to invite Officer Song and others for meal. She can use the excuse of buying things to take out items from her space. She's not a fool who wastes money, so she won't spend unnecessarily. Back at her apartment, Yi Fu sees Jiang Rong. Even wrapped tightly, he still stands out among the crowd. Yi Fu, your boyfriend must be very handsome. Yi Fu really regrets pretending to be a couple with Jiang Rong. Although she has a thick skin, being reminded of it all the time makes her feel a bit uncomfortable. He's okay. I told you, there was a very handsome young man who was taken away by Miss He after she showed interest in him. You should watch your boyfriend closely. Miss He? Yi Fu chuckled dryly. Who could take Jiang Rong away? With his fierce personality, Anyone who tried to get close might get their neck twisted. Jiang Rong. As Yifu approached him, he looked at her with a sad expression. Yifu immediately understood. He was either hungry or disliked the food at the base. How was your day? Not bad.
And you?
I'm very tired. There are too many patients, I can't keep up. Eat more later, he said seriously. Yifu burst out laughing. Is that supposed to be comfort? Yes, it is. After separating from Lin Siren, the two went straight back to room 601. Yifu glanced at Do Miao and Luo Luo. Luckily, the little ones looked energetic and hadn't caused any trouble. Yifu washed her hands, took off her hat and coat, then took out a baking tray and also grabbed her oil-absorbing device. Tonight, we're having barbecue. Jiang Rong's eyes lit up. He sat up immediately, waiting for her to feed him. Yifu, I hunted a wild boar alone today. I earned 700 points. All for you.
Yifu snorted.
Showing off? I also earned nearly 100 points and did 2 surgeries. Jiang Rong continued, I give you my daily points. Can I have barbecue every day?
Yifu shot him a glance. Deal.
Points can also be used to buy things. Yifu decided to make a big purchase once a week, spending the points in time, so she wouldn't have leftover points with no supplies if she had to leave someday. Oh, I plan to invite some friends for a meal. Do you want to come too? Jiang Rong looked at her thoughtfully. Aren't you going to let me eat? Yifu didn't mean that. Yesterday, she met Qi Yuan and he didn't say a word. He ignored Qi Yuan completely. People who didn't know might think he was shy. I'm just worried you might feel uncomfortable, she explained. Jiang Rong shook his head. I want to eat.
His eyes only cared about food.
He wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Yifu thought she was overthinking. Okay, once Qi Yuan comes, I'll let you know. Yifu laid out several plates of meat, beef, lamb, black bear meat, regardless of whether mixing different meats might cause a fire or nosebleed. She just wanted to satisfy her craving first. How many people are in your team? There are 8. Yifu was a bit surprised. Didn't you say that the hunting team would share the catch equally? Jiang Rong looked calm. They are very foolish, not as good as you. I can only act alone. Thank you for praising me.
Yifu rollet Harius.
After eating, Jiang Rong took responsibility for cleaning, while Yifu gave the bean sprouts and Lolo a bath. The 2 little ones followed them as they traveled, getting quite dirty. Yifu was busy all day yesterday and forgot about this. Since entering the base, bean sprouts and Lolo have been surprisingly well-behaved, probably because they sense so many humans here, which makes them uneasy. Jiang Rong finished washing the dishes and went back to room 602. After washing up, Yifu lay on the bed. She noticed the temperature had risen to -30 degrees Celsius. It seems the cold weather will end soon. The next day, Yifu arrived at the medical department and saw Qi Yuan. He finally changed into neat clothes and looked quite good. Why didn't I see you yesterday? Qi Yuan sighed. I went on a mission with the hunting team again. They are more dangerous and often get bitten by prey. Without a doctor, some could die on the spot. So, the base assigned a team doctor to the hunting teams. Aren't you a doctor for the fishing team? Qi Yuan smiled. My brother has multiple roles. When the fishing team rests, I go to other hunting teams. The fishing team travels through mountains and water for several days, so they don't go on missions every day. That makes sense, since some places are only accessible on foot. By the way, did you tell Brother Song and the others? Qi Yuan nodded. Yes, I told them. They are all free tomorrow. All right, come to my place for dinner tomorrow night. How will you cook? You don't have kitchen tools, and you need to buy ingredients. It's too troublesome, Qi Yuan said disapprovingly. Don't bother. Working at the base is tiring enough.
Just meeting up is fine.
I have my ways. Don't worry. Everyone will come after work tomorrow. Qi Yuan couldn't argue with Yifu, so he went along with her. Yifu changed into her protective gear and started a new day's work. After work in the afternoon, Yifu took a walk to the villa behind the base market. She saw a long line there. Many people were shivering from the cold, holding baskets and waiting to buy things. The items for sale are quite diverse. There are various types of meat, as well as fish, shrimp, and The vegetables include greens, eggplants, tomatoes, cucumbers, potatoes, tofu, and chili peppers, all easy-to-grow foods. The underground city has greenhouses, so the vegetables are abundant. Yifu feels confident now. Most of the things in the space can be taken out. However, she doesn't need to prepare too much food, as it might cause psychological stress for Officer Song and others. When Yifu returned to the 6th floor, she saw Jiang Rong standing at her door. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you in your own room?" Jiang Rong pursed his lips. "I waited just 2 minutes after I saw you come back." Yifu handed him a key to her room. Since there was nothing valuable inside, and Jiang Rong had already given her all his points, she trusted him completely. "Sometimes I really doubt your intelligence," she said, opening the door and looking at him with a bit of annoyance. Jiang Rong just entered the room and quickly removed his contact lenses. Seeing his skillful yet rough movements made Yifu feel a little amused. "What should we eat tonight?" "Stewed ribs, braised pork, boiled greens." "How does that sound?" Jiang Rong nodded. "I think it sounds great." Yifu was already familiar with several staff members from the surgical department. Dr. Zhang Jingping, 45 years old, was once an intern under Yifu's father. The other 2 doctors came from Haiqing, Wei Fan, 37, and Li Xiaoguang, 38. Nurse Yuan Donlu was 25. Today, there were still many patients. In the afternoon, they even brought in a middle-aged man whose left arm had been bitten off by a wolf. Next to him was a man who looked quite similar, crying constantly. "Doctor, please save my brother. My brother can't have an accident. My sister-in-law is gone, and his daughter is only 7 years old." Dr. Zhang called Yifu over. Together, they treated the patient's wounds. Since the arm was completely severed, they could only clean and bandage the injury. "Step back a little. Don't crowd around here." The man was too distressed to listen. His hands and feet trembled, and the man on the bed was already unconscious. Yifu used scissors to cut his clothes and began cleaning the wound. The arm had been torn off by the wolf, with torn flesh hanging from it. Yifu handled the injury calmly. Dr. Zhang saw that she could manage everything alone and went to help other patients.
"Doctor, save him."
"It's all my fault. If I hadn't tried to save myself, my older brother wouldn't have been bitten. What should I do? How can I explain this to Nuan? Brother, please wake up soon." He cried out and tried to reach for the injured man, but Yifu kicked him away. "Shut up. Since it's your fault and you're still crying, don't you think you should take responsibility?" The man was stunned by Yifu's kick, clutching his chest and staying still. Others looked at Yifu with shock. Dr. Zhang saw a hint of a smile in Yifu's eyes, remembering how his former master used to sternly scold him. The injured man was named Qian Yong. He used to be a senior manager at a publicly traded company. When the apocalypse came, his family died one after another, leaving only him, his brother, and a daughter. He used to rely on hunting team points at the base to eat and stay warm, but today an accident caused him to lose a hand. When he woke up, his first question was whether Yifu's brother was okay. Seeing he had lost a hand, he secretly wiped tears, worried he couldn't support his daughter. There are many people like him, losing their homes and loved ones, fighting to survive. Fate doesn't show mercy just because someone is suffering, it only worsens their pain. The horror of natural disasters is that you can never fight against them. After work, Yifu kept thinking about the mournful cries, desperate eyes, and tired faces in the treatment room. Dr. Zhang told her that the medical department worked 6 days and rested 1, so she could take a day off tomorrow, but Yifu refused. Back at her apartment building, she adjusted her mood, remembering her parents' advice from childhood, "Don't bring work stress home." She opened the door and saw Jiang Rong had already returned. Yifu quickly sensed something was wrong. Could it be that he didn't catch the prey? Or was he bullied or ostracized by his team? "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Jiang Rong looked up at her, hesitant to speak. "Any man should stop dawdling," Yifu said impatiently. "Earlier, a woman brought 2 men here and asked me to hand over the 2 kids. I threw them downstairs."
"Yifu."
Cough, cough. "Are they still alive after being thrown downstairs?" Jiang Rong shook his head. Yi Fu was surprised. I don't know. Anyway, no one saw me throw them. When I came back, I didn't see anyone downstairs. Where did you throw them? Jiang Rong pointed at the window. Yi Fu opened the window and looked down. 3 people were lying in the snow where it had caved in, their lives uncertain. Tonight, if no one finds them, I will go down, put them in the space, and then throw them out. I think they are already dead. Jiang Rong looked calm. That's good. Don't be so impulsive. There are cameras here. Besides, can people be killed during the day? Are you crazy? But I know that woman. When we were in Yinjiang, she was interested in Do Miao and wanted to take her away. Turns out, her greed is never satisfied. She even found out where we live. Those 2 men look like bodyguards, but that person probably can't afford bodyguards. Jiang Rong looked at her thoughtfully. They say it's Miss He's orders. I will kill Miss He. Don't worry. Yi Fu's head started to ache again. You mean Miss He? Yes. I heard that Miss He only forces men. Why is she also after animals? That's crazy. Yi Fu glanced at the time. She needed to start cooking soon because Officer Song and the others would arrive later. Don't be impulsive. I think Miss He is probably the princess of the He family. Their home is very secure. Going there would be suicide. Jiang Rong wanted to argue, but Yi Fu shot him a look. He could only keep quiet. All right, let's cook. When Officer Song and the others arrive, I'll take out the ingredients. You hurry and wash the vegetables. Jiang Rong put down the Do Miao and obediently went to wash the vegetables. Once Yi Fu finished cooking the rice and stewing the pork ribs, Chi Yuan arrived with Officer Song and the others. It had been a few months since they last saw each other. Everyone had changed a lot. Officer Song looked much older. Wenwen's hair had grown longer. He Rue and Zhang Yuan had grown taller and looked like real grown-ups. Little Yi, I missed you so much. He Rue and Zhang Yuan immediately ran over and hugged Yi Fu. Wenwen also ran over and hugged her leg. Okay, I missed you too. Don't cry. Oh, and do you miss Little Yi? Yes. Yi Fu was surprised when Wenwen spoke. Wenwen suddenly started talking after the earthquake. Later, you disappeared. She kept crying and insisting she wanted to find you. Officer Song explained from the side. His eyes were also red. Looking at them, Yi Fu knew they must have suffered a lot to come to the base. Chi Yuan was also wiping tears behind them. Yi Fu saw they had brought her gifts. Wenwen even gave her a butterfly-shaped hairband. Her nose felt a little sore. She quickly told everyone to sit down. Let me introduce everyone. This is Jiang Rong, and Jiang Rong is my friend. This is Brother Song, his daughter Wuwen, He Rue, Zhang Yuan, and my half-brother Chi Yuan. Hello, everyone. Hello, just call me Brother Song. Since you are Xiaoya's boyfriend, we are like family. Wuwen, call me brother-in-law. Yi Fu almost spat out his water. This is getting more and more unbelievable. No, Wuwen, just call him brother. He Rue and Zhang Yuan, you can do the same. Call him brother. He's also in the hunting team. You can get to know each other. Wuwen looked at Jiang Rong curiously, but didn't call him. He Rue and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and called out, Brother Jiang. Why did you make so much food?
Such waste. Were you talking about waste?
Everyone can eat more later. I'll just cook some greens, and then we can start eating. Yi Fu made 6 dishes. Pork ribs with green beans, scallion lamb, big plate chicken, braised fish, braised pork, and greens with tofu. Everyone felt a little awkward. Yi Fu gave Jiang Rong a look, and he immediately took a bite. The others then picked up their bowls. 小叶姐姐, this is delicious. Yi Fu gently ruffled Wuwen's little head. Eat more, okay? Wuwen nodded softly. Brother looks good. Yi Fu glanced at Jiang Rong, who was busy eating meat and looked very busy. Wuwen looks good too. Xiaoya, is your work going smoothly? Yes, I met an apprentice my father used to train at the medical department. Officer Song sighed in relief. That's good. Knowing someone makes things easier. By the way, Chi Yuan probably told you, a few girls died at the base recently. Don't go out alone at night. After the apocalypse, many people have mental issues, and there are a lot of extremists. I understand. Downstairs, 3 people were still lying there. Yi Fu looked at the most dangerous one. After Officer Song and the others left, it was dark. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong went downstairs, took a detour behind the building, and Jiang Rong looked around but didn't see anyone else. Yi Fu checked the noses of the 3 bodies and confirmed they were all dead. They were frozen stiff. They stored the bodies in their space and quickly left under the cover of night. These 3 people mysteriously disappeared. Miss He will surely send someone to look for them. Yi Fu really wants to pull the woman out of the space and slap her, just because she caused so much trouble without any reason or conflict. Jiang Rong remains calm and indifferent, killing only based on his mood, without caring about right or wrong. Now, the 2 are tied together. If he causes trouble, Yi Fu can't escape either. As for these 3 people, Yi Fu plans to release them somewhere else later. Since they disappeared suddenly, Miss He will need solid proof if she wants to cause trouble. The medical department is still busy, but Yi Fu's points are increasing quickly. The week ends fast. Yi Fu takes a day off and decides to go shopping with Jiang Rong to spend all the points they've accumulated. They arrive at the villa market, each pushing a cart. Yi Fu checks the prices, which are quite high. A tomato costs 6 points, an egg 4 points, bok choy and small greens 10 points each, large greens and cabbages 30 points each. Yi Fu calculates that after 6 days of work, she has 470 points, and Jiang Rong has 2,250 points. Go weigh the meat, Yi Fu tells Jiang Rong. She goes to weigh the vegetables. They split up to shop separately. They exchange points for 2 full carts. People around look at them with surprise and envy. They already have plenty of flour and rice in their space, but here they are selling old rice and coarse bran, some of which are moldy. Yi Fu looks at the vegetables. They're still okay, mostly water-grown. The taste doesn't matter much. If they can eat it, that's enough. They return loaded with goods, attracting a lot of attention on the way back. Luckily, the weather is cold, so everyone is bundled up and others can't see their faces. Back on the 6th floor, Lin Siren and Yu Chao happen to come out. Seeing them, it looks like they're also going shopping. When they see Fu and Jiang Rong carrying several bags, Lin Siren's eyes widen, and even the usually quiet Yu Chao can't help but stare. Yi Fu, you had a big harvest? Yi Fu smiles but doesn't reply. It's great to be capable. Yi Fu, do you still accept nurses? I can learn. They probably do, but I don't know the details. You should ask the management of the medical department. Lin Siren looks very interested. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. May I ask if you're a part of the hunting team? Yu Chao steps forward and quietly asks Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong looked cold and distant, showing no intention of talking to him. Yu Chao felt a bit awkward. Yi Fu cleared her throat, and Jiang Rong looked down at her. Yes, he replied reluctantly. I want to work with the hunting team. Can I join Jiang Ji's squad? Wow, everyone called him Ganao. If Yi Fu remembered correctly, Lin Siren was 23, and Yu Chao looked about 25 or 6. Whatever you want, Jiang Rong said. Yu Chao thought Jiang Rong had agreed and was very excited. Jiang Ge, which squad are you in? I'll apply to switch jobs tomorrow. Team 17, Jiang Rong said, sounding a bit impatient and signaling Yi Fu to go home quickly. Yi Fu took out her keys, opened the door, and Lin Siren, understanding the situation, pulled Yu Chao away. Are you going to team up with that Yu Chao?
He looks so weak.
Jiang Rong snorted proudly. I don't want to. Then tell him your squad? Wasn't it your cough that made me tell him? Yi Fu helplessly patted her head. What a lovely misunderstanding. Yi Fu stored everything she had exchanged with points today into her space and happily started cooking. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Yi Fu told Jiang Rong to put on his contact lenses before opening the door. Standing outside were 3 men. Yi Fu immediately thought of the 2 bodyguards Jiang Rong had thrown down the stairs. Who are you? Are you Yi Fu?
Yi Fu nodded.
Yes, I am. Wu Lily from the fishing team told us that Miss Yi has a little squirrel and a colorful bird. Our miss is generous and willing to exchange 1,000 points for them. Please show them to us. Sorry, you're too late. The men paused, confused. They looked at Yi Fu. What do you mean? On the night I arrived at the base, because of the water and soil, both the squirrel and the bird died. The men didn't believe it and tried to enter the house to search. Yifu stepped aside, and after a quick search, they found neither the squirrel nor the bird. Only then did the men leave. A few days ago, Wu Lily brought 2 people here. I checked the security footage. They went into the elevator but then disappeared. Can you explain? Yifu was shocked. Is that true? We've never seen them. The man looked at Yifu, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Rong, who was giving him an inscrutable look, narrowing his eyes. What is his name? This is my boyfriend, Jiang Rong. Yifu took Jiang Rong's hand, and the man looked at both of them, then took out a camera and took a picture of Jiang Rong. What are you doing?
Yifu looked upset.
Jiang Rong, right? Your good days are coming soon. The 3 men left, and Yifu looked at Jiang Rong, unable to help but smile. Let's eat.
I'm hungry.
He was still thinking about food. Do you want to make some braised pork again? To celebrate your good days coming soon. What do you mean? Jiang Rong always felt that Yifu's words were a bit dangerous, so he didn't dare answer. The man just now took your photo. If Miss He likes you, she might soon send someone to take you to her fancy house to live. As a close friend, you have good days ahead, but don't forget about me. That's fine. No need to look for anyone else. I can go and deal with her. Jiang Rong looked expressionless and sat down to continue eating. If you kill her, do you think you can escape? Can I escape? Can Officer Song and the others escape? Jiang Rong looked up at Yifu, still calm. Are you afraid? Yifu nodded. No one isn't afraid of power, especially when they have more than just power. But don't worry, I will save you. Yifu took out some herbs. Sorry to make you look ugly for a while. After eating, Yifu started making poison. When a pot of dark, thick medicine was ready, he cut Jiang Rong's finger and took a few drops of his blood, mixing it into the poison. Then he told Jiang Rong to apply it to his face. After half an hour, he washed it off. His once delicate, handsome face was now covered with bumps and looked unrecognizable. Apply some to your neck and hands too. When they come back, just show this face. Jiang Rong looked at her quietly. Are you using my blood to control my blood? Jiang Rong's blood could heal itself, but since everything affects everything, mixing his blood into the poison would make it more toxic. I think it will only last 2 or 3 days. Jiang Rong looked at himself in the mirror and slightly curled his lips. You're quite bold. Just wait at home. I think they'll be here very soon. Jiang Rong stayed still, not planning to go back to room 602. Instead, he stared at her face and handed her the remaining medicine. You should apply some too. I don't need to. I think you need this, he insisted, acting as if he would force his way in without hesitation. Yifu remembered the scene where she was injected with blood and gently applied a thin layer of something on her face. She reacted quickly. Within about 10 minutes, her face itched, and small bumps the size of beans appeared. Fortunately, I handed over the bean sprouts and luo to Qiyuan. I really had good foresight. Yifu washed off the poison and looked at her newly swollen face. She took out her phone to take a selfie. Come on, let's take a picture together as a keepsake. Their first photo together was taken just like that. Yifu packed away most of the things in the room to avoid revealing anything suspicious. Sure enough, after a few minutes, there was a knock at the door. She covered her face and went to open it. Seeing the young woman wearing a fur-lined coat, she recognized her as the legendary Miss He. Where is he? The man who had been there earlier stepped forward, intending to go inside and catch Jiang Rong. Yifu quickly reached out to stop them. Are you the owner of the little squirrel? I haven't settled accounts with you yet.
How dare you stop me?
Tie her up. Are you Miss He? First, you stole my little squirrel and colorful bird, and now you're here to take someone from my house. Do you like taking other people's things so much? A man nearby raised his hand to hit Yifu, but she dodged skillfully. Her face was covered with bumps, and everyone was instantly frightened and took a few steps back. Miss He, worried about getting dirty, looked disgusted and annoyed. Bring that man out. Tie up this ugly woman and throw her outside the base. Jiang Rong suddenly came forward and pulled Yifu behind him. His even uglier face appeared, making Yifu look much more attractive in comparison. Why is there another ugly man? Hiwei, where's the man in the photo? Hiwei looked at Yifu and Jiang Rong, sweating on his forehead. How had these two people changed faces in just 2 hours? Miss, it's this man. I don't know why he looks like this now. The photos weren't edited. They must have eaten something they're allergic to. Miss, he looked furious, then kicked Hiwei hard in the chest. Take them to the villa and call the doctor. A few bodyguards, afraid it might be contagious, dared not touch Yifu and Jiang Rong. Hiwei got up, pulled out a gun, and pointed it at Jiang Rong with a fierce tone. Follow me. Arriving at the villa area, Yifu looked at the rows of beautiful luxury homes with a serious expression. Miss, he just entered the house when 2 men came over to serve her. Yifu had never seen such a scene before and found it quite interesting. Where is the doctor? Miss, Dr. An has arrived. Dr. An is the private doctor of the He family. Recently, the He family has been troubled, so Dr. An has been staying at Mr. He's villa to help him recover. Miss, are you looking for me? Dr. N is a man in his 40s, slightly overweight, and walks with difficulty. Check these 2 people to see if they're allergic to anything. Seeing the bumps on Yifu and Jiang Rong's faces, Dr. N almost vomited. He examined them and shook his head in frustration. Miss, it doesn't seem to be food allergy or poisoning, but more like a congenital condition. How is that possible? Their faces were fine 2 hours ago. I took photos. Hiwei was very excited, took out the photos to show Dr. N. The doctor looked at them, then stroked his chin. This is probably edited. No one could look this good naturally. It doesn't even look real. Miss, Hiwei is definitely trying to fool you. Hiwei was speechless with anger, trembling with rage. Miss, he cast a sinister look at Hiwei, then turned her gaze to Yifu and Jiang Rong. You 2 go back. Miss, these 2 are suspicious. Get out. Kneel in the snow for 3 hours. Hiwei looked at Jiang Rong with resentment, then had to leave the villa in disgrace, kneeling in the snow outside. As Yifu and Jiang Rong passed by him, he looked up with a fierce, menacing glare. After walking a bit, Yifu played with a sewing needle in her hand and looked at Jiang Rong with deep meaning. When Miss He took them away, Yifu was about to act but was stopped by Jiang Rong. All 5 needles were taken by Jiang Rong. Yifu didn't see when or how he moved. However, during Hiwei's earlier provocation, Yifu clearly saw Jiang Rong strike. The needle shot out from his fingertips and, without physical contact, pierced into the back of Hiwei's head. That substance was applied on top. These 2 will suffer some pain. Yifu's tone was cold. She was naturally vengeful, an evil person that even the king of couldn't stop. Is this the good plan you mentioned? Jiang Rong thought this method wasn't harsh enough, but Yifu insisted, so he didn't dare to argue. The important thing isn't revenge itself, but leaving the scene unharmed after it. Do you understand? Because the bumps on her face would take 2 or 3 days to disappear on their own, Yifu covered her face completely when she went to work in the medical department the next day. She didn't go to the cafeteria at noon. What's wrong with your face? After lunch, Chi Yuan approached her, curious to see her always hiding her face. It's an allergy. I was worried others might see and get scared, so I covered my face. Chi Yuan frowned. What are you allergic to? There should be allergy medicine here. I'll find some for you. No need, it will be fine in a couple of days. How are Do Miao and Luo Luo? Haven't they caused trouble? They're very well behaved. You don't need to worry. I can take care of them.
Just leave them to me.
Chi Yuan suddenly looked around mysteriously, then leaned in close to Yifu and whispered, Several doctors at the base have been taken away. Guess what's happening? Yifu's brow furrowed, shaking her head. How would I know? It's said that Miss He vomited and had diarrhea last night, and she was convulsing. This morning, her body suddenly swelled. The doctors say she's had a messy personal life and caught a disease. They told her to be more reserved. Yifu's lips, hidden behind her mask, couldn't help but curl into a smile. That's really pitiful, she said, still working on her tasks. Chi Yuan continued. Pitiful? I've never seen such a female bandit. Any handsome man in the base has been taken by her. There was a boy who refused to leave, and she had her bodyguards tie up his parents and throw them out of the base. Later, her bodyguards beat the boy to death. Does the base not care?
How could they?
She's the daughter of the He family's eldest. Several young masters from the He family, and she's the only daughter. It's probably inherited from her father, Mr. He, who's said to have 7 or 8 children. Only the eldest was born to his wife. The rest are illegitimate children. Do you remember Mr. He? He's one of those illegitimate children. Yifu could never forget. Her space still held Mr. He's luxury car. Why aren't you on a mission today? Qi Yuan looked helpless. I've been transferred to support your surgical team. The temperature's rising again. When strange things happen, there's usually trouble. Spend the points you need to and stockpile supplies. Yifu subtly reminded him. She had already figured out the pattern of the disasters, one wave after another, leaving no time to breathe. I understand. Last time, thanks to the medicine you gave us, Wenwen and He Rui were sick for several days. Brother Song was very hopeless and almost gave up. Yifu can imagine how difficult they all had it. Fortunately, everyone is still alive. In the afternoon, a ray of sunlight appeared. Yifu took out a temperature meter and checked. The temperature had risen back to minus 20 degrees. For the first time, Yifu heard a broadcast from the base's loudspeaker. Notice, the temperature is warming. The base urgently needs 2,000 workers. In 2 days, snow clearing and land turning will begin. All residents are encouraged to sign up at the first floor of the office building. Male workers earn 90 points a day, female workers 70 points a day. End of announcement.
Land turning?
Yifu doesn't understand what the base is doing by turning the land now. Are they building houses or planting crops? The underground vegetable workers earn only 40 points a day, so the points for land turning have doubled. Many people are excited and eager to sign up immediately. The next day, Yifu heard a rumor from Dr. Zhang. It's said that the experts at the base predict that after the cold ends, there will be a stable period of 1 or 2 years. That's why they are recruiting people to turn the land and plan to grow a type of genetically modified wheat. This wheat can be harvested in about 3 months and doesn't require specific soil. The soil that has been frozen will yield better harvests. Yifu's eyes widened. She feels this expert is not very reliable. Is there really such wheat that can be harvested in 3 months? Normal wheat takes about 220 to 250 days. With the current extreme weather, hot and cold alternately, can he guarantee there won't be other natural disasters after the cold? Having lived through another life, Yifu can't predict what will happen next unless this expert has some special ability to foresee the future. Yifu, do you think this is reliable? Yifu thinks it's unlikely, but she can't say so. When she gets home, she asks Jiang Rong what he thinks about it. He only gives 2 words, it's over. There are many people in the base, even more than in a small county. Over 1 million survivors from different places live here. People's livelihoods are the most difficult and important issue. Right now, the internal factions of the base are complicated. Yifu, a small, insignificant person, knows this isn't right, but what can she do to change anything? Next door, Lin's siren came to knock on the door. She told Yifu that she could start working in the surgery department from tomorrow. As for her boyfriend Yu Chao, the electricity repair department wouldn't let him go, so he had to stay there and continue working. On the 3rd day, the temperature rose to minus 15 degrees. The land clearing registration had already stopped, with 3,000 more people than expected. With 5,000 people working on land clearing, it seemed the base had big plans this time. Dr. Zhang said that as the temperature rose, the base decided to build a few pig farms and chicken farms on the surface and move the animals from the underground city up there. The cloudy sky started to turn blue, and everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Yifu felt like he was overthinking things. Lin's siren came to the surgery department to be a nurse, and Yifu was supposed to train her. But she was too clumsy. In just 1 day, Yifu was exhausted trying to teach her. Dr. Zhang had to switch her to Dr. Li, but Dr. Li was not a patient person. Within half an hour, Lin's siren was scolded so much she cried. Yifu didn't interfere. Even outside the end of the world, in the workplace, if someone isn't skilled and doesn't work hard, they will only get scolded. Since Lin's siren wanted points, she needed to learn to endure and study hard to become stronger. Yifu, I can't do this anymore. I'm too tired. I'm afraid of learning how to give injections. It's so scary. And Dr. Li is too fierce, she said. Yifu looked at her, but didn't reply. After a long day of work, he was already very tired. No one liked to hear complaints or whines. Yifu, if I go back to the planting garden now, will the manager scold me?
She asked.
You can ask, Yifu replied. Lin's siren scratched her head. I studied art in college. I just wanted to be a painter. I didn't expect the end of the world to come. If it weren't for you, Chow, I might have starved during the heavy rain. I don't want to be a burden for him. I really want to try hard, but I feel like I don't know anything and can't do anything. It was clear she used to come from a good family and was raised as a pampered girl. As long as a person reaches a desperate situation, they can find their potential, Yifu said. Then I'll try to hold on a bit longer. Maybe I'll learn everything tomorrow, she replied. Maybe this is what growth is all about, going from being shy to brave, from clumsy to skilled. Yifu usually takes Jiang Rong shopping. This week, Jiang Rong earned 3,000 points, so Yifu could buy more things. Buy 20 trays of eggs. We can make braised eggs or tea eggs. Okay. One tray has 30 eggs. Each egg costs 4 points, so 20 trays cost 2,400 points. Yifu used the remaining points to buy small green vegetables and bok choy. They returned home full of supplies. On the way back, Yifu saw Dr. Zhang and Dr. Li being pulled onto a snow vehicle by some people. The next day, Yifu learned that Dr. Zhang and Dr. Li went to see Miss He. Apparently, her mouth was starting to rot, and whenever she spoke, there was a bad smell. Now her family keeps her at home, sending doctors to treat her daily. If she gets better, her family promises to give her a high-end apartment. Dr. Zhang asked Yifu if he was interested in trying to help, but Yifu refused. I'm afraid I might not be able to help and could cause more trouble. You know my temper, Uncle Zhang. Dr. Zhang thought about it and agreed that Yifu had a point. Miss He has a temper that's hard for most people to handle. Yesterday, Li and I each got slapped and were thrown out by her bodyguards. Thank you for your effort. Dr. Zhang waved his hand. I don't want to go through that again. But I think she won't last much longer.
Yifu se brau farrod.
Many parts of her body are rotting, her limbs are swollen, her hair is falling out. People should keep themselves clean. She's caused trouble for many young people, and now she's facing the consequences. Even powerful families like the He family can't buy their way out of death. There's no such thing as retribution. It's just that someone is acting to uphold justice. Yifu smiled slightly and continued working. The days are getting longer, and I think the snow will melt in a few days. More animals are coming out to look for food. Today, I caught 2 wild boars. I think you're fine as you are. If you stand out too much, you'll become a target. It's better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Then, let's make those who doubt us see reason. Why should we be so cautious and timid? Weak people look for trouble, but why should strong ones worry so much? Jiang Rong has his own reasons, and Yifu also has her own views. She prefers a balanced approach and likes to stay in the middle. For people, this is the safest and most comfortable state. In the past, when they disagreed, they would fight immediately. Now, they are much better, no more fights, just silent treatment. Yifu doesn't agree with Jiang Rong's reasoning, and Jiang Rong doesn't share her perspective. After 2 more days, the snow on the ground started to melt. Yifu asked Qi Yuan to pass her thoughts to Officer Song. Although the snow was melting and signs of new life appeared, she knew it was still a time to be very careful. Lin's siren had been performing very well these days. As a temporary nurse, she had already passed. Like Yifu said, in certain environments, people's potential can be fully unlocked. As long as she worked hard, there was nothing she couldn't learn. However, what surprised Yifu was that Miss He's bodyguard came again to the medical department to find a doctor. This time, Yifu didn't hide. She was taken to a villa with Dr. Zhang. Before they entered, Yifu smelled a foul, sour odor. In just half a month, a young, beautiful woman had been turned into this state. Yifu felt a bit shocked. He was lying on the bed, but instead of a mattress, there was a plastic sheet underneath. Yellow pus oozed from her swollen skin pores. The plastic sheet would need to be replaced soon. Hiwei has died. He just took his last breath. His body deflated like a balloon that had just been let out, suddenly shrinking. Should we have a doctor check on her? Two people nearby whispered, and Yifu overheard. She started to doubt the medicine she had made. She only wanted Miss He to feel itchy and causing some suffering, but the series of aftereffects made her think more deeply. Miss He was swollen into a giant, her skin shiny and smooth, as if she might explode at any moment. Dr. Zhang looked very pale. Yifu knew he wanted to, but in this situation, if he did, the bodyguards outside would surely beat him. So he had to endure it. Quick, treat our young lady. Use your best skills. If anything happens to her, you too won't leave today. Yifu hated being threatened. She didn't want to do anything at first, but hearing this, she couldn't help but get ready to act. Suddenly, Miss He spat out a mouthful of black blood with a gurgling sound. Yifu saw white worms moving inside the blood, and her scalp started to tingle. Uncle Zhang, step back. Yifu quickly pulled Dr. Zhang back as Miss He continued to blood, as if trying to expel all the blood from her body. Yifu saw a few young men trembling in the corner, and two who looked only 16 or 17 years old. They stared numbly at Miss He, and when she vomited blood again, each of them showed signs of joy and excitement. After she spat out a few pieces of black flesh, she was completely lifeless. Her body quickly decayed, turning into a pile of flesh within minutes. The bugs in her blood excitedly crawled out to feed on her remaining flesh. Yifu and Dr. Zhang pressed against the wall, watching in horror. The young lady of the He family died in such a tragic way, which was a scandal. Yifu and Dr. Zhang received hush money and a warning. As for the young men who had been tortured and taken back by Miss He, Yifu never saw them again. Maybe they gained freedom, or maybe they were forced into a false sense of freedom. Yifu, I've never seen someone die like that. I've been a doctor for many years, but I've never seen such a disgusting scene, said Dr. Zhang, just after leaving the villa. He vomited several times, his steps unsteady, his face pale, and his hands trembling. After we get back, throw away the clothes you're wearing today. They might have bacteria. Yifu nodded in response. Dr. Zhang then staggered in another direction. Back at room 601, Yifu took a shower, changed out of the clothes, and threw them away. When Jiang Rong returned, Yifu told him what had happened. To his surprise, Jiang Rong remained expressionless. That's good, Jiang Rong said. Did you put something else on my sewing needle? Yifu asked. Jiang Rong looked up and met Yifu's gaze, both scrutinizing each other. Yes, I added something, Jiang Rong replied. Shouldn't she have died? Yifu couldn't argue. Miss He deserved to die, but she didn't expect Jiang Rong to be even more mysterious than she thought. How many secrets did he still hold? Yifu had no way to find out. Miss He's death was like a gust of wind that swept through the base and quickly disappeared. People cared more about eating well, staying warm, and ensuring their safety than about gossip. When the earth warmed again, Yifu washed all the dirty clothes and hung them out to dry. Jiang Rong said that the nearby prey had been completely hunted, so they needed to go farther to hunt. The base now requires that hunters try to catch animals alive, and the value of live prey has increased to 900 points. When Jiang Rong leaves, it sometimes takes 3 or 4 days for a round trip, sometimes 5 or 6 days. The team digging the land is growing stronger, and some wasteland outside the base has been cultivated. Yifu brought Do Miao and Luo Luo back and also gave Qi Yuan some medicine for safety. The medical department is now fully operational, and Yifu has become an important member of the team. Lin Siren took Yifu to explore the underground city, which is very similar to the surface. Inside, everything is carefully planned, including planting areas, breeding zones, and production zones. After harvesting herbs in the planting area, They're sent to the base factory to be made into medicines. The medicines are very expensive, and most people prefer to endure injuries like broken legs or arms rather than seek medical help. To Yifu's surprise, she saw Lin Jiao and Su Ran in the herb planting area. Yifu didn't plan to acknowledge them. She kept her coat tightly wrapped and passed by them without greeting. They didn't look up. Jiang Rong has been out for 3 days. Yifu watched the temperature jump suddenly from 0 to 8 degrees Celsius, and her sense of unease grew stronger. She felt as if the heavens were holding a secret, trying to make desperate humans see hope again, only to drop a deadly bomb when they were full of expectations for life and the future, plunging humanity into despair once more. The land that had been plowed had already been sown with the first wave of wheat seeds. A couple walking past Yifu was talking about how many points they earned today, enough to buy a snack for their child next month. Residents living in collective housing also dream of moving into single rooms or better apartments. The next day, Yifu arrived at the surgical department. Dr. Zhang told her that Nurse Yuan had been murdered. Nurse Yuan was also from Lan City and had lost contact with her parents and sister. After arriving at the base, she searched for her family every day in the collective housing area. She was very frugal, saving her points and reluctant to spend them, all just to be able to improve her family's life once she reunited with them. Yesterday, Yuan Jie told me it was her birthday this month. After her birthday, she will turn 26. Last night, I kept thinking about what gift to give her.
Boo-hoo.
Lin's siren couldn't accept this reality and cried bitterly, leaning on the table. Where did she get hurt? Has the culprit been found? Where is her body? In the bathroom of the base shopping mall, the criminal was not found, and the body was taken away for cremation. The base has a crematorium, and after people die, they are cremated and buried in the back cemetery. Actually, it's just a big pit where the ashes are thrown. Dr. Zhang sighed. Nurse Yuan has worked here for 4 months, and everyone is very familiar with her. Were the previous women who were harmed also in the bathroom on the first floor of the mall? Was it the men's or women's bathroom? It was the women's bathroom. That bathroom had already been sealed off. Unexpectedly, something happened again last night. This morning, mall staff saw blood on the ground and followed the trail to find the bathroom door open, with Nurse Yuan lying on the floor. Yifu and Nurse Yuan didn't have much contact, but from her observation, Nurse Yuan is shy and kind. She has no enemies, so the killer this time is the same person as the one who harmed the previous women. The base provided all women with a can of pepper spray. Everyone signed their name and left a fingerprint. Dr. Zhang took out 2 cans of pepper spray and handed them to Yifu and Lin Siren. On the way home from work, Lin Siren was still shaken by the incident with Nurse Yuan. Whenever a man passed by her, she felt like he looked like the killer. Seeing her nervous state, Yifu suggested she take 2 days off. But Lin Siren didn't want to lose points. Yifu, let's go to work together and come home together from now on. I'm so scared. The base doesn't seem to want to investigate. Someone is dead, but the killer isn't punished at all. Yifu had no objections. Lin Siren is a nice person. Letting her go to and from work alone seemed dangerous to Yifu. She's too delicate. When Yifu returned to the 6th floor, she saw Jiang Rong. He seemed more serious and intimidating after going out. He was still waiting at the door of room 601 for Yifu. Seeing Jiang Rong, Lin Siren couldn't help but joke. Yifu, why do you and your boyfriend rent 2 apartments? It's such a waste. Look, he always waits for you at the door when he comes back. He's like a loyal little puppy. What loyal little puppy?
Yifu rollet her signalli.
Clearly, he's just waiting to be fed. Yifu smiled, but didn't know how to respond. Lin Siren jumped back to room 603 happily. Yifu went over, opened the door, and Jiang Rong followed in and closed the door. I had a good haul this time. We can buy a lot of things. Let's go shopping tomorrow. I have the day off. Yifu watched him peel off his colored contact lens while talking to her. It seems you all traveled far this time. Jiang Rong nodded. I haven't eaten well these past few days. Yifu, let's cook some food. Yifu took out ingredients, and Jiang Rong started working. The temperature is rising, and I'm worried about bigger natural disasters ahead. You should decide for yourself. Maybe change your job. I don't think the hunting team will let me leave, since I contributed half of the prey, Yifu said with a glance. You're showing off. Our department's nurse was murdered. She was only 25, young and hardworking, but she was harmed and killed. Yifu's tone grew serious. Every place has its dark corners. It's really disgusting. Where did it happen? In the women's restroom on the first floor of the base shopping mall. Jiang Rong nodded thoughtfully. After eating, Jiang Rong went back home. Although he was off the next day, Yifu still had to work. She fed Domiao and Luo Luo and went to bed early. The next morning, her face looked a bit pale. Yifu checked the calendar. Her period was coming again. Yifu, siren, big news. As soon as they arrived at the surgical department, Dr. Zhang hurried over to stop them. Dr. Zhang, what happened? Lin's siren looked worried. She was upset about another girl being harmed, her eyes reddening with concern. This morning, 3 bodies appeared in front of the base office building. Their faces had words carved on them, and they were stripped. The bodies had been cut, and they hung a sincere apology badge with red ink on them, saying these 3 were the killers of those girls. After being caught by the righteous enforcers, they were directly killed and thrown in front of the office building. It's really embarrassing for the base. I think people with bad intentions are trembling in fear now. That's great. Nurse Yuan can finally rest in peace, and the other victims have received justice, Lin's siren said, her face looking much better. Yifu furrowed her brow, feeling something strange about this case, but she didn't think too much of it. Since the killer had paid the price, the case had a perfect ending. After the snow melted, the base began building pig farms and chicken coops on the ground. Yifu also saw pigs and chickens, ducks, and geese transferred from the underground city. The base has a canned food factory and an instant noodle factory. Most of the meat is sent to the canning plant. Lin's siren said that the base is worried about other uncontrollable natural disasters in the future, so they process food into long-lasting canned goods, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles. Yifu previously bought a few cans. The taste was strange, somewhat fishy, with very small meat pieces and bits of bones. Not very tasty, but at least it was meat and cooked food. Yifu didn't throw it away, just stored it in the space. Each pig, chicken, duck, and goose has its own number. Maybe the farm workers take good care of them, so these animals are very fat. The teams plowing the land and sowing wheat are almost finished. In just 1 month, dozens of acres of wasteland around the base have been cleared and planted with wheat. Recently, the base suddenly experienced a seasonal flu. The temperature rose sharply from -30 degrees to above zero, reaching 15 degrees. People's bodies started showing small problems, so everyone didn't pay much attention. But on the 3rd day of the flu, people over 50 or 60 began to show severe symptoms after vomiting, including madness, vomiting blood, and self-harm. These symptoms appeared within 3 hours, and then the person stopped breathing. Medical doctors confirmed that these people died from the flu. To prevent the flu from spreading, the base distributed masks. However, dozens of people died every day, causing panic among the residents. Attention, everyone! Due to the sudden flu outbreak, please wear masks and drink hot water frequently. Hot water? Yifu paused, listening to the broadcast, and quickly ran to the bathroom. She removed the filtration device, poured a basin of unfiltered water, took out a flashlight, and under its bright light, she saw nearly transparent white worms. Yifu hurriedly put on a mask and rushed to the medical department. It was her day off. The building was crowded, and the smell from the trash cans made her feel sick. She found Dr. Zhang. I have a discovery. Dr. Zhang had just sent away an elderly patient and hadn't recovered yet when Yifu pulled him into the office. Uncle Zhang, do you drink the water from the base? Yes, why? Yifu took a cup from her pocket, poured a little into a glass on the table, and used her flashlight to shine on the clear water. Look, what do you see in the water? Dr. Zhang took the small flashlight from her hand, bent down, and stared at the puddle on the table. With a squeak, the chair beside him was accidentally knocked over. Dr. Zhang's face turned pale. Roundworms? Yes, the water in the base has roundworms. The elderly who have recently died, first, their bodies are weak, and their immune systems are low. The worms entered their bodies, causing flu-like symptoms, and may have already eaten their organs or blood. Second, the worms might be like parasites, which survive more easily inside older people. Third, perhaps everyone has worms, but healthy people are still in the incubation period and haven't shown symptoms yet. After finishing, Yifu looked at Dr. Zhang with a serious expression. I need to report this to the medical department.
Yifu nodded.
It was best for Dr. Zhang to handle this. He didn't disappoint her and took on the responsibility without hesitation. Yifu took out 2 tablets of albendazole for him. She didn't know if they would work against the worms, but at least it gave some peace of mind. Fortunately, she hadn't drunk the underground water since arriving at the base. Even the water used for bathing was filtered first. Thinking of Qi Yuan and the others, Yifu quickly headed to their floor. When she arrived, an elderly woman had just died there. She had vomited all over, mixed with blood, and the entire floor reeked. When Yifu found Qi Yuan, he still had a large bloodstain on him.
Come with me.
Perhaps because Yifu looked so serious, Qi Yuan didn't ask questions and hurried outside with her. What's wrong? The underground water in the base has white worms. The deaths here aren't just from the flu. These white worms are mutated. Here are 2 boxes of medicine. Please give them to Officer Song and the others. I just tested, they can't be killed with hot water. We currently have no way to deal with them. Qi Yuan looked worried. How did this happen? After your shift, come to my place. I have a filtering device there. Take it with you and use it with Officer Song and the others. I'll go back to my apartment to see if I can find a solution. The space was filled with many books, including her parents' medical texts. Qi Yuan shoved the medicine into his pocket, watched Yifu walk away, and felt completely defeated. The sun was out, but he still felt an overwhelming coldness. Yifu spent the whole day at home studying medical texts, but couldn't find a way to deal with the problem. In the afternoon, Qi Yuan came to pick up the filtration equipment, and Yifu was given an extra bag of traditional medicine. The next day at work, 2 more children appeared among the sick people. The children were rolling on the ground, crying in pain, unable to speak. Their parents looked on anxiously, but could do nothing. Tell me, what kind of pain is it? Is it like a needle or twisting pain? Which part hurts? Yifu held a little girl and gently touched her abdomen. Does it hurt here? She nodded while crying. Yifu pressed her chest, and she screamed loudly in pain. Doctor, please give my daughter some pain medicine. She's really hurting. Last night, she hit her head against the wall, saying there were bugs crawling inside her head. Just as Yifu was about to lift the girl, she suddenly clutched her chest, her face twisting in pain. Then she vomited blood heavily. Inside the blood, Yifu saw tiny, long worms crawling, like centipedes with antennae and many legs. Blood splattered on Yifu's protective suit. He quickly carried her to the next bed and tied her up with a rope. When her parents rushed in and saw this scene, they turned pale with fear. She has lost her mind. She might hurt herself soon. Hold her down. Yifu hurried to the medicine storage, but found there weren't enough supplies. Some good medicines took too long to grow and needed specific soil and temperature conditions, which the base couldn't provide. His hands trembled as he took out a few pills of albendazole to feed the girl. But when he returned to the ward, the girl was already gone. Her body was covered in blood, and the worms were crawling out of her mouth, moving along the blood.
Xiaoya, Xiaoya. Ah.
My daughter. The girl's mother couldn't accept the reality. She held her daughter and cried loudly. When Yifu appeared, she rushed forward and slapped him. Why did you leave her? Why didn't you save her? Yifu couldn't be angry at a mother who had lost her child. He looked at the girl's body and said in a deep voice, "Her body is dangerous. You can't go near her." He wanted to wipe the blood off her face, but was pushed away.
Xiaoya, Xiaoya, wake up.
Don't leave, Mom. Don't sleep. Lilia's father saw the bugs in the blood. He cried and tried to pull his wife away quickly, but it was too late. The woman also started coughing up blood heavily. Yifu quickly kicked the man out of the ward, the woman, and fed her a few pills, but it was useless. She screamed and shouted, then began to hit her head against the wall. Yifu wanted to save her. He took out many medicines, but in the end, he couldn't save her. In her final moments, she seemed to regain consciousness and reached out her hand to touch her daughter, but her hand fell heavily. Yifu opened the door to the ward. Dr. Zhang ran over to ask if he was okay. Yifu shook his head. The man rushed in and saw that his wife was gone. He held his head and shouted loudly, then pulled out a rusty knife from his bag. Yifu thought he might attack him, but the man instead stabbed the knife into his own chest. The medical department turned into a sea of bodies. The dead were all placed together in one ward, without body bags. They could only be piled up. Has the medical department reported to the base? What did they say?
Yifu asked.
Dr. Zhang shook his head. Everyone in the medical department is now only allowed to come in, not to go out. We're isolated here. They didn't give me clear instructions, only told me to try to save them. But there's no medicine here. I don't know how to save them. Yifu, I don't mind dying here. You're still young. There's a small path behind you. Leave from there. Everyone inside here probably won't survive. Yifu understood what Dr. Zhang meant. The base had given up on treating these people. To prevent the spread, they might eliminate everyone here. But the worms only explode inside the body. It's not a virus and isn't contagious, Yifu said. Dr. Zhang gave a bitter smile. People outside want safety, so they kill all potential dangers. They don't care if there are healthy people here. Have you noticed? The most deaths these days are among those living in communal rooms. He looked at Yifu with a meaningful gaze. I've seen too much life and death in the hospital. When it comes to life and death, many people turn into monsters. And now, the world isn't normal anymore. The medical department was surrounded. Outside, armed guards stood watch. All sick people were sent into the medical department. When they died, they were dragged away. I don't know where they were taken. Food was still delivered twice a day, only steamed buns and canned food. Yifu smelled the canned food's strong odor, but couldn't eat it. He hid in the tool storage room to nourish himself. I wonder how Qi Yuan and the others are doing. Jiang Rong went hunting and probably won't return for several days. Fortunately, she left some food and water for Do Miao and Luo Luo when she left. Yifu, Dr. Zhang is looking for you, Lin Siruan said, panting and leaning on her hips. It seems a VIP has been brought in, with orders to save him at all costs. Yifu nodded and, before leaving, handed Lin Siruan a chocolate bar. Thank you, Yifu. You're welcome. Back on the emergency floor, Yifu saw the famous VIP. A young man in his 20s. Dr. Zhang quietly told her that he was the third young master of the He family, named He Jingwen. The He family ordered that nothing happened to him. He Jingwen was taken to a room on the top floor. Even though there was no clean space left, they had to quickly prepare a VIP ward for him. Yifu didn't want trouble and tried to stay out of sight, but a bodyguard from the He family stopped her. She looked at He Jingwen. He looked similar to He Xiao, not handsome but with sharp eyes and a fierce aura. He looked very unwell, but there were no signs of bleeding. His personal doctor told everyone that He Jingwen believed there were bugs in his body and brain. So, was this just his imagination? Yifu thought about how they lived in a villa, drinking pure water. How could they be infested with worms? Bring the best medical equipment and check me from head to toe. Give me some medicine to kill these bugs. I can't take it anymore. They keep crawling inside my head. Dr. Zhang and Yifu exchanged glances. They both didn't want to be the ones to handle this. Mr. He, let's start with a full body check, including blood tests and stool tests, ultrasound, X-ray, CT scan, MRI, and gastroscopy.
What?
All that? Are you trying to kill me? I feel terrible now, very painful. Do you understand? He Jingwen's temper flared, and he reached for something nearby to throw. Almost all the doctors in the medical department were called here. Every minute, people were dying downstairs. All the doctors were blocked at the door by bodyguards with guns, not allowed to leave. Do you believe I can throw you out of the base? The medical staff, terrified, knelt, and quickly apologized. Yifu stayed in the corner, quietly watching everything. Is there no special medicine? Isn't there someone from Longtan, the high pharmaceutical company here? Before the end of the world, didn't their company develop a special medicine? Where is the medicine? Yifu slightly lowered his head, his brow furrowing. Mr. He, the male employees from the high company have died. How did they die? They were buried in the laboratory during the earthquake. He Jingwen threw something else over without anyone daring to dodge. The cup hit a doctor's head directly, and blood immediately started to flow. I need the special medicine. Quickly develop it. Bring all the people from the laboratory here and have them produce the medicine as soon as possible. A doctor suggested he take 2 doses of traditional Chinese medicine first, but He Jingwen slapped him. I only want the special medicine. My mind is full of bugs right now. Only the medicine can kill them. Do you understand? Everyone get out of here. Yifu quickly left. Living with such a boss made everyone's life much harder. Downstairs, there were more bodies. Someone tried to leave with their deceased family members, but was stopped by security. The person rushed forward to fight with the security guards, but was shot in the head. Screams echoed everywhere. Yifu looked at the fleeing people, and the bodies trampled on the ground. His stomach churned with nausea. Yifu was trapped in the medical department. Besides the occasional broadcast, no one knew what was happening outside. The medical department conducted a full check on He Jingwen, including blood tests and various CT scans. His body showed no problems, and he was even slightly overnourished from eating too well. But he was very firm, repeatedly insisting that there were bugs inside his body. The laboratory researchers came several times to examine him and even brought the latest medicine for him to try, but he remained stubborn. Yifu, a young girl has been brought in. Hurry and check her. Okay, right away. Yifu adjusted his protective suit and mask, then went to the emergency floor. He saw Su Ran lying on the ground, crying out. Yifu's university dorm had 4 people: Yifu, Lin Jiao, Su Ran, and Zhou Kaifeng. Zhou Kaifeng was taken away by vultures. A few days ago, Yifu saw Su Ran and Lin Jiao at the plantation. They had changed a lot. In his memory, Su Ran was a bit chubby, and Lin Jiao had a doll-like face. But now, Su Ran looked extremely thin, almost unrecognizable. Yifu approached and began checking Su Ran's condition. When did you start feeling unwell? Yesterday afternoon. Did you drink raw water? No, I drank warm boiled water. Yifu began giving her an injection with a short-acting medicine developed by the medical department. It won't kill the bugs but can temporarily ease the pain. The medical department also made a pot of traditional medicine for each patient to drink. After drinking it, patients often feel very sick, or have diarrhea. The goal is to make the bugs come out. But Yifu didn't notice any effect. Su Ran's condition was mild. She didn't consume much medicine. After drinking, she vomited twice. Doctor, I won't die, right? Yifu didn't answer. She couldn't promise that. I think your voice sounds familiar, doctor. Do we know each other? Women's voices are quite similar. Maybe my voice sounds like someone else you know. Su Ran nodded. At that moment, Dr. Zhang waved to Yifu from nearby, so she got up and went over. Don't go, doctor. You can't leave me here. Yifu looked at her arm being pulled and gently pried her fingers apart. There are other doctors here. You should get the injection first. If there's a problem, call me. Yifu went to Dr. Zhang, who looked a bit serious. Yifu, in the past 2 days, 1/5 of the deceased were children. The base has very few children. What should we do? Is there a solution at the base? I haven't received any notice yet. Yifu, another child has been brought in.
Please go check.
Lin Siren was so tired, she was swaying while walking. Yifu told her to rest in the tool room. Lin Siren waved her hand. Since Nurse Yuan had an accident, no new nurses had come to the surgical department. Lin Siren was the only nurse on this floor. If she rested, everyone else would be busier.
Here, take this.
Yifu handed her a candy and quickly ran away. When Yifu saw a woman being held by Officer Song, her face instantly changed. Brother Song, "What's wrong with Wenwen?" Wenwen said she didn't feel well. "We were brought here, but when you asked Shi Yuan to give us medicine, we took it. Wenwen even ate one more. She probably just has a cold, right?" Yi Fu held Wenwen and went straight to the tool room.
Lock the door from the inside.
After entering, Yi Fu gently laid Wenwen on the ground and began checking her condition. "Are you having cramps or vomiting?" Officer Song shook his head. "No. Wenwen just said she feels unwell. When I asked her where, she couldn't say." "Wenwen, tell little sister Yi if this part hurts." Yi Fu pressed on her chest. Wenwen shook her head. "What about here?" Yi Fu pressed on her abdomen and stomach. She still shook her head. Yi Fu observed her condition and thought it didn't seem like a parasite infestation. "Has she eaten anything special these past few days?" Officer Song scratched his head, thinking hard. After a while, he patted his head. "A few days ago, I bought 5 cans of food for Wenwen. She ate them all." "Cans?" Yi Fu remembered the smell from the cans, which made her stomach feel uneasy. The cans didn't list what kind of meat was inside, nor did they have a production date. "I suspect Wenwen ate expired canned food," Officer Song guessed. "But canned food usually lasts a long time. Wait here for a bit. I think she might be allergic to the canned food. If it's just an allergy, she should recover quickly." Yi Fu stood up and took a glucose tablet from her pocket, giving it to Officer Song. "Give this to Wenwen. I will check on her again later." After Yi Fu left, she locked the tool room. Luckily, Wenwen's symptoms didn't seem like a parasite infestation, or Yi Fu wouldn't know how to save her. "Doctor, I don't feel well," Su Ran shouted as soon as she saw Yi Fu. Yi Fu walked over and squatted in front of her. At that moment, a woman nearby, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly twitched. Yi Fu quickly moved. Su ran aside. The woman twitched for a few seconds and then started coughing up blood. The process of life fading, even in just a few minutes, can feel very painful and long, both for the patient and those watching. Some people were frightened and started crying loudly. Others, feeling sympathetic, wanted to help the woman. But seeing the bugs in the blood, they were still scared and stepped back. She struggled in pain and slowly died. In her last moments of consciousness, she watched herself being dragged away. "I don't want to die. Doctor, save me. Save me. The base doesn't care about us anymore. The doctor won't save us either. We should rush in and find medicine ourselves," some people started to shout. Others paused for a moment, then joined in. They crowded into different rooms, starting to search for medicines. Yi Fu and Dr. Zhang were pushed into a corner. Neither of them tried to stop the others. Both knew very well that, faced with the threat of death, rushing in to get the life-saving medicine was the last hope for these people. To be precise, they had already lost their minds. The security personnel outside noticed the disturbance and opened the door to come in. "Everyone stop," they shouted a few times, but it was useless. The patients looked at the weapons in their hands, their eyes shining with excitement. They instinctively lunged forward. Even when the first person was hit and fell, the others did not stop. The patients grabbed the guns, making the security staff panic. They tried to run out, but the crowd pulled them back. Yi Fu quickly pushed through the crowd, pulled Dr. Zhang, who had fallen to the ground, and saw Lin Siren trembling in the corner. Yi Fu grabbed her, pulled one person on each side, and ran as fast as he could toward the tool room. When Yi Fu was unlocking the door, his hands trembled, nearly breaking the key in the lock. He opened the door and saw Officer Song and Wenwen inside. He let out a sigh of relief. He locked the door again. Dr. Zhang and Lin Siren sat on the ground, trembling with their hands, their eyes full of fear. "What's happening outside?" "There's chaos. Don't go out yet. Let's hide here for a while." Yi Fu checked Wenwen's condition. Her face, neck, and arms had red spots. "It's really an allergy. I have some antibiotics here. Take one first."
"It should be fine," he said.
Officer Song felt relieved. Yi Fu introduced everyone. Dr. Zhang had recovered, but Lin Siren was still shaken.
"Yu Chao must be worried sick about me.
It's all my fault. If I had listened to him and rested for 2 days, I wouldn't be stuck here," she said, tears falling down her face. Everyone didn't know how to comfort her, but Yi Fu hushed her gently, telling her to be quiet. Don't let anyone outside find us. Lin's siren covered her mouth quickly and nodded, then quietly said, sorry. The 5 of them stayed in the tool room for about 3 hours. Yifu thought it was enough time, so he opened the door, ready to go out and check the situation. Just a few steps out, he smelled a strong bloody scent. Yifu put on another mask to block out the smell. Apart from blood, there was nothing downstairs, no people, not even a corpse. The area was silent, except for large pools of sticky blood on the ground. Yifu heard faint sounds and moved toward the nearby operating room. Inside, several cabinets were blocking the way, indicating someone was inside. Yifu knocked on the door, but there was no response. She cleared her throat, and the person inside immediately moved the cabinets aside.
Little Yi?
Is that me?
Yifu recognized Dr. Li's voice.
When the door opened, she saw many people. Besides Dr. Li, there was Dr. Wei, Su Ran, several patients, and even 2 security guards. What's happening outside? No one is there. Dr. Li cautiously peeked out and saw no one, then stepped out bravely. It's terrible. Those people went crazy and started attacking each other. Then a group arrived and I saw them open fire, shooting all the rioters. Fire? Yifu didn't hear any gunshots. They used silent guns, and afterward, they dragged away the dead. Yifu looked at the patients, who shrank back in fear.
Yifu?
Su Ran called uncertainly, then reached out to pull Yifu's mask, but Yifu quickly dodged. Are you Yifu? You really are Yifu. You recognized me before, right? Why didn't you admit it? Yifu, you became a doctor at the base. I thought you were dead. Yifu rolled her eyes inwardly, but said nothing.
Dr.
Li, I'll check outside to see what's going on. If no one is guarding, we might be able to leave.
Ah, Yifu. Who are you?
Don't disturb little Ye's work. Dr. Li, losing his temper, shouted at Su Ran. Su Ran trembled in fear and quickly hid in a corner. Yifu reached the door but found the main entrance was already chained and locked, with 2 security guards outside. She patted them. They looked back at her. What are you doing? Stay quiet. Anyone causing trouble will be locked in the base jail. Yifu only then realized the base had a jail. Hurry up and clean inside, or no one will eat today. Oh, so they're going to cut rations? Are they now prisoners? Yifu couldn't find anything valuable and had to return to the operating room to tell everyone what had happened. Let's clean it up first. It's bloody, and we can't leave it like this, Dr. Li ordered, and everyone started working. Yifu went back to the tool room. Wenwen was awake, but still feeling weak. The people outside said, they told us to clean the medical department. The door was locked. The rioters are dead, and only a few people hid in the operating room and survived. Dr. Zhang grabbed some mops and buckets and began cleaning. Officer Song also tied Wenwen to his back and joined everyone. He Jingwen on the top floor was unaffected. When his bodyguard came downstairs to find the doctor, Yifu reacted quickly and hid. Just after the medical department was cleaned, more people were brought in. Luckily, supplies of medicine and some traditional herbs had arrived. Wenwen and Officer Song were released under Yifu's protection. After recognizing Yifu, Su Ran started to cling to him, staying close all the time. Within a few hours, the floor returned to chaos. People were lying on the ground everywhere, some just brought and started coughing up blood. Su Ran's condition surprisingly improved a lot. She insisted on leaving, and Yifu agreed to send her out, but she started to refuse to leave quietly. Yifu, give me some medicine and I'll leave. I'll slap you if you want, Yifu said. I'm your old classmate and roommate. We haven't seen each other in a year. Why are you so cold now? Yifu was speechless. If you don't behave, I'll have the people outside ask you to leave. But I still feel uncomfortable. What if there are bugs inside me? Then stay here and observe for a few more days. Su Ran was furious. I want to leave. I only need 2 packs of medicine. As long as I have medicine, I'll feel safe leaving. The medicine isn't my responsibility. You can get it from the medicine storage. Can I get it myself? Why do I need to ask you? Su Ran was persistent. Yifu suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her into the tool room. What are you doing?
Yifu didn't speak.
He directly threw Su Ran to the ground. Yifu, are you crazy? Why are you pushing me? I could kill you here and throw you out the window. There have been too many deaths these days. One more doesn't matter. Su Ran, do you want to die? Su Ran is truly scared now. She didn't expect Yifu not only to be ruthless, but also to dare to kill her. I was wrong. I will leave now. Yifu, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again.
Who am I? Yifu.
Yifu's eyes turned cold. She immediately realized the truth and quickly shook her head. I don't know you. I don't know who you are. Go away. Su Ran scrambled and crawled out of the tool room. Yifu rubbed her temples. She hadn't slept for days. She was very tired now and a bit irritable. If she didn't have a small line of moral bottom line, she might have hurt Su Ran just now. More patients were brought in, and their illness episodes were getting shorter. Watching one person after another die in front of her, Yifu felt like she was in. The food sent outside was still hard bread and canned meat, and Yifu still didn't eat. Her protective suit was very dirty. Besides support medicines, no other supplies had been sent to the base. The medical building was once again surrounded. The temperature rose to 20 degrees. Yifu suddenly felt like escaping. On the 8th day of being trapped in the medical department, Yifu was resting in the tool room when she unexpectedly saw Jiang Rong. He pushed open the glass window, and Yifu immediately drew her knife to attack him. If Jiang Rong hadn't reacted quickly, she might have cut off one of his hands. Why is it you? How did you come back? Jiang Rong jumped into the storage room, closed the window, and sat down on the ground. Seeing that you're still alive, I feel relieved.
Yifu smiled.
Thanks. It's not easy here, but I'm tough and still alive. Pack your things. I'll take you away. Yifu looked him over from head to toe. Did you just come back? You still smell of blood. How did you know I was here? Jiang Rong looked up at her. Besides here, where else would I be? Yifu remembered, he once said, she had a certain scent that he could smell and track. So, was he coming here following that scent? Jiang Rong, many people have died at the base these days. Even if they are terminal, there should be some time and hope for treatment. But unfortunately, we haven't found any way to save them. We can only watch helplessly as they die. Natural disasters are unavoidable. You don't need to think too much. What's the situation outside now? Every building has people checking for issues. Whenever someone feels unwell, they are forced to come here. The base has started filtering water. It seems there is some activity, and Yifu feels more at ease. Jiang Rong suddenly draws a dagger and cuts his wrist. Watching his blood flow out, Yifu shamefully swallows.
Drink it.
I feel like a vampire now. It's okay, I have plenty of blood. Yifu glances at his eyes. Luckily, his contact lenses are still on properly. You must have been very foolish in your past life. Perhaps his blood has healing powers, and once discovered, he might be taken for experiments or as an antidote. Yifu on his blood until the wound begins to heal, then lifts her head. Her lips are stained with a bit of blood, making her look even more like a vampire. Jiang Rong raises his hand to roughly wipe it off, then smells her scent. Yifu feels a bit embarrassed. She hasn't washed for several days. Aren't you leaving yet? I'll take you away. They are currently on the 4th floor. With his skills, it's easy for him to help her down. Yifu takes out 10 boxes of special medicine. She got these from Qi Yuan when they searched for supplies at Lehigh Company. She doesn't know if the medicine works, but after hesitating for days, she finally decides to take it out. They can't afford more deaths. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood are overwhelming. These people share her roots, and she truly can't stay indifferent. Put these 8 boxes into the water storage tanks at the base. I'll think of a way to make the people here take the other 2 boxes. Although she doesn't know if it will work, He Jingwen's words remind her, this is special medicine. Maybe it can kill the mutated bugs. Half of the space is still available, which she's keeping as a backup.
Okay.
Jiang Rong takes the box without asking further. If it doesn't work, we'll leave the base. If it does, once this is over, I'll leave the medical department too. Whenever Yifu closes her eyes, she sees the people who died here and the pools of blood on the ground. Even with her strong endurance, she can't stay here anymore. After Jiang Rong leaves, Yifu naps in the tool room for a while. The herbal medicine workshop is on the 5th floor. When she arrives, the staff there are dozing off beside the boiling pot. Yifu takes 5 pills and throws them into the boiling medicine. That night, traditional medicine was given to the patients. Half an hour later, everyone started having diarrhea and vomiting. By the next day, the patients' spirits began to improve, and their faces looked healthier. Are they healing themselves? Dr. Zhang found it amazing, but after checking for a long time, they couldn't find anything wrong. Yifu felt relieved that the medicine was effective. Suddenly, He Jingwen on the top floor fell ill. Like the previous patients, he started convulsing, spitting blood, and hitting the walls. Dr. Zhang bravely ordered someone to give him the medicine. After vomiting for a while, He Jingwen's face also looked better. He had previously said there were bugs inside him, but everyone thought he was just lying to cause trouble. To their surprise, it was true. The incubation period is too long, and the bugs he vomited out are as big as earthworms. It's terrifying. The medical team successfully controlled the parasites. The base evacuated the outsiders, purified the water, and started providing food with vegetables and small stir-fry meat. Although some people were still brought in, all the patients sent here were successfully treated. The atmosphere of despair that had covered the base slowly began to lift. What Yifu didn't expect was that Su Ran would be brought back again. This time, Lin Jiao was also sent with her. Clearly, Lin Jiao already knew Yifu was here and came quickly to meet her, but Yifu ignored her coldly. Su Ran was vomiting as soon as she was brought in. In just a few days, she had become very thin, almost skin and bones. Yifu saw her out a piece of rotten meat covered with worms. The people nearby were so frightened they kept backing away. Yifu also felt a bit scared. How could this happen? What did she eat or drink? Lin Jiao was too scared by Yifu's cold stare to speak. Yifu shouted at her again. Did she drink untreated water? No, after she went back, she ate 2 cans of food and didn't drink water. Yifu's face changed suddenly as she remembered something. Give her the medicine. The medicine contained the special cure, but Su Ran drank it completely without effect. She vomited some more rotten meat and finally stopped breathing with her eyes wide open. Yifu turned to run out but was tightly held back by Lin Jiao. She kicked her away and ignored the security guards and staff approaching her, rushing out of the medical building. It had been more than 10 days trapped inside. Along the way, she saw many people. They were wearing protective suits, which had bloodstains on them. When these people saw her, they immediately kept their distance. Yifu hurried back to the apartment building as fast as she could. The building manager was behind her, loudly scolding. Jiang Rong, Jiang Rong. Yifu knocked on door 602. At that moment, Yu Chao from next door came out. Seeing Yifu, he was so excited he couldn't speak.
Yifu, Siran?
Has she come back too? No, she's still at the medical department. Yu Chao looked disappointed. Yifu kept knocking on the door. Jiang Rong. I saw him leave an hour ago. Yifu's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. What should I do? Jiang Rong isn't here. Wenwen ate a can too, and there are parasites in the can. The special medicine just lost its effectiveness. What should I do for Wenwen? How can I save her? Yifu thought about herself. She also ate the can, but she didn't feel strange. Oh, her blood. She drank Jiang Rong's blood. Maybe her blood now has healing powers too? Yifu opened door 601. When she entered, she saw that Dong Miao and Luo Luo were well fed, and the room was very tidy. The fireplace still had some warmth. When they saw her, the 2 little ones immediately rushed over. Yifu locked the door behind her. She comforted the 2 small creatures, then took out a dagger and a cup. She cut her arm with the dagger. The pain from the cut made her frown slightly, and blood flowed into the cup. After collecting a little blood, Yifu added a few slices of abanzeo into the cup. She then cleaned the wound and did a simple bandage. She put away the cup and left room 601. Yu Chao was still outside the door. Seeing Yifu come out, he hurried over and asked about Lin Siren. She's doing well. She'll probably be back soon. Yu Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fu, could you please bring some things for Siren? Yi Fu saw several cans in the bag, and her gaze darkened. Have you eaten these cans? Yu Chao shook his head. No, I bought them for Siren. I haven't eaten. I'm not going back to the medical department for now, so I can't help you bring anything. You should throw away the cans, they have bugs inside, and are not safe to eat. Yi Fu's gaze was sharp. Yu Chao was frightened and quickly nodded. I'll throw them away right now. Wait, just leave them with you for now. If you throw them away, someone might pick them up. After speaking, Yi Fu immediately left the apartment building. She ran as fast as she could to the single-room house in the West Yard. Chi Yuan had told her Officer Song's door number, Building 13, 5th floor, room 502. When she left, Yi Fu took off her protective suit. She had been wearing her clothes for over 10 days. Without smelling them closely, she could tell she had an odor. Yi Fu looked up at the bright sun. Patrol teams were wandering nearby. She avoided them by taking a side path, not crossing paths with them. When she reached Building 13 in the West Yard, she didn't see any staff. She went straight to the 5th floor. She checked the door number and knocked. Big Brother Song? 1-1? The door opened quickly. Officer Song was surprised to see her.
Come in quickly.
Inside, Yi Fu realized how small the room was, as Chi Yuan had said. There was a small bed and 2 adults standing in the limited space, making it hard to turn around. Wen was lying tired on the bed, her face looking a bit pale. Yi Fu didn't have time to talk to Officer Song or examine Wen's mouth. She gently opened Wen's mouth to check. How has Wen been these past 2 days? Very lethargic, not eating or drinking, and she hasn't vomited. Yi Fu took a small water cup from her pocket and poured the blood from the cup into Wen's mouth. Officer Song smelled the blood and looked at Yi Fu in surprise, but he knew she wouldn't harm anyone, so he didn't ask questions. The canned food has bugs. It's probably carried by some mutated animals bred in the base. It's even more difficult to deal with than the bugs in the water before. Wen opened her eyes, trying to spit out the blood, but Yi Fu forced her to swallow it. Little sister Yi, I miss you so much, Wen said softly. Yi Fu gently rubbed her head, her eyes feeling a little sore. I miss you too, sister, Yi Fu replied. She wiped Wen's lips and asked, Do you have clean water? Officer Song hurriedly took out a bottle of clean water from his bag and handed it to Yi Fu. She gave Wen some clear water to drink, trying to hide the blood taste. I have some compressed biscuits here. Share them. For now, don't eat the base's food. Jiang Rong said the base is already purifying the water, so it should be fine after a while. Yi Fu took off her backpack. Suddenly, Wen clutched her stomach and started crying. Officer Song was so scared, he went blank.
Luckily, Yi Fu reacted quickly.
She grabbed a bag, patted Wen's back, and told her to spit out whatever was bothering her. The yellow water and fresh blood she vomited contained tiny worms. These worms had only been crawling in the blood for a few seconds before dying. Wen was so exhausted from vomiting that she couldn't produce anything else. Only then did Yi Fu breathe a sigh of relief. Take this half box of medicine. Give Wen 1 pill every few hours. I'm going back now, and I will visit her again tomorrow. Officer Song looked at Yi Fu with concern. Don't let anyone know you have the medicine.
Yi Fu nodded.
I understand. Wen fell asleep again, but her complexion looked much better. The pale, sickly color on her face had faded quite a bit. Yi Fu left the western courtyard quickly and hurried back. The patrol teams in the base had dispersed. Anyone they saw was checked thoroughly. If something seemed wrong, they would be sent to the medical department. Yi Fu saw a truck carrying live pigs pass by. The fat white pigs were kept in cages. She looked at their white eyes and immediately got goosebumps on her arms.
Hey, stop right there.
Several security guards on patrol saw Yi Fu and approached with stun batons. Yi Fu stood still, her fists clenched tightly under her sleeves. Take off your mask. Yi Fu didn't resist. She obediently removed her mask. The guards looked her over, then asked, Which department do you work in? Medical department. They examined her from head to toe again, then waved her away. Yi Fu didn't say anything and quickly put her mask back on before leaving. Back at her apartment building, Yifu found that Jiang Rong hadn't returned yet. She frowned. Could this person have gone hunting again? That didn't seem likely. She took a shower and changed out of her dirty clothes. She didn't plan to go back to the medical department. The scratches on her arm had started to heal. They still hurt and itched a little. Yifu took out some meat she bought at the villa market. After carefully checking, she was relieved to find no pork from the base's farms. She took an egg, cracked it open, and shined a flashlight inside. Luckily, there were no worms in the egg either. At 8 p.m., she heard a faint noise outside the door. Yifu quickly got up and opened it. When she saw Jiang Rong holding the keys and about to open the door, their eyes met. She let out a deep breath of relief. "You're finally back." Jiang Rong entered the house and immediately grabbed her arm, tearing off the bandage. "Why did you bleed?" "Save Wenwen. There is a more resistant mutated parasite in the can, and the special medicine no longer works. I can only bleed her to save her. Luckily, I can use my blood." Jiang Rong looked down at her with a serious gaze. "I should have come back earlier." Yifu didn't speak but looked at his sleeve, which had a large bloodstain. Her sharp senses told her it was human blood. Jiang Rong has his secrets. He came to the base perhaps for a reason. Since he didn't say anything, Yifu wouldn't ask. "Is she okay now?" He pointed at Wenwen. "When I returned, she was much better. I will check on her again tomorrow." Jiang Rong nodded and said, "I'll go with you. Aren't you busy tomorrow?" Jiang Rong pulled over a chair and sat down, looking at her with intense focus. "I'm not busy anymore. I've finished my work. Yifu, I am safe now. Can I take off my contact lenses now? Wearing contacts, I always feel like I can't see clearly, and they're uncomfortable." Yifu guessed a little. She thought he believed he had killed someone or some people who knew his secret, and now he was safe. "No," Jiang Rong replied with a slight frown, looking unhappy. He removed his contacts and blinked uncomfortably. Yifu looked at his unusual eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. "You're really clueless. Here, with so many people around, even if no one knows your ability, others will think you're a monster. In a stressful environment, people need an outlet. You're the first. Do you know what happens to monsters? I'll tell you. Either they get beaten to death and burned or sink into a pond. At these times, most people's mental defenses are fragile. If someone says, 'Kill him and everything will be fine,' do you think you can survive? Even if you're powerful, can you withstand thousands of people, bombs, and guns?" He's truly gone crazy from being locked in the lab. Even if he's ruthless, he's still a fool. Jiang Rong silently put his contacts back in.
Yifu snorted.
"I think you might also need to wear them." Yifu took a mirror and looked. Her pupils had become much lighter. But brown is a normal eye color, so she wasn't worried. "I don't need to." "All right," she said what she wanted, so Jiang Rong wisely kept quiet. "You can go back to your room 602. I am going to sleep." Jiang Rong looked at her in shock, then after a moment, managed to say, "I haven't eaten yet."
Yifu.
After feeding and sending off this ancestor, Yifu was so tired she didn't want to move. She collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep in less than 5 seconds. Check, check, everyone opened the door for inspection. In the middle of the night, someone suddenly whistled outside the door. Yifu woke up startled and quickly got up. Check, check, everyone opened the door for inspection. The patrol team, holding electric batons and knives, approached. Yifu noticed their guns were gone, probably taken back by the base. The door was knocked on, and Yifu guessed it was Jiang Rong. She quickly opened the door. "Hide the bean sprouts and the little ones." As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp whistle sounded, and everyone in the building came out. Yifu put the bean sprouts and the little ones into her bag, comforted them, and tucked them into the quilt. By then, the patrol team had reached the 6th floor. Yifu and Jiang Rong opened the door and stepped outside, and they immediately approached. "Open the door for inspection." The doors of rooms 601 and 602 were opened. The patrol team went inside, checked around, and then came out satisfied. "Now, let's test your blood." They took out 2 test strips and asked Yifu and Jiang Rong to drop blood on them. If the blood spread out, they would be taken away. The test strips had a substance on them. Yi Fu sniffed its strong medicinal smell, probably used to check for parasite infections. This method seemed pretty effective, though she wasn't sure how accurate it was. The patrol team handed over a small knife. Yi Fu didn't take it. Instead, she took out a tiny pocket knife from her pocket. She gently cut her index finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the test. The blood stayed in place, not spreading. Jiang Rong did the same, and her blood also did not spread. The patrol team opened a notebook and marked a check on the door number.
You can go inside now.
They turned and went to room 603. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong exchanged glances and each returned to their rooms. The next morning, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong went to the west courtyard. Yi Fu was a bit worried about Wenwen, so she hurriedly finished breakfast and rushed over. When they arrived, Qi Yuan, He Rui, and Zhang Yuan were all at Officer Song's place. Little Yi hug. Wenwen saw Yi Fu and struggled to get up. Yi Fu went over and hugged her, then checked her condition. She still looked a bit weak, but her face was much better. Did you again today? Officer Song nodded. Yes, twice this morning, but no blood or worms. Yi Fu finally felt relieved. It seems the worms inside Wenwen have been cleared. By the way, did you check the blood? Officer Song looked a little scared. Yes, we did. Around 4 in the morning, many people came and checked each room. Everyone was tested.
Little Yi Jia, why do I have worms inside me?
Yi Fu patted her head. Because Wenwen ate canned food, and there were worms in the can. When you ate it, the worms entered your body. Wenwen wasn't scared. Instead, she nodded seriously. So, I've killed all the worms now, right? Yes, Wenwen, you're very brave. Wenwen shyly smiled, and then threw herself into Yi Fu's arms. I live next door with a family of 4. Both kids are gone, and the couple has become very strange. They were crying and making noise upstairs, and the patrol officers had to take them away. Our floor only has me and Zhang Yuan left. Everyone else is gone. Not a single person is left on this floor. It was a young man who worked in the fishing team, Officer Song said, and everyone fell silent. I saw someone being carried away just now. It was bloody. I overheard that there was an accident at the pig farm. Several pigs went mad and bit people to death. Qi Yuan took a can from his pocket. The water had worms, which entered the pigs' bodies. The pigs went crazy and bit people. The pigs turned into meat, which was eaten, and the worms parasitized inside the humans. People started vomiting blood, losing their minds, and then died. Qi Yuan looked at everyone and softly asked, "Where did the dead go?" Dr. Zhang from the medical department told me there's a crematorium at the base. After cremation, the ashes are sent to the cemetery, which is just a huge pit. All the ashes are dumped into it. Qi Yuan shook his head, disagreeing with Yi Fu. Maybe there's no crematorium at all, just a pit. The dead become fertilizer, seep through the soil, and enter the groundwater. Yi Fu pressed his temples. During this time, every day there are deaths. Hundreds of people die daily. The crematorium really isn't enough. The obvious question is, where do the bodies go? This is not a base, it's a hellish place, Qi Yuan whispered, glancing at the door. Now the base is sealed and locked. No one inside can leave, and no one outside can enter. Last night, I heard a helicopter pass by. Someone lost control of the situation and quietly left. What should we do? Hirue asked softly from the corner. When they arrived at the base, neither he nor Zhang Yuan found their parents or family. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew deep down they might never find them again. No matter what, we must stay alive, Officer Song said firmly, holding Wenwen. There's always a way out. We all need to survive. Is there really no way out? Yi Fu looked down without speaking. The management of the base became stricter than ever. On the way back to their apartment building, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong were checked twice. To Yi Fu's surprise, Lin Siren also returned from the medical department. She was accompanied by Lin Jiao. Seeing Yi Fu, Lin Jiao was so excited she couldn't hold back. Yi Fu, Su Ran really didn't lie to me. It's really you. I never expected to see you again. Boo-hoo.
Su Ran is gone. Yi Fu, I was so scared.
Luckily, I met you again. Lin Siren saw Yifu's cold expression and awkwardly scratched her head. Yifu, she told me she's your best friend. You suddenly left yesterday and didn't come back. She was worried about you and asked me to bring her to find you. Sorry, Lin Siren knew she had good intentions but made things worse. She looked very regretful. It's okay. You can go back now. Yu Chao has been worried about you these days.
All right.
If you need anything, just call me. After Lin Siren left, Yifu looked at Lin Jiao with a cold tone. Since we've seen each other, can I go now? Yifu, are you still angry with me? I was forced by Su Ran and Zhou Kaifang to call you. I'm sorry, it was all my fault. But at that time, I really didn't know who else to turn to besides you. She was talking about the time when the heavy rain flooded the dormitory building. She called Yifu, asking her to come pick them up, and then they were taken in. So you called me, gave me a tip of 1,000 yuan, and made me risk the heavy rain to pick up you three? So you remember now, Yifu said sarcastically. Lin Jiao cried and shook her head, saying, because only you are from Lan City. You know, my family is in Yun City, and Su Ran and Zhou Kaifang come from well-off families. I don't dare to oppose them. When you took a break from school, I was alone at school. I was afraid they would bully me, so I had to rely on them. Well, Su Ran and Zhou Kaifang are both gone now. Whatever you say is fine. Yifu didn't want to argue with her and signaled Zhang Rong to open the door. Yifu, can you shelter me for a while? Su Ran and I live in the single room over there. The conditions are too poor. Su Ran drank water from the single room and died. I don't want to die. We are good friends. Please help me. Your guilt-tripping tricks are old. You've been using them for a year and you're still not tired of it? Lin Jiao, this is a base, not a school. Your tactics won't work on me. Yifu, why are you so cold-hearted?
Yifu shrugged.
Yeah, I am cold-hearted. Zhang Rong had already opened the door. Yifu ignored Lin Jiao and turned to go inside. Suddenly, she ran over and grabbed Yifu. Yifu, you're living with a man? Have you forgotten Lu Qin? I saw him at the base a few days ago. He likes you so much. If he finds out you're with someone else, what do you think he'll do? Who is Lu Qin? I don't know this person you're talking about. Move aside, don't make me hit you. Lin Jiao looked at her with tears in her eyes. You don't even remember Lu Qin? In your first year, you participated in a competition together and won a prize. I even took photos of you. Weren't you two in love? How come you've moved on so quickly and are living with someone else? Yifu couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her hand, grabbed her by the neck, and dragged her out. Yifu, let go of me. Cough, cough. At a hidden spot around the corner of the corridor, Yifu dragged her there, pinning her against the wall and gripping her neck. Say that again. Yifu, let me go. I can't breathe. Please let me go. Yifu didn't loosen her grip. Instead, she increased her strength. It's funny. I used to think you were a good person, but it turns out you're the most hypocritical one. Lin Jiao's eyes were full of fear. She was truly scared. I was talking nonsense. Let me go, Yifu. I was just angry earlier and said stupid things. We're friends, right? We are never friends, Yifu said, throwing her to the ground. Lin Jiao gasped for air, trembling with fear as she looked at Yifu. Even if I said something wrong, I shouldn't die for it. Yifu, you're too cruel and cold-blooded. Lin Jiao shouted loudly, stumbling down the stairs. Yifu looked at her hand and smiled coldly. She was never a kind person. She had already seen the consequences of inviting wolves into the house through Qiulan. Back on the 6th floor, Yifu saw Zhang Rong standing at the door. When he saw her, he stepped forward and pulled her inside. Yifu released Do Miao and Luo Luo. Luckily, there was a gap in her backpack, and the quilt wasn't pressed down. The two little ones still hid inside obediently. Even you want to hide and run around? That's so sad. Yifu poured clean water and sunflower seeds, telling them to eat quickly.
Lu Qin, who is that?
Yifu turned to look at Zhang Rong, puzzled. Just a classmate. I've forgotten about this person. It's surprising that they could come up with such a silly story. When did you become so nosy? Zhang Rong frowned. Did that person just now want to kill her?
Yifu.
Jiang Rong looked at her and asked, "Is she a good person?" "I know." Seeing that she didn't want to answer, Jiang Rong didn't say anything more. Yi Fu sat in a chair, lost in thought. At that moment, the broadcast outside started. Notice, notice. Residents with unopened canned meat, please bring your cans to the office building to exchange for other supplies. The cans are expired and not safe to eat. Please hurry to the office building. It seemed the base had already discovered the mutated worms in the cans, but they didn't want the residents to know. They only used the expired excuse to recall all the canned meat that had been sold. Yi Fu took out some cans from her space base, planning to find out what was going on. She needed to go out, so Jiang Rong naturally had to follow. "Yi Fu, are you going to exchange supplies too? How many cans do you have?"
Yi Fu counted.
Including the ones given out during her time in the medical department, she had 35 cans. "We only have 10. Yu Chao plans to exchange all of them for compressed biscuits. What about you?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll go see the situation first." The four of them went downstairs to the office building, surprised to find many others also going to exchange supplies. "Sis Siren, why did you come back?" The medical department was shut down by the base. Now they are testing people's blood to see if they have parasites. If someone is found to have parasites, the patrol officers will take them away. I don't know where they are taken. Dr. Zhang told us not to ask too many questions. Yi Fu nodded, already guessing what might happen. "Yi Fu, I'm sorry about Lin Jiao today," she said. Yi Fu shook his head. "It's not your fault. She really was my college friend." Lin Siren sighed. "Yu Chao and I had a tough time before. We helped some old classmates, but unexpectedly, they robbed us. She told me you were college classmates and shared a dorm. She's still your close friend, and another girl died. I was worried she might get into trouble, so I agreed to bring her here. I didn't expect my kindness to cause problems."
Yi Fu, I'm sorry.
"It's okay." We arrived at the office building. Yi Fu looked at the long line and felt nervous. So many people bought canned food. Because conditions are tough, most people don't want to eat it immediately, which might help them survive. But most of the food was given to children. The base management was worried that residents might find out about the canned food and cause riots or resistance. They also feared that if they ignored it, more people would die. So, they decided to recover all the canned food and destroy it, erasing the evidence. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong started queuing. Each can could be exchanged for a small bowl of rice, compressed biscuits, vegetables and fruits, cold medicine, clothes, sanitary pads, or household items. More and more people came to exchange. The line was 5 rows long. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong stood one behind the other. A middle-aged man in front looked back at Yi Fu, deliberately stepped back, and brushed his arm against Yi Fu's shoulder. Before Yi Fu could react, Jiang Rong kicked him out of the way. "What's going on?" A patrol officer approached. The man was lying on the ground, crying out in pain, and starting to complain. "He hit me for no reason. Officer, my stomach hurts. Please arrest this person." Jiang Rong looked at him, without saying a word. "Really? Did he really hit you for no reason? If you weren't harassing me or looking at me with bad intentions, would he have kicked you?" The man's face turned red with anger. Jiang Rong's kick was too hard. He was crying on the ground and couldn't get up. "Nonsense, you bully honest people. Patrol officer, these two are lying. I never touched that woman. She was wearing a mask and had such short hair that I thought she was a man. Am I crazy? I harassed a man. Maybe you're just that perverted?" Yi Fu's face darkened. "Anyone who saw this person harass someone, step forward and testify." The patrol officer looked around at the queue, but everyone looked numb and no one volunteered. "Even if I harassed someone, it was a young girl with a curvy figure. You, a tomboy, wouldn't want me even if I offered." The man reached for his neck, then continued to mock Yi Fu. The patrol officer asked Yi Fu to remove her mask to confirm her gender because her voice was deep and she was dressed in thick, gray clothes, tall, and wrapped up tightly. The officer wasn't sure if she was a man or a woman. Yi Fu had never encountered this situation before, but to avoid delaying the team's exchange for supplies, she silently took off her mask, held Jiang Rong's hand to stop him from acting impulsively. Seeing Yi Fu's face, Both the patrol officer and the man on the ground had nothing to say. She wasn't disguised today. Her face was very clean, and her delicate features looked even more striking. "Can I put my mask back on?" The patrol officer nodded, then approached the man, who was dragged away for malicious harassment and causing trouble. Jiang Rong reached out and pulled Yifu's mask up a little, almost covering her eyes. Yifu looked back at him and softly asked, "Where's the needle?"
Given to him. Yifu smiled slightly. Good job.
The crowd quickly calmed down, and soon Yifu and Jiang Rong reached the exchange point for supplies. "What do you want to trade?" Yifu glanced at a plastic basin behind her and placed all the canned meat inside. "I want to exchange for a basin or a water bucket." The person handling the exchange counted the cans, 35, and gave Yifu 2 plastic buckets. The line behind was still long. Some only had 1 can, while others carried large bags. Yifu and Jiang Rong were about to leave when chaos erupted again at the front. Canned meat is made from dead pigs, and inside the cans, there are bugs. When people eat the canned food, the bugs can infest their bodies. The management at the base has no conscience. They sell us poor quality meat, which has caused the deaths of thousands of people. The dead are thrown into a large pit on the east side of the base. It's a mass grave, with no proper cemetery. The rotting meat seeps into the underground water, and the water in the base is contaminated with corpses. A man shouted loudly, exhausted and desperate. The residents in line heard him and were stunned. They rushed forward, wanting to know what was happening. After a few loud bangs, several bullets hit the man. He fell among the crowd, holding a banner that read "Justice, Truth," which was soaked in blood. Did he just tell the truth? Why is the base doing this? Why are they harming us? A woman ran forward, grabbing a patrol guard's collar, shouting loudly to ask what was going on. Others were also overwhelmed by this news. They lost control and surged forward, trying to break into the base to find out the truth. "My daughter ate a can of that. It was her birthday and I bought her a can, but it ended up killing her. I want all of you to share her fate," someone cried. "My son is only 3 years old." "Just 3, another person sobbed. They survived natural disasters but couldn't escape the neglect of the base. Mad people stormed into the building, smashing things and shouting. The patrol guards fired into the sky, but couldn't calm the crowd. Yifu and Jiang Rong stood at the back of the crowd, watching everything unfold. They felt a deep sadness and anger that they couldn't put into words. But what could they do? No one from the management has appeared. They don't even have the courage to face the angry people. Yifu didn't know how many people had died during this crisis with the parasitic worms or how many more would die. The dead weren't just numbers, they were real people. From elderly people to children, young adults. The rescue team arrived, carrying electric batons. They pushed people aside, trying to control the chaos, even threatening to use force. "Let's go," Jiang Rong said, taking the water bucket from Yifu. She pulled her along through a small path, walking far away. Yifu could still hear the mournful cries behind them. "Yifu, that was so scary just now. Are you all right?" Lin Siren and Yu Chao ran up to catch up with them. Seeing the compressed biscuits in their hands, Yifu shook her head.
"We're fine."
This incident suddenly came to light, and now everything is ruined. It has caused panic and public anger. The base doesn't know how to handle it. If more people die, I think everyone will leave the base. Lin Siren rarely becomes serious. She is right. If the base cannot resolve this issue within 3 days, many residents might leave. "Yifu, are you leaving?" Even if the base tells everyone that the water has been purified, there are still people willing to stay here. Are people still willing to drink the water? Yifu always feels that there will be a bigger disaster ahead. Her intuition tells her that staying in the base for now is the safest choice. "We are not leaving." The base falls into chaos. After discussing with Jiang Rong, Yifu brings Officer Song and others to stay in room 602. Jiang Rong sets up a sleeping mat in room 601, separated by a curtain, while Yifu and Wenwen sleep on the bed. Living together makes everyone feel safer. Every day now, there are people causing trouble at the office building. I heard yesterday that someone said they wanted to burn down the base. I think this time, things won't end well, Officer Song says as he sharpens his knife, sharing his information. But the base is so big, with so many people living here. If they really set fire, more people will die. Do they really want to do that? To vent their anger and cause more deaths? Yifu, what do you think the base will do to solve this problem? Chi-yuan looks at Yifu, curious about her thoughts. First, the management is not united. Everyone wants to be the boss, but no one can. After the incident, they start passing the blame, and no one wants to take responsibility. Second, since so many people have died, the base will have to find someone to take the blame, or they won't be able to calm the residents' anger. Third, after water purification, the management team leads by example, drinking the purified water and disposing of all the livestock. The pig farm remains silent, probably because they don't want to deal with the crazy pigs. Fourth, the dead need to be buried somewhere else, and the air, soil, and water sources need to be cleaned. Fifth, the base will distribute supplies to ease everyone's anger. These are the ideas Yifu can think of, but she doesn't know how the management will handle it. Those people are used to being in high positions and might not be able to see things from others' perspectives. Besides meat, other goods are still being sold. I have hundreds of points on my resin card. I need to exchange them quickly. What do you think I should get? Maybe compressed biscuits and instant noodles are safer. Yifu couldn't help but laugh after speaking, and everyone else started laughing too. Let's wait and see. Within 3 days, the base should respond to this matter, and then the solution will be decided. At night, Zhang Rong went out the door. Yifu opened his eyes and looked at the closed door, feeling a bit confused about what he was doing again. The next day, when Chi-yuan knocked on the door, Yifu and Wenwen hadn't gotten up yet. Zhang Rong had already prepared hot water and was reading a book very seriously. Yifu, big news. Yifu, with his messy hair, got up and looked at him with a sad expression. Has the base decided on a solution? Chi-yuan shook his head. This morning, several bodies were hung in front of the office building. They include the young masters of the He family and the Hu family, as well as 2 other management staff. Yifu silently glanced at Zhang Rong. He didn't even lift his eyelids, still sitting there reading his book titled 1,000 Home-Cooked Dishes. Tell me more carefully. Chi-yuan sat down and began to explain the matter in detail. This morning, I went out to exchange supplies and saw many people rushing to the office building. I love being part of the crowd, so I definitely wouldn't miss this chance. I went there and then... Stop. Get to the point. No more nonsense. How can it be nonsense? To explain something clearly, you have to start from the beginning and not miss any details. Are you listening or not? If not, I'll leave. He snorted proudly. Zhang Rong hit him. The empty cup beside Zhang Rong was thrown at Chi-yuan, hitting him on the back of the head and immediately forming a bump. Ouch, my head. Okay, I was wrong. I give up. Zhang Rong, you're such a violent person. I remember you. Chi-yuan looked into Zhang Rong's deep eyes and sneered sarcastically. You're really obedient. Whatever Yifu asks you to do, you do it. Can I speak now? Can you be serious?
Yifu asked.
Chi-yuan cleared his throat and became much more serious. Yes, I'll get to the point. When I arrived at the office building, I saw 4 corpses hanging there. One of them even had an apology sign on it, which said that if the base couldn't come up with a plan within 3 days, all management staff would be dead. After finishing, Chi-yuan clapped his hands. Not easy, huh? There are still justice fighters in this world. Yifu glanced at Zhang Rong again, catching him in the act. They exchanged a look and quietly looked away. So, what is the attitude of the base now? Chi-yuan smiled mischievously. The body was taken by the crowd. The patrol found the management team. About 7 or 8 men came, said a lot of nice words to comfort everyone, and promised to give a satisfactory answer within 3 days. Only then did they take the body back. Do you think the righteous hero from before is the same person as this one? Chi-yuan was talking about the incident where several women were harmed by 3 beasts. The righteous hero found the beasts and hung them in the office building. It's exactly the same style.
Yifu slightly smiled.
It must be the same person. Such a good person. Chi-yuan couldn't help but admire. Yi Fu again glanced at Jiang Rong. He moved his ears, clearly eavesdropping but pretending to be unaware. Since the management issues, the people seemed to vent their anger. The disturbances decreased, and everyone was waiting for the base's response. If the base can't come up with a plan in 3 days, the righteous hero might strike again, and the base could undergo a big change. All the managers have bodyguards, and their homes are monitored. In such a safe environment, someone intruded quietly, kidnapped and killed people, then hung their bodies in the office building, yet no surveillance footage captured anything. Who is the righteous hero? Is it one person or a group? People are curious and relieved. The management is furious, scared, and uneasy. In the past few days, everyone has been eating together. Wen, who just recovered from a serious illness, seems to have triggered a strength skill. A 4-year-old child can lift a bucket of water. Everyone praises her. Wen grins foolishly, returning to her innocent and pure self. Yu Chao and Lin Siren haven't gone out these days. They occasionally come to ask for news, and Yi Fu tells them what he knows. In the afternoon, people from the base shouted downstairs with loudspeakers. They talked about the heavy rain, high temperatures, earthquakes, snowstorms, and now about the land cultivation. They painted the management as selfless heroes working tirelessly for the people. But the crowd was not silent. They started throwing things, insulting, and eventually even mentioned the righteous hero. The righteous hero will kill you all. Someone shouting was hit by a stone, bleeding instantly, and ran away in a panic. There are no winners in this war. The wheat harvest is about to begin. If this issue isn't handled properly, the dozens of acres of wheat outside the base will go unharvested, resulting in a big loss. Right now, the most urgent thing is not to restore reputation or public opinion, but to solve the problem. At this moment, the management team is overwhelmed. They can't shift the blame successfully, so they gather together to discuss solutions. One person has died quietly and was taken away secretly. The body was seen by many, who then fought over it and attacked each other. The management team is all on edge. Everyone is afraid. Who is this person? We must find out. My son didn't die for nothing. I want to avenge him and make sure his killer pays. The head of the Hu family pounded the table, looking very upset. He can't compare to the He family, which has many children. He only has 2 sons. The one who died was his heir, while the other is just a spoiled. Director he didn't speak, but his stance was the same as the Hu family heads. Both are pushing the authorities to find the person responsible. There are only 2 days left. If the base can't find a solution, and if the other side refuses to cooperate, then none of the management team will survive. When that happens, you'll finally know who did it. Official Liu, from the city government, looked at the Hu family head with a sarcastic smile. They also lost someone, aren't they angry? These wealthy families always look down on others when making money, and when asking for help, they act the same way, as if the government must serve them unconditionally. What did you say? Liu smirked coldly and ignored the furious Hu family head. Deputy Liu, I want to say less too, but right now, solving the problem is the most important thing. The Hu family head and director, he only know their own son died, but they don't realize how many residents died at the base. I just want to remind everyone the wheat can be harvested in a month and a half. If this isn't resolved well, everyone will be left empty-handed. Of course, the Hu family head and director, he won't be left empty-handed. I heard you 2 had steak and red wine last night. Liu's tone was again sarcastic. Secretary Huang glanced at him, but didn't stop him. Liu and Secretary Huang are leaders from Haiqing, but the roots of Director He and the Hu family head are in Longtan. Their connections and loyalties are different, and their positions are clear. Liu Zhang, how dare you? The city of Wan dares not speak to me like that. Director Liu stood up, walked behind Mr. He, and threw a stack of documents in front of him. Mr. He, I hear that your sons are all with you and like to keep animals. You have 3 Tibetan Mastiffs. What do you usually feed them? Also, your eldest son keeps a wolf dog, your second son a Rottweiler. And your illegitimate son who died on the way, I've heard he also kept some black dogs. And your daughter, who recently died suddenly, she not only kept dogs but also liked snakes. Mr. He remained silent with a cold face. Director Liu threw photos onto the table, each showing bloody and cruel scenes. Eventually, Mr. He couldn't hold back and ran to the trash can too. 7 or 8 months ago, I heard that Mr. He's eldest son's dog bit someone and that they made the victim kneel and crawl around to apologize to the dog. Later, that person disappeared, but his family said he was taken away by someone from Mr. He's family. Lu Zhang, don't slander us. Don't bring up these things. What do they have to do with parasites? It's a big deal. I'm trying to help you clarify the truth. Have you all heard of rabies? Or other viruses carried by carnivores? The base is indeed at fault, but there are too many people. It's not 100, but 1,000,000 residents. The dead need to be handled, but it wasn't done properly. That's the source of parasites. But where do the dead come from? From Mr. He's vicious dogs. You let these dogs bite people, and after people die, you don't even dispose of their bodies. Various viruses gather, eventually producing an unstoppable parasite. There are over 100 photos here, all taken in the past few days. Mr. He's Tibetan Mastiffs are still eating this meat. Do you dare say you don't know? Where does this meat come from? The morgue at the medical department. Everyone looked at Mr. He, including Hu's head, who had always stood by his side. Mr. He Zhongguang, you really are a beast. Your family are all beasts. Beasts among beasts. You've harmed so many people, and even involved my son. I want you to pay with your life. Hu's head threw a cup at him, hitting Mr. He's nose. Mr. He's bodyguard quickly surrounded him, and tensions instantly rose. Mr. He wiped the blood from his nose, sat there looking disheveled and silent. After a long while, he raised his head. Second son kept vicious dogs because I failed to discipline him. I will make him atone with his life, to comfort all the deceased residents of the base. I will also donate half of the Hu family supplies to the residents and have all the vicious dogs killed and disposed of. Mr. He, it seems you are about to make your least favorite second son take the blame. Everyone present looks down on him, but this is the best solution available. The He family is large and cannot be completely uprooted overnight. Secretary Huang also seems to be acting within limits. His words reflect the wishes of the higher-ups. The He family will provide all necessary equipment to help the base purify the air, water, and soil. Honestly, Director Liu, your responsibility might be even greater, said young Master He, who had been sitting beside Mr. He. It is said that all the livestock raised at the base are going crazy. You manage the underground city, and when these pigs had problems, you didn't handle it properly. Instead, you turn them into canned food to sell to residents. The first pig bite incident can be traced back to 6 months ago, he continued. Director Liu looked at him silently. After a long pause, Liu smiled coldly and looked away first. We will not avoid our responsibilities. All the livestock will be moved and dealt with. But, young Master He, can you explain where the person you took went? Young Master, he remained silent, ignoring Liu's question. I suggest that all the deceased be buried in a designated place, with a stone monument erected. Relatives who lost family members can receive triple the supplies as compensation and psychological support, Secretary Huang concluded. No one objected. The meeting ended. Mr. He was left alone with Secretary Huang, knowing his judgment was not over yet. After a while, a man in his 50s entered the room. Mr. He, trembling, stood up. This man was a former leader of Haicheng. After the disaster, he was ordered to set up a refuge at Longtan base and transfer all reserves of food and weapons. The Longtan base could hold 1,000,000 people, and this was all thanks to him. Mr. He, I heard what was said earlier, but I am not entirely satisfied, the man said calmly as he sat down, looking into Mr. He's eyes. Those eyes, without sadness or joy, made Mr. He feel a chill. Mayor Wan, please go ahead, Mr. He said. It's a parent's fault if the child misbehaves. Who do you think bears the greatest responsibility? Who should stand up and face the anger and judgment of the people? The man asked. Mr. He sank into his seat, understanding the other's meaning immediately. 2 days later, the base announced the results of the decision to the public. The parasite incident was caused by a vicious dog from the He family biting someone. The He family allowed the dog to harm others and must take 70% of the responsibility, while the remaining 30% is borne by the base. The base mismanaged the situation, failing to provide clean water or strictly control water quality. As a result, all the livestock at the farm contracted rabies. The livestock bit people and caused deaths, but this was not given enough attention. The sick animals were ignored, creating a vicious cycle that led to irreversible consequences. The deceased were not properly handled, which is also the responsibility of the base. They promised to set up a cemetery on the west side of the base and tombstones to commemorate the tens of thousands of residents who died in this disaster. To make amends, the He family is willing to donate 2/3 of their supplies to the residents. All residents of the base are exempt from rent and utilities for 2 months. The entire base was disinfected and the water was purified. After 2 days, the cleaned water source was opened directly for use. The head of the He family felt guilty about his lack of proper upbringing and, overwhelmed with remorse, took his own life. What do you think about this resolution? It's okay, I guess. It was something that surprised Yifu. The root cause of everything was simply a dog bite. Thinking of He Xiao, who died in the ruins of Suiyan Mountain, all of Yifu's doubts were answered. Everything has a trace. He Xiao raised a black dog. After the earthquake, Yifu saw the dog crushed beneath a vehicle, along with many bones and meat scraps nearby. Animals breed animals, but they end up harming innocent people. Yifu found Minister, gave some supplies to help Officer Song and others move to new houses, and paid the rent for rooms 601 and 602 for 3 more months. Recently, everyone has been living together, feeling safer with each other's company. Yifu also resigned from her job at the medical department, citing health issues and the need for rest. Minister looked at the items she brought and kindly helped her resolve the matter. After Officer Song and the others moved to the 7th floor, Zhang Rong had to return to his own room 602. Although reluctant, Yifu was firm and quickly asked him to leave. Yifu returned to the medical department and told Dr. Zhang about her decision to leave. Dr. Zhang did not try to persuade her, but suggested she could work at the plantation, which was more relaxed and involved working with plants, helping her relax and improve herself. Yifu declined the offer. She now only sees the base as a refuge, not a company. The water purification at the base was highly successful. The water coming from the taps was now clean, clear, and free of the bleach smell. When Jia Fong distributed supplies, everyone went, including Wenwen. Supplies were divided by head count, so each person received 1 share. Although not much, it was better than nothing. Jiang Rong also quit his job with the hunting team. Yifu stayed inside the house, not going out. He followed suit, and suddenly, the 2 unemployed men had a lot of free time. I want to go out to the base for a few days. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Rong immediately packed his things and looked at her with anticipation. The base had been reopened, and everyone was free to come and go. Yifu planned to check the outside situation. Now the temperature had returned to normal, around 30 degrees Celsius. However, since the snow melted, it hadn't rained, which made people feel uneasy. The 2 decided to leave for a while and took Do Miao and Luo Luo with them. After talking to Officer Song, they left the base. Many roads outside the base had been built, and residents started new lives, working in the wheat fields. A cart loaded with wood entered the base one after another. Officer Song said the base was worried about another cold snap, so they prepared wood in advance. In the past 2 days, the underground farm at the base was being renovated. It was said they planned to turn it into a fish pond. All the livestock had been dealt with, and recently, new chicks had been bred and released for farming. It seemed everything was returning to normal again, except for those who had died. On the west side of the base, a new cemetery was established. A large tombstone stood at the front, engraved with the names of all the residents who had passed away. This served as a warning to everyone and a bloody tolling bell. Where are we going? Jiang Rong followed Yifu, with Do Miao beside him and Luo Luo on his shoulder, eyes curious about the surroundings. First, find a place to remove those 3 bodies and throw them away. They've been kept in the space, which is really creepy. Jiang Rong touched his nose, knowing he had done a good deed, so he didn't dare argue. Over there's a pit. Just toss them in. Jiang Rong had been out with a hunting team and was familiar with pits and slopes. Okay, once we reach a safe area, I'll bring out the car and we'll drive. Jiang Rong looked at her quietly. All right, but I don't know how to drive. I do. Yifu, I know where the prey is. I'll take you hunting. Yifu agreed with this idea. Okay, at most a month. We need to go back, because June is not a peaceful month. When they reached the giant pit mentioned by Jiang Rong, Yifu looked down and saw the 3 corpses inside the space. Jiang Rong kicked them down directly. Let's go. The trees in the forest started to sprout new green leaves, and many wild grasses and vegetables appeared on the ground. They followed a small path to the side and found a water pond that was bubbling. They rested there for half an hour, ate lunch, and then continued their journey. After a day of walking, they reached a safe area. Jiang Rong was responsible for hunting, while Yifu checked the water sources, water quality, temperature changes, and plant mutations along the way. Based on plant changes, they might predict upcoming natural disasters early. This way, they could prepare and protect themselves in advance. Yifu was most afraid of insect plagues. The air was full of dense flying insects, about the size of mosquitoes. The insects made loud noises, carried viruses, and being bitten was almost worse than death. In her previous life, the insect plague lasted 3 years and hadn't ended by the time she died. These flying insects attacked not only humans but all plants and animals. After checking several mountains, they found no sign of insects. Jiang Rong had a good harvest and caught many prey along the way. They headed southwest to Fairy Mountain. Yifu planned to stay there for a while. She found a flat area near a water source and set up the camper van belonging to Hishao. We'll camp here for a week. Jiang Rong was cleaning his crossbow arrows and nodded in agreement. During these days, I can prepare some cooked food to store in the space. What do you want to eat? Jiang Rong immediately came over, serious, and started listing dishes: saltwater fatty duck, 5-spice beef, garlic pork, steamed carp, sweet and sour fish, fish and bean paste, stir-fried fish fillets. Stop, are you trying to exhaust me? Jiang Rong shook his head. I can help with cooking. No need, you'll only make things worse. Then let's cook less. I can eat less too. Yifu didn't believe his nonsense. He ate more than anyone else, and his stomach was like a bottomless pit, never full. Far from the base, her mood suddenly became more relaxed. Yifu let Dou Miao and Luo Luo run freely, enjoying the rare freedom. She took out a large sunshade umbrella and set up some chairs. Take the fruits out of the space and instruct Jiang Run to wash them clean at the small creek. She then sits on a chair to rest. Jiang Run, make a fire. Jiang Run, boil some hot water. Jiang Run, help me brew tea. Jiang Run. Yifu confidently gives commands, while Jiang Run is busy running around. After enough rest, Yifu starts working. She walks around the nearby mountains and digs up a big bag of wild vegetables, also catching a rabbit along the way. Tonight, we'll have spicy rabbit meat. There are fish in the water. Jiang Run uses small stones to fish and quickly catches 4 or 5. The mountains are really comfortable. It feels like everything you want is here. Together, they prepare a dinner. At night, they rest inside the RV. The RV is very large, with 4 beds inside. Yifu takes 2 of them, making the space much more open. Jiang Run doesn't seem to want to rest. He takes his bow and arrow and goes back into the mountains. Yifu doesn't stop him. So many things have happened recently. Every day at the base, her nerves are tight. Now, she must catch up on sleep. Her tablet is connected to a small speaker playing music. Yifu takes out a face mask and puts it on. Dou Miao and Luo Luo have both left with Jiang Run. By the quiet creek, only the wind and the music from the speaker can be heard. At 2 a.m., Yifu is already asleep. Jiang Run returns with his prey, followed closely by Dou Miao and Luo Luo. When they reach the RV, Jiang Run first takes the prey to the creek to clean it. He's had a good harvest tonight and feels very happy. After tidying up, he goes back inside the RV to wash up and sleep. The next day, Yifu wakes up and sees the prey hanging outside. She quickly puts it into the space to prevent it from spoiling in the sun. Today, she plans to cook some prepared food. There are many lunch boxes in the space, and she wants to fill them all. Jiang Run came back last night and slept for 2 hours. At dawn, he went into the mountains again. This person has too much energy, which makes others envious. Although she argued with Jiang Run yesterday, she remembers all the dishes he mentioned. Based on his taste, Yifu takes a basket of fish caught earlier in Silver River, cleans them at the creek, and prepares to make fish balls first. Just as she carries the basket of fish over, Jiang Run returns, bringing a string of rabbits. Yifu looks at him in surprise. Did you up the rabbit burrow? No, only 10 rabbits. It's okay now. You don't need to hunt these days. Just help me with some chores. Jiang Rong put down the rabbit and went over to help her handle the fish in the basket. Yifu returned to the trailer, took out the large iron pot and steamer, and prepared to cook rice. It's not easy to cook big meals at the base, but now that there is space and time, Yifu can cook freely. She took out various vegetables from the space: potatoes, eggplants, peppers, onions. Cooking is really enjoyable. Not only do you get delicious food, but it also helps you calm down and forget worries. After preparing the food, Jiang Rong packed it into boxes and Yifu stored them in the space. They have developed a good understanding and don't even need to talk to know what the other wants to do. The sun is shining brightly. Yifu took out all the black bear meat from the space to make dried meat. Fortunately, she bought a lot of chili powder and salt, which she can use for a long time. She also pickled some radishes from the space to make sour radish. Yifu took out a bag of small chili peppers and Jiang Rong washed and chopped them. I want to make some chili sauce, then I can make spicy fish head. Hearing this, Jiang Rong immediately started working. They stayed by the creek for 7 days. Jiang Rong used up all the prey from Fairy Mountain and planned to leave and head south. There is already plenty of cooked food in the space, enough for 2 years. Yifu drove the car. The road was clear this time, but there were some rocks blocking the way, and Jiang Rong sometimes had to get out and clear them. When they arrived at Deer Song Mountain, Yifu's face was full of joy. There are so many rare herbs here, Jiang Rong. Let's stay here for a few days. I want to dig up all the herbs in the mountain. Yifu grabbed A and ran straight into the mountain. Jiang Rong could only stay behind to pack up and set up camp. There's even gastrodia. This is great. Yifu didn't expect such a lucky find. Officer Song once said that when all hope is lost, there's still a way. Now, she finally believes it. And honeysuckle. Yifu spent 5 or 6 hours in the mountain. Even after dark, she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she took out a flashlight and tied it to her head to keep digging for herbs. Are you not hungry? Jiang Rong came over and saw Yifu kneeling in the dirt, carefully digging up a herb. I'm not hungry. If you're hungry, make yourself something to eat. I won't sleep tonight. I want to dig up all of them. The herbs are right here, and they can't run away. Why are you in such a hurry? Anyway, I won't be able to sleep when I go back, Yifu said excitedly, something Jiang Rong had never seen before. He looked at her for a long time, then went over and knelt in the dirt with her, helping her dig up the medicinal plant. After they finished, Jiang Rong took off his colored contact lenses. In the dark night, when Yifu looked at him, the flashlight above his head shone on his face, revealing his unusual eyes like a cat's eye, bright and shining. I'll help you. He took and Yifu guided him on where to dig. The two of them worked like excited little thieves, digging all night in the mountains. The variety is so complete, and we dug hundreds of jin in just one night. That's amazing. Yifu processed the herbs, while Jiang Rong watched her wash them by the riverbank. Do you really like these things? Yes, I do. Jiang Rong nodded. I understand now. After saying that, he left. A few hours later, he returned carrying a burlap sack and placed it in front of Yifu as if claiming credit. Yifu opened it and saw dendrobium, huanglian, coptis, and small ginseng roots with soil still on them. Jiang Rong, are you really Doraemon? Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow. So, can you rest now? Yifu stretched lazily and sighed contentedly. Yes, I can. I'm going to sleep now. After packing the herbs away, Yifu suddenly patted Jiangrong's shoulder. Jiangrong, you're really amazing. She said this and then left, not noticing Jiangrong's ears and neck turning bright red. They stayed 5 more days in Looming Mountain, digging out all the herbs in the mountain, before Yifu decided to leave. But just as they arrived at a small, deserted town, a sudden heavy rain started. Yifu and Jiangrong had to set up camp here temporarily. This rain is heavy. I don't know when it will stop. Jiangrong looked at the storm outside the car window, calm and steady. It will stop by tomorrow morning. That's good. We can rest assured. We've been out for half a month, and in another half month, we should go back. Yifu's intuition was always accurate. She knew a natural disaster was coming soon. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden knocking on the glass window. Yifu turned on the light and looked outside. To her surprise, a strange animal was lying there. It looked like a monkey, but not quite. It resembled a gorilla, but its appearance was even more unusual than a gorilla. It had a large, long head with a bump on each side of its nose. There were vertical stripes on both sides, and in the middle, a patch of bright red skin. A sharp protrusion was on the top of its head, and its hair looked strange. Some of it was green. Its face also had a greenish tint. This is a mountain ape, Jiangrong whispered beside her. A mountain ape? The legendary mountain ape that Ningyu encounters only with wolves, not with mountain apes. In the classic of Mountains and Seas, the mountain ape is a one-legged monster that lives in the mountains. It looks ugly, with a human face and long arms. Outside the camper, dozens of mountain apes were gathered closely together. If they were monkeys or gorillas, there would be no need to worry, but mountain apes are the largest primates in the world. They are not only fierce but also omnivorous, often hunting for food. Drive away. I'll start the car. Bow and arrow, you hold it. If they attack us, we must fight back. Yifu reached the driver's seat, planning to drive away. But many mountain apes had already climbed onto the roof and body of the vehicle. They jumped and bounced on top, hitting the glass and opening their mouths to challenge Yifu and Jiangrong. Yifu ignored them, started the engine, and drove off with the large creatures on the car. It wasn't easy to drive safely while shaking. Jiangrong, lure them over and gather them together. Spray them with insecticide. Jiangrong took the insecticide bottle Yifu threw to him, whistled, and all the mountain apes gathered outside the window. Jiangrong opened the window and sprayed the insecticide at them. Yifu seized the moment, quickly started the car, and sped away. The insecticide got into the mountain apes' eyes, causing them to scream and roll on the ground in pain. A few chased after the car, and 2 even jumped onto the roof, angrily pounding on it. They're really interesting, provoking us, knocking on the windows, banging on the doors, bouncing on the roof. When we fight back, they still dare to get angry. Yifu didn't tolerate these ugly creatures. She sped up, trying to shake off the mountain apes on the roof. Suddenly, one ape ran in front of the car. Yifu hit it directly and ran over it. The mountain apes behind let out piercing screams and immediately chased after the car. Yifu, you go ahead. I'll get out and deal with them. They're primates and have some intelligence. Don't get out. It's pouring rain outside. I'll drive to shake them off. Luckily, there were no roadblocks on this stretch. After about 3 kilometers, Yifu noticed the mountain apes still following. They picked up stones from the ground and wildly smashed the car. Yifu was angry now. She just wanted to shake them off, but they wouldn't give up. Jiangrong, shoot the front mountain ape with the crossbow. Teach a lesson by punishing the leader. Jiangrong received the order, rolled down the car window, and aimed the crossbow at the mountain ape chasing behind. The front one was a black-faced ape, clearly the leader of the group. Jiangrong shot an arrow through the black-faced ape's head in the heavy rain. It fell to the ground, and the other apes gathered around it, howling in grief. They all stopped moving. Taking advantage of this moment, Yifu sped up and left them behind. However, after driving for another 20 minutes, they encountered a roadblock. Yifu threw a raincoat to Jiangrong, retracted the RV into the space, and with Do Miao and Luoluo, ran into the nearby forest. There's a cave here. We can hide here until morning when the rain stops. Yifu said. Jiang Rong carried Yifu into the cave, which was dry and perfect for shelter and rest. I didn't expect to run into mountain apes. Could this be a natural disaster coming early? The apes are coming out of the deep mountains. Yifu pursed her lips, watching the heavy rain outside the cave. Jiang Rong had already started a fire. Do Miao and Luo Luo, used to traveling, were in good spirits. At 7 a.m, the rain stopped. Yifu and Jiang Rong left the cave and decided to head back. The air after the rain carried the smell of earth. After walking a few minutes, Yifu suddenly plucked a leaf and examined it carefully. What's wrong? Jiang Rong saw Yifu's worried face and approached to look at the leaf in her hand. Is there something on it?
A hole. Yifu nodded.
Yes, a hole, corroded and damaged. She grabbed Jiang Rong's hand, her face pale and trembling. I know what disaster is coming next. It's acid rain, black acid rain, as corrosive as sulfuric acid. Jiang Rong, we need to go back to the base immediately. Let's go now. Jiang Rong looked at the leaf in Yifu's hand, then picked another leaf to check carefully. Some leaves had corrosion holes, others did not. This indicated that last night's heavy rain included some acid rain, but it was rare. It was a warning from the heavens. In the previous life, acid rain lasted for 7 days, causing countless deaths. Acid rain doesn't kill directly, but when it lands on the skin, it quickly erodes it, causing the skin to rot bit by bit, with no cure. Jiang Rong, do you believe me? Jiang Rong nodded. Of course. He didn't hesitate and immediately carried Yifu on his back. Do Miao and Luo Luo were placed in a cloth bag, and Yifu was held close to him. He ran quickly through the forest. Yifu heard Jiang Rong's heartbeat, and her anxious heart gradually calmed down. After 1 night and day, the two returned to the base. Yifu and Jiang Rong showed their resident permits and were allowed to pass. Back at the apartment building, Yifu and Jiang Rong found Officer Song and asked him about what had happened at the base during this time. Has the wheat harvest not started yet? Officer Song nodded.
The wheat isn't ripe yet.
They say it will take another half month. Half a month? They couldn't wait. The acid rain was coming soon. That night, Yifu wrote a warning sign and asked Jiang Rong to hang it outside the office building. Unexpectedly, the staff mistook the sign for a prank and destroyed it before residents could see it. Jiang Rong, tonight we go to the radio station and broadcast directly to everyone. We can't afford more deaths. The acid rain is more dangerous than parasites. Saving even one person is worth it. Yifu had learned some classical singing as a child, so changing her voice was easy for her. Thousands of people had already died from parasites. Those weren't just numbers, they were lives. Without Jiang Rong, Yifu wouldn't dare to take such risks. But with him, she knew she wouldn't be exposed or face trouble. At midnight, Jiang Rong took Yifu into the office building. He turned off the power, disabling the cameras. After Yifu entered the broadcasting room openly, Jiang Rong destroyed the cameras inside and then turned the power back on. Yifu cleared her throat and started the broadcast. Attention, everyone, please remember, in the coming days, corrosive acid rain will fall. All residents are advised not to go outside and to store drinking water. The voice was deep and rough, a very aged female voice. Yifu didn't dare say much and quickly turned off the broadcast after a few words. At that moment, the power was cut again, and Yifu and Jiang Rong hurriedly left the building. Suddenly, the voice from the broadcast echoed loudly, startling everyone in the base. The words acid rain hit everyone like a heavy. When the staff arrived at the office building, it was empty. Everyone had left. All surveillance cameras were destroyed, and the power was turned off. The staff wanted to clarify that it was a prank, but received an urgent notice from Secretary Huang. Notify everyone to go to the wheat field outside the base tomorrow to do some work. It will take 2 days to harvest all the wheat. The base is storing water overnight, using all water buckets and tanks, and even digging a few water reservoirs. This is a subtle admission that acid rain will fall, but the person responsible for releasing this message has not been identified. The management opposes Secretary Huang's actions. It's just alarmist talk. Someone is probably joking. Acid rain? That's unheard of. Why not say the sky is falling? The wheat isn't ready for harvest yet. Harvesting now would cause big losses. Secretary Huang, are you willing to take that risk? Secretary Huang remains calm and says it's an order from above. The others say nothing. The next day, the base's broadcast sounds again. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. All residents are asked to stop their work and immediately go to the wheat field to harvest wheat. Everyone participating in the harvest will receive 3 pounds of wheat each day. When residents hear this, they are stunned. But for 3 pounds of wheat, everyone quickly heads to the wheat field. Some people are afraid to go out, worried that acid rain might fall suddenly. I don't dare go out. What if acid rain suddenly comes? The base told everyone to go out and work, so acid rain probably won't fall. They wouldn't joke with so many lives. If you don't go, I will. 3 pounds of wheat can last a long time. Yifu and Jiangrong do not go out. Wan is brought to Yifu's place. Officer Song and others go to the wheat field. Yifu tries to persuade them not to go, but they are reluctant because of the wheat. Yifu keeps looking at the sky, feeling uneasy for some reason. She hopes the acid rain will be delayed for 2 days, until the wheat is harvested and the residents return. These people have finally found hope for life. She prays earnestly for them, even though she doesn't believe in religion or gods. From 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., the residents come back from work, and it doesn't rain at all. Yifu feels more at ease. But Officer Song tells her that tomorrow is the last day, and all the wheat will be harvested. Tonight, some people will work overtime in the wheat field, earning an extra 3 pounds of wheat. Yifu looks downstairs and sees a few elderly people returning together. Some have lost all their family members. Others have been cast out by their relatives and are left to survive alone in the base. There are also some children around 5 or 6, 7 or 8 years old who have lost their parents and can only work to support themselves. The base is not a charity. Here, only hard work provides food. Tonight's clouds look strange. Don't go out tomorrow. Yifu couldn't help but warn again. Qi Yuan saw Yifu's worry and spoke first. Okay, I won't go out. Last night, the broadcast probably told us about the righteous hero. I trust him, and I trust Yifu. Brother Song, be careful. In the end, Officer Song also agreed. If something happened to him, what would Wenwen do? He couldn't take the risk. The next day, fewer people went out to harvest wheat. Yifu kept watching outside the window. Time slowly passed. By 4 p.m., the residents returning from harvesting wheat were coming back one after another. The wheat was harvested early, and they carried the wheat given by the base, all smiling. At 4:30 p.m., the sun's halo expanded in circles. A few minutes later, a drop of black rain fell directly onto the stainless steel clothes rack on the balcony, making a clink sound. Acid rain is coming. Yifu looked at Jiangrong, her eyes red as she stared at him. Fortunately, they are back, and the wheat is harvested. Everything is okay. After saying that, Yifu squatted on the ground and started crying. She was really scared, terrified that, like the previous parasite crisis, millions of people might die. Luckily, this time, everything was still in time. Below, there were painful screams. Someone was still being corroded by the acid rain. Quick, run to the house nearby. Hurry! Someone shouted in the corridor upstairs, and others threw clothes and umbrellas down. But those being corroded by the acid rain struggled for a few moments and then collapsed. Despite everyone's frantic shouts upstairs, he never got up again. The trees and bushes downstairs were quickly burned and turned into black water. The people lying in the acid rain gradually revealed their bones. The power lines were corroded, sparking before breaking. With a loud snap, the house went dark. The power was out. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The relentless acid rain pounded on the glass and on everyone's hearts. Jiang Rong squatted down to wipe Yifu's tears and looked at her calmly. Yifu, you are very brave. Jiang Rong, I just cried because I realized I am still a person with passion inside. I can pick up a knife to protect myself, but I can also save others. But this depends on her being able to retreat safely. Jiang Rong is her backup plan. Without Jiangrong, when the acid rain comes again, even if she notices early, she wouldn't tell everyone. Because she cannot escape safely herself. Jiangrong, thank you. Thank me for what? Yifu looked at him with a smile. Thank you for being so strong. After the acid rain, all the soil, water, and air will be polluted and corroded. Life in the future will only become harder. Officer Song and others also stored a lot of water. It seems everyone has returned to the hot days when they were in Lon City. The next day, the acid rain didn't stop. Sewers were blocked, and the black rain looked like oil, bubbling with water. The iron gate on the first floor had corroded into scrap. Residents on lower floors started moving upward. Everyone had some experience dealing with this. No one knew how long the acid rain would last. Everyone quietly watched outside, their expressions numb and calm. After the acid rain outbreak, the base lost power and water everywhere. The top floor started leaking, and the acid rain was eating through the ceiling. A strong sour smell filled the air. Looking outside, the base looked like a toxic, ruined city, with white fog making it hard to see. Yifu put on goggles and a mask, watching the situation outside carefully. The fog caused by the acid rain was toxic. Breathing it in could cause dizziness, blurred vision, nausea, and stomach pain. Many people lived in Building 10. The first floor was already emptied, and everyone moved upstairs. The residents on the top floor also moved down. Sometimes, muffled crying could be heard in the hallways. Yifu went out to check and saw a few children trembling at the staircase entrance. Yifu gave Qi Yuan 2 pieces of, telling him to cut them up and share with others outside. Chewing could help reduce nausea. After a day and night of acid rain, many people inhaled the toxic fog and started getting sick. There were sounds of vomiting outside. Whenever someone went out, they could smell all kinds of bad odors. Some people knew Yifu was a doctor and came to knock on the door for help. Hearing the crying and shouting, Yifu wrapped himself tightly and opened the door. Doctor, please save my wife. Save my son first. Help my daughter. She's already unconscious. Everyone, please don't be anxious. Come one by one. I only have silver needles. I can only use them to help relieve dizziness and nausea. I can't do much else. Those who are feeling okay, quickly go back inside. Seal every corner with scrap paper or cloth. Don't open doors or windows frequently. The toxic fog outside is very serious. I only came out this time. Please take protective measures. The relatively clear-headed people hurried back inside after hearing her words. Yifu began checking those who had fainted. Jiangrong stood behind her, ready to push anyone who tried to push Yifu away. Qi Yuan also came over fully armed to help. While Jiangrong protected Yifu, Qi Yuan checked the patients. The three worked together and quickly stabilized the situation of the residents in Building 10. Don't swallow the... Keep it in your mouth. Doctor, my wife vomited again. Please check on her quickly. Let her. After she finishes, give her some to help with the nausea. I will then give her acupuncture. Doctor, my stomach hurts so much. You inhaled too much toxic fog. Gag yourself a little to force yourself to. If there's clean water at home, drink some quickly. Yifu could only use these simple methods to save people. Fortunately, a few days ago, she and Jiangrong collected a lot of honeysuckle from Looming Mountain. Yifu took out a small bag and asked Officer Song to distribute it to everyone. Each person gets a small handful. Since the power was out and they couldn't boil medicine, they could only eat it raw. Officer Song knew these were medicines Yifu had collected, but he didn't tell the residents. He distributed them in his own name. When asked, he said they were harvested while harvesting wheat in the fields. Some people recognized the honeysuckle because it grew outside the wheat fields. Since honeysuckle helps clear heat and detoxify, their doubts were completely dispelled. However, what Yifu didn't expect was that there was also a pregnant woman in Building 10.
Seeing her bulging belly, Yifu frowned.
Doctor, how is my wife? Is the baby okay? Yifu looked at the young man beside her, feeling almost like slapping him. Can she be okay? She inhaled so much toxic fog. Not to mention pregnant women, Even ordinary people can't handle it. In the corner of the room, there was a small boy about 6 or 7 years old. He looked very thin, with a big head, yellowish complexion, dry hair, obviously malnourished. "How many months pregnant is she?" "Probably 5 months," the man replied, his voice getting softer as he met Yifu's cold gaze. "Let me try with a silver needle first to wake her up quickly." Yifu looked at the pregnant woman's swollen limbs, really unable to understand why they wanted to have a child at this time. The pregnant woman slowly woke up, her face pale and a little frightening. "Doctor, is the baby in my belly okay?" "For now, it seems fine." The woman managed a faint smile, and the man beside her also sighed in relief. Yifu looked at the small boy hiding in the corner and reluctantly looked away. After working all morning, most residents of Building 10 had stabilized. Yifu wasn't a saint. He locked the door when he went back. If anyone went out to inhale the toxic fog now, even if they died, it would be their own fault. The entire base was shrouded in smoke, blocking all sight. Occasionally, they could hear cries for help from the next building, but outside, it was raining acid rain. The deep puddles on the ground made the base management helpless. This is really the end. Will the soil still be suitable for planting crops in the future? I guess the trees outside have been corroded, Chi Yuan said worriedly. There is some land inside the underground city for planting, so it shouldn't be affected. Fortunately, all the wheat outside has been harvested. Otherwise, the loss would be huge. I don't know when the acid rain will stop. If it were just a heavy rain, we could go out to find firewood and food. But now, going out is difficult. This acid rain is even more terrifying than sulfuric acid. Why is such a thing falling from the sky? Could it be magma from the Earth's crust? Everyone sat on the ground. Officer Song took out paper and pen, beginning to record the available food, water, medicine, and various ways to survive. There should still be intact houses on the first floor. If we can dig up some clean soil, we could plant some things. I have some vegetable seeds and dried beans, plus 3 gene of wheat seeds given by the base. I, Chi Yuan, Hirue, and Zhang Yuan each have 3 gene, totaling 12 gene. Fortunately, I exchanged all my points for compressed biscuits. We also collected a lot of clean water, so we can save it and last for several months. But if the acid rain continues for more than a week without stopping, the building will definitely have problems. Chi Yuan said anxiously, scratching his head. I also exchanged a lot of compressed biscuits. They don't taste good, but they fill you up. Soaking them in water makes them swell, and eating sparingly can help us hold on for a while. Officer Song said happily. Wenwen raised her hand to protest. Daddy, I can't swallow the biscuits. When Daddy grows vegetables, we can eat vegetables. Wenwen, please hold on a little longer, okay? Wenwen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, saying, All right, I will plant vegetables with you. Yifu took out some candles from her bag and handed them out to everyone. After the acid rain appeared, the sky darkened, and there was no electricity in the room, so they could only use candles for light. After everyone discussed, they decided to leave. Jiang Rong still sat in his chair, refusing to go. What do you want to eat? Jiang Rong shook his head. This was the first time Yifu saw him refuse food, and she found it a bit strange. Not eating? Then why are you staying here? I'm making my own bed on the floor. After saying that, he went back to room 602 and carried his mattress and blanket over. Go to sleep. I am here, so you don't have to be afraid. Yifu was both annoyed and amused. Who's afraid? Do you think I am? You looked very worried just now. Aren't you scared?
Yifu sighed. I'm worried.
Starting today, we are fully in the end of the world wasteland. The so-called wasteland means that human living conditions are badly damaged. The air, water, and soil are polluted. All animals and plants have died, habitats are destroyed, and survivors must struggle to live in such an environment. There is no civilization, no morals, no concepts of good or evil, right or wrong. In this wasteland world, only survival matters. Jiang Rong, do you think there is still land outside that hasn't been affected by the acid rain? Jiang Rong looked up at her and nodded gently. There must be. Are you sure there is still some? I believe there is. Yifu curled up under the blanket, listening to the crackling rain outside, feeling an unprecedented despair. Is there any future for humans without soil and water? With the environment so badly damaged, the air full of toxic gases, will humans mutate? Will the children born in the future be deformed or incomplete? The next day, after waking up, Yifu looked out the window. The acid rain was still falling, drizzling continuously. The black water was corroding the walls of the buildings. The bean sprouts and luoluo were hiding under the bed. Small animals have the most sensitive natural reactions to danger. Their panicked, bristling appearance was both pitiful and heartbreaking. Officer Song and Chi Yuan, fully armed, planned to go to the first floor to find rooms not affected by the acid rain. Unfortunately, the accumulated rainwater had already flooded the staircase at the corner, so they had to give up and return in disappointment. I estimate that the acid rain will stop in about 10 days. Please don't bother going out. Getting soaked is not a small matter. After the rain ends, we can go underground to dig for soil. Chiyuan sighed. That's all we can do. When we went out earlier, I was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. A few drops of acid rain splashed on my clothes, and you see, a large part of the fabric was instantly corroded. If this had been skin, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Others in the building also felt uncomfortable, but luckily no one died. It seems the toxic fog is poisonous but not deadly. Although it's an apartment building, few people have supplies of food. Most are starving, especially now that the power and water are cut off, which only makes everyone more anxious. Fortunately, everyone has some water stored, or life would be even harder. Yifu also heard the sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese crying from the newly built farm nearby. The young animals that were carefully raised and released once again faced disaster. On the third morning, the concrete on the ground outside was corroded through by the acid rain. The water pooled and broke through the concrete layer into the soil, eventually seeping into the underground water. The corroded surface of the ground was exposed, looking like a honeycomb, full of holes and cracks. The surface was still steaming and foggy, covered in a thick layer of black sticky slime, with a foul smell spreading throughout the base. Yifu used binoculars to look at the wall of the neighboring building. The water-corroded wall looked like a weathered fossil, fragile enough to shatter with a light touch. The only thing that could withstand acid rain corrosion was glass. A piece of broken glass on the ground had no damage except for cracks. The appearance of several nearby buildings had changed. The once clean exterior walls were now blackened by the acid rain. The top floor's corners had been eroded and were about to collapse. When the wind blew, they fell with a loud bang. In the afternoon, a flash of purple lightning struck, followed by thunder. The acid rain grew heavier, pouring down with a roaring sound, and the ground sizzled and smoked. Yifu checked the thermometer. The temperature stayed steady at 30 degrees Celsius. After the water pipes were broken, the bathroom was unusable. Fearing the acid rain might flow back inside, Yifu filled the squat toilet with cement. On the fourth day, people in Building 9 started dying. Their cries, complaints, and curses echoed into everyone's ears. Someone started robbing at night. The thief was pushed down from the building but didn't die from the fall. Instead, he was stuck in a black sticky substance that prevented him from moving. As black acid rain fell, the thief was quickly corroded and died. He Rue and Zhang Yuan also caught someone's attention. Luckily, Officer Song noticed in time. That person lived next door to Officer Song. He used to work in a hunting team. With him were a child and an elderly person. When they were discovered, he knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. His mother and son also knelt beside him, crying and asking Officer Song to spare them. Officer Song hit him a few times and then let him go. As days passed, conflicts in the building increased. Robbery became common. Some people knew Yifu lived alone and tried to break in, but Jiang Rong caught them in the act. Jiang Rong was fierce. There were many people in the building. He remembered Yifu's words not to kill or silence anyone, but those trying to break in were beaten badly. After a few incidents, everyone realized Jiang Rong was brutal and not to be messed with. No one dared to challenge him again. On the 5th day, the lightning finally stopped. The acid rain lessened significantly. However, the black slime left by the acid rain on the ground suddenly caught fire. Flames flickered and burst out like gasoline was poured on them, sparking a series of small explosions. Yifu was lying flat on her bed, not moving at all. She only got up to eat. Most of the time, she stayed in bed, feeling helpless. Jiangrong knew she was scared, but didn't know how to comfort her. He could only sit beside her quietly. Today is the 5th day. The accumulated rainwater below has seeped into the soil, he said. Yifu rubbed her messy hair and stared at Jiangrong with swollen eyes. Will it stop? She asked. It will, he replied. Yifu tugged at her mouth and asked then, how many days until it stops? Jiangrong looked out the window and blinked. At most 5 days.
Yifu sighed.
Hopefully. On the 6th day, the acid rain intensified again. The raindrops were as big as quail eggs, hitting the glass with loud splashes. On the 7th day, the rain lessened again. This cycle repeated, making everyone anxious. On the morning of the 8th day, the acid rain stopped. Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, the rain suddenly poured down again, catching everyone off guard and frightening them. No one dared to go outside to check. On the 9th day, Yifu quietly looked outside. The base was like a ruined battlefield, with no intact areas in sight. The exterior walls of the apartment buildings were all corroded, and the foundations seemed fragile and unstable. On the 10th day, the acid rain stopped, but no one believed it was truly over. The sky was dark and cloudy, with no sign of sunlight. The ground below was steaming and covered in thick fog, and small corrosion holes occasionally emitted sparks of fire. From morning to night, the acid rain never returned, and only then did people believe it was truly gone. No one's face showed happiness. Everyone was filled with deep fear and unease. The acid rain had stopped, but the black slime on the ground was still wet. It was steaming and foggy, and sometimes it caught fire on its own. No one dared to go downstairs. People stepped outside, looking at the smoky base and the dark sky. Some cried, while others found a way to smile again after the disaster. A day later, some cautiously went downstairs. Although the black slime was sticky, they could walk on it. Everyone rushed out of the apartment buildings toward the base market, the underground city, and the office building. Officer Song and others went to check if there was any food in the market. Yifu and Jiangrong also went along. Residents broke into the market and the villa shops, stuffing food into their mouths. Some packed items into sacks and sheets, preparing to take them away. The underground city was also broken into by residents eager to grab supplies. However, security personnel quickly arrived, holding stun batons and guns. A fight broke out between residents and security. Officer Song and others found some items by chance. Yifu and Jiangrong mainly checked how badly the base had been damaged by the acid rain. But just 10 minutes after coming out, the smell of sourness in the air made everyone dizzy. Especially young children and weak women soon showed signs of discomfort. Some collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Others started bleeding from their noses and convulsing. Yifu pulled Jiangrong out of the crowd. Once again, survival of the fittest was evident. Only those who could resist the toxic fog of the acid rain would survive. Those who couldn't were sacrificed in this disaster. The residents raided the vegetables in the underground city. Even security guards, warning with guns, were ignored. They tore up vegetables and ate them, and even if pushed to the ground, they clung to their food. The base lost power, and someone took apart the wooden shelves in the mall to burn for fire. Yifu and Jiangrong were scavenging when they saw Lin Jiao, who was fighting with the group over a packet of instant noodles. Yifu picked up a head of cabbage that had been stepped on and didn't look at her again. After experiencing an acid rain crisis, everyone was angry and tense. Some people vented their frustration by pushing others down or stepping over them during the scramble for supplies. When someone finally managed to grab something, they could easily be robbed by others. The base was in chaos and could no longer be managed. Professor Ren, do you mean that after the acid rain, all the water sources are polluted and no longer drinkable? Not just the water sources, also the soil. All the land affected by the acid rain has turned into wasteland, losing its ability to grow crops. Secretary Huang, the base has tens of thousands of people. If they want to survive, they probably have to leave the base and find a new place to live. Professor Ren, an expert who developed the wheat seeds harvested in March, was formerly a professor at Lon City University and a botanist. He had studied geology and climate extensively. Secretary Huang believed his words without doubt. Professor Ren, do you think we can find a suitable new place to live? Over the past year, we've turned this base from a small town into a city that can hold 1 million people. Are we really going to give up? Professor Ren sighed. Secretary Huang, if you don't believe me, you can have people dig 10, 20, or even 30 meters into the ground. They won't find good soil. I can't say about 50 or 100 meters. Secretary Huang could only order the excavation of the base with proper bulldozers to check the water and soil quality. But as Professor Rin said, even digging below 30 meters, they still couldn't find good soil. Acid rain erodes quickly and deeply. Just one drop can ruin a whole jar of water, not to mention 10 days of continuous rain. So where can we move to now? The signal towers and power lines are destroyed. None of us have the skills to predict or plan. How can we find a safe place to live? Lu Ju asked, nervously scratching his head. Maybe we can head northwest. The black slime on the surface has dried up, so leaving shouldn't be too difficult, Professor Ren said before preparing to leave. Secretary Huang quickly stopped him. Are you leaving? Professor Ren shook his head. I'm old now. I can't walk far. I'll stay here. If you're staying here, how can we leave? The base now seems crowded, but no one is available to help. Everyone has experienced some level of hardship or trauma. I can't tell if the survivors are willing to leave. If we go to the northwest and there is still no good land or clean water, what should we do then? Professor Ren looked at Secretary Huang with a calm expression. If only we could find the person who notified everyone about the acid rain in the middle of the night, maybe we would have a way. Secretary Huang and Officer Liu exchanged glances and fell silent. Finding one person is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's very difficult. The chaos at the base never stops. Officer Song and others dug some soil to plant vegetables inside the house. Seeing this, other residents started copying them. Now people are not only fighting over supplies but also over soil. But the biggest problem remains water. The management has some reserve water, but they refuse to share it. The residents don't know where the water is hidden. Security personnel all carry weapons and will not warn anyone again. They will shoot anyone who gets too close. I saw someone digging on the east side of the base. They've been digging for days, but haven't found a single piece of good soil, and after digging dozens of meters, no water either. We're really doomed now. Officer Song glared at Qi Yuan. Don't always say we're doomed. It's not that easy to give up. There's always a way. Qi Yuan shook his head. Over the past few days, he had been wandering around the base gathering information. He had already seen helicopters coming and going several times. It seemed the management might also run away, leaving hundreds of thousands of survivors to fend for themselves. 3 days later, at midnight, hundreds of trucks suddenly left the base and never returned. The residents went to the office building to check and found it had been emptied. The villa clusters, luxury apartments, shopping malls, underground city, all gone. All the management and security personnel had left. Almost everything, glass, doors, tables, chairs, bulbs, wires, had been taken, leaving nothing behind. Hundreds of thousands of survivors were abandoned at the base. Some packed their belongings and chased after the truck's tire marks. Some couldn't bear the feeling of being abandoned. Facing water shortages, food scarcity, and toxic fog, they chose to end their lives. Frequent violence, theft, and chaos appeared. The survivors inside the base were on edge. Groups of people fled overnight in fear. Before the trucks left, all the helicopters flew away. The base now has no food or water. They didn't even leave a shovel or a bag of seeds. The wheat planted on dozens of acres was all taken. Yi Fu didn't expect the management to leave suddenly, not even leaving anything behind. They took all the top technical experts and supplies, leaving only the elderly, the sick, and a deserted base. That night, a nearby building suddenly collapsed. The base was corroded. The first floor was hollow inside. Over 100 people lived there, and all of them died overnight without being rescued. The residents in the tall buildings were very scared. They started moving downwards. Yifu planned to move to a villa area. After talking to Officer Song, everyone agreed. Yu Chao and Lin Siren also decided to move with them. There are many houses in the villa area. When they arrived, most were already occupied. Officer Song found an empty villa on the edge, with all the doors and windows gone. It was still a good place nearby, quiet and safe. There are 9 people, and only 4 rooms. Officer Song and Wenwen share one room. Yu Chao and Lin Siren share another. He Rue and Zhang Yuan share a third. The last room has Yi Fu and Jiang Rong. Yi Fu sleeps on the bed, Jiang Rong on the floor. Qi Yuan has to squeeze in with Yi Rue and the others. Officer Song and Qi Yuan looked for suitable doors and windows in various buildings of the base. Yi Fu, Jiang Rong, Yu Chao, and Lin Siren went to the underground city to dig soil, planning to plant vegetables in the villa. After installing the doors and windows, they still need to find firewood. A week later, 2/3 of the survivors left the base. The remaining people were fighting over soil and firewood. Officer Song thought about leaving, but Yi Fu's sixth sense told her it wasn't the best time to go. She decided not to leave, and others wouldn't leave either. That night, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong went to the office building again. They originally just wanted to find some wooden planks to burn, but on the top floor, they saw a shocking scene. 3 middle-aged men were thrown into an office on the top floor. Yi Fu saw the door was locked and sensed something was wrong. Before entering, she checked a sign that said Wan Tao. The 3 men looked barely alive. When Yi Fu and Jiang Rong arrived, one was already close to death. Their mouths were sealed with black tape, and their ropes were tied tightly. Yi Fu walked over and tore open one person's black cloth. The man was gasping heavily, looking at her with pleading eyes. "Please help Mayor Wan and Secretary Huang. I am Lu Zhang from the base management. The He family and the Hu family teamed up and betrayed us. Our management was betrayed, and all the supplies were taken by the Hu and He families. Our people were also killed by them." Yi Fu looked at Jiang Rong, then untied the ropes on the 3 people. Lu Zhang's limbs were already blistered and bleeding, and he was very dirty, having gone several days without food or water. His clothes and pants were stained with dirt. Yi Fu frowned as she looked at him. "You say the He family and Hu family teamed up and took everything. Why didn't they kill you all instead? Why did they just leave you here?" Lu Zhang's eyes flashed with a fierce anger. "They kidnapped Professor Ren. His son was forced by Hu Dong to kill us, but he couldn't do it himself. In the end, they just locked us here, letting us fend for ourselves. Hu Dong is the head of the Hu family." When Lu Zhang mentioned this name, his hands trembled. "What's happening outside?" he asked. "Everyone thinks the authorities took their supplies and ran." At first, people were very angry and sad. Many chose to commit suicide, and some left following the tire tracks. After a few days, 2/3 of the base's survivors left. Only some elderly, weak, sick, and disabled remain now. After Yi Fu finished speaking, Lu Zhang's eyes turned red. Mayor Wan and Secretary Huang were still unconscious. Yi Fu took a cup from her pocket, filled with her homemade medicine, and gave it to both of them to drink. Afterward, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong planned to leave, but Lu Zhang called out to them. "Young girl, helping others to the end. I can give you some things. Please save our lives." Yi Fu looked at him carefully. "Didn't you say they took everything? Resourceful people have multiple escape routes. If we didn't have any backup, we wouldn't have lived to this age." Yi Fu appreciated his attitude. He wasn't arrogant and seemed honest. "What do you have?" "Besides medicine, I have everything." Yi Fu raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a plane or trucks?" Lu Zhang covered his chest and coughed, then shook his head hard. "No, I only have some water and food."
Yi Fu snapped her fingers.
"All right, I can save you. But if you dare to change your mind, I won't be polite." Yi Fu took out a knife and played with it in his hand. Officer Lu smiled bitterly and nodded. I won't go back on my word. As long as I save those two people, I will definitely give you the supplies. Yi Fu looked at Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong was very cooperative, carrying one person in each hand, while Yi Fu helped Officer Lu leave the office building with the remaining person. Even leaders need to have bargaining chips to save their lives. After Yi Fu and Jiang Rong brought the three back to the villa and placed them in the living room, Yi Fu went to his room to get some herbs he dug up from Looming Mountain. Officer Song and Chi Yuan, knowing the full story, began helping the three treat their wounds and change their clothes. Before being, the three had been beaten and still had many serious injuries. Yi Fu looked at them and admired their strong vitality. They were men in their 40s or 50s, yet they had survived days without food or water through sheer resilience. Are you really leaders of the base? Did you really not abandon everyone and leave? Chi Yuan asked again. Officer Lu endured the pain and explained once more. Chi Yuan was so angry, he almost lost his temper. No wonder your family is so powerful, so cunning, so sly, and so inhumane. Officer Lu smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Wan Tao and Secretary Huang were still alive. Yi Fu gave them medicine and treated their wounds. They woke up once, but soon fell back into unconsciousness. Yu Chao and Lin Siren, after teaming up with everyone, took responsibility for gathering firewood. The two were very diligent, busy all the time. At 6 a.m, Officer Lu finally couldn't hold on and fell asleep. After he slept, Wan Tao woke up. Yi Fu thought he would never have the chance to meet such high-ranking leaders, but unexpectedly, he not only met them but also witnessed their embarrassing moments. How many days has it been since the acid rain ended? 9 days. Wan Tao nodded. It seems we can't catch up anymore. Yi Fu cleared his throat. Since you've woken up, I need to tell you something. Officer Lu and I made a deal. As long as we save you, we will get water and food. You're the highest leader. You won't go back on your word, right? Wan Tao shook his head. No, thank you. I didn't expect us to be rescued alive. I had already lost hope. Little girl, don't call me a leader anymore. I am nothing now. Yi Fu smiled but said nothing further. Because the villa no longer had rooms, and the surrounding villas were all occupied by other survivors, the three could only continue sleeping on the living room floor. 3 days later, their injuries improved, and they were able to walk again. Director Lu, where's the stuff you mentioned? Director Lu was already familiar with Yi Fu. Seeing her straightforwardly demanding supplies, he chuckled. I haven't forgotten. I'll take you to get it tonight. Yi Fu had been waiting for this moment for days. She just wanted to know how much of a backup plan Lu Zhang really had. At midnight, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong followed Lu Zhang and Secretary Huang. The four of them were well prepared, carrying plenty of ropes and sacks. When Lu Zhang led them to the underground city, Yi Fu was surprised. She didn't expect the supplies to be hidden there. The underground city was almost destroyed. The floor tiles had all been pried up, just to dig into the soil underneath. The digging pits were over 10 meters deep, and all equipment inside was gone, including streetlights and trash bins. Secretary Huang looked very upset. After waking up, he hardly spoke. His hair was turning whiter each day, and Wan Tao looked the same. The four of them zigzagged until they reached a laboratory, which had also been emptied. Watching Lu Jing's back, Yi Fu squinted, thinking he was very clever at hiding things. Inside the laboratory there was a dark room, but the supplies weren't inside it, they were in a basement below the dark room. It was a triple-layered safety measure. Finally, they found bags of rice and wheat, along with boxes of water. Lu Zhang looked tired. He looked at Yi Fu seriously and said, "Take some of these. The rest I want to share with the survivors here. This is the last reserve of food and water. These are all we have." Although Yi Fu had some guesses, she still felt emotional hearing him say that. The previous incident with parasites had made Yi Fu think a lot about the management of the base, but now she saw that the authorities would always be authorities. How will you distribute them? If you just give them out, they might attack you. Lu Zhang rubbed his temples. Let's just leave them here. We'll put up some signs outside, so everyone knows. If we try to distribute it directly, it could cause big trouble. There's quite a bit, and moving it all is a hassle. Yifu nodded. Although she thought this method was not very effective, they had already made their decision, so she had no objections. Yifu and Jiangrong took 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of wheat, and 4 boxes of water. Lu Zong and Secretary Huang each carried 2 bags, held 2 bags in their hands, and also carried a box of water on their shoulders. For people moved 5 times, and there were still many belongings inside. Yifu wrote dozens of signs and asked Jiangrong to hang them in various parts of the base, so everyone could see. When they returned to the villa, everyone was surprised to see the food and water they brought back. These are everyone's shared property. There isn't much, so we need to save and be careful. The road ahead will be tough, so I hope everyone stays strong and works together to overcome difficulties and survive well, Yifu said. Then everyone gathered around, touching and inspecting the supplies. Really food. The wheat smells so good. Yifu, the items are with you. Please keep them safe, Officer Song said. Suddenly, Lu Zhong raised his hand. Our things should also be kept with you, he suggested. No. Yifu immediately refused. Your belongings should be kept by yourselves. Storing them here might not be safe, Yifu explained. Lu Zhong wanted to say more, but Wan Tao stopped him. Listen to Xiao Yi. Yifu smiled and continued, thanks to the help of the 3 seniors, we received supplies. We are very grateful. This is life-saving food. There are still many supplies, but others need to live too. The remaining items belong to other survivors. Everyone nodded, agreeing that it was fine. Yifu asked Jiangrong to carry the supplies into a room, and then everyone dispersed. The next morning, news of food at the base spread everywhere. Everyone rushed to the underground city. The first 5 middle-aged men discovered the food. To maintain order, they organized everyone to distribute the food and water, with each person getting no more than 5 jin of wheat, 5 jin of rice, and 6 bottles of water. 2 days later, all supplies were distributed. Although there were some disputes, they were handled well. The remaining 3 bags of rice and 5 boxes of water were divided equally among the 5 people. Maintaining order was not easy. Every survivor received food and water, and hope to survive was rekindled. In the following days, survivors searched the base for secret rooms, basements, and hidden passages, hoping to find more food. But after digging deep, they found nothing. Some people gradually left, and those who stayed began a difficult life at the base. The neighboring villa became vacant, and Lu Zhong and the others moved in. Officer Song's planted vegetables in the living room started sprouting green shoots. Dou Miao and Luo Luo were also allowed to come out and play. Most of the time, when one played with them, others continued to go out and look for things. Even a single seed was carefully kept. Fortunately, half a month after the acid rain stopped, it suddenly rained lightly. The rain was a bit dirty, but not toxic. The survivors used buckets and basins to collect the water. Although it only rained for a few hours, it gave everyone a new chance to survive. Everyone found many pieces of old, torn clothes from different places. After shaking off the dirt, they could still wear them. Now, no one cared if the clothes were perfectly clean. As long as they kept warm and covered, it was enough. Lu Zhong, Wan Tao, and Secretary Huang found the bodies of some of their fallen comrades outside the base. They dug graves and buried them simply. Being betrayed by their own people and ending up like this, causing many others to die, made Wan Tao very upset. He wanted to find He Hu and his family to take back what was theirs, but the mountains were high and the roads were long. The enemy might already be far away, 1,000 miles away. He only had these 2 legs. How could he chase or take back what was lost? Are you saying that if we leave, you want to come with us? Yifu was surprised that Wan Tao came to talk to her about this. Yes, I know I might be a burden, but Secretary Huang and Lu Zhong are skilled fighters. They are trained. And I can see that you 9 are leading everyone. They listen to you. If you agree to take us along, they won't oppose it.
Yifu smiled.
Why do you think I would agree? I'm not sure if you'll say yes, but I have a suggestion. The Northwest has a special terrain and landform. Most importantly, it's very large and doesn't have a nuclear power plant yet. The idea of going to the northwest matched Yifu's thoughts. But Wan Tao's goal was to find He Hu and his family to get revenge. Yifu just wanted to escape and find a safe place to stay. We can go together, but I won't be involved in what you need to do. None of us will. Wan Tao looked a bit confused. What if you could get a lot of things? No need. I just want to stay alive. Saving you three isn't because I am kind, but because of what you have. Everyone has boundaries. Only then can we get along happily. After the acid rain, thick fog filled the air. People needed to wear masks and netting at all times. The air and wind carried black gravel, which hurt if it got into the eyes or nose. Survivors all suffered from aftereffects of the acid rain, which caused frequent dizziness, blurred vision, nausea, vomiting, and sometimes fainting or convulsions. Officer Song and Chi Yuan were fixing up a tricycle. Everyone had too much luggage, and if they left someday, they needed a vehicle. Fortunately, over the past few days, they found some iron sheets, tires, and tools in different parts of the base. Piecing things together, making 2 tricycles didn't seem too hard. Every day, survivors left the base, continuing along the wheels. No one knew how long they would walk or where they would end up. For everyone, leaving was about finding a way to survive. The 12 pounds of wheat in Officer Song's hands, Yifu suggested they keep it. If one day they found clean soil, these seeds could be their hope to survive. Yifu mixed some other seeds, fruit, vegetables, and even tree seeds into their wheat seeds. The wheat and rice they brought back, Yifu recommended turning into flatbread or dried biscuits with a longer shelf life. Yifu stood on the roof of the administrative building, looking down at Longtan base. After the acid rain, it looked like an abandoned coal mine, with a black sky, black ground, and thick black fog. You've been very worried lately, Zhang Rong said softly as he approached her. Yifu turned to look at him. He still had that calm expression, as if even if the sky fell, he wouldn't show any other feelings. Unless humans change and no longer need to eat, people without soil and water will soon disappear, Zhang Rong said, watching the crowd leaving below. Their faces showed struggle and despair. Women with children carrying bags slowly walked away. He looked at Yifu with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Will we die too?
Yifu sighed.
I don't know. Maybe I can hold on longer. As for you, perhaps you can live longer than me. Zhang Rong shook his head. That won't happen. What won't happen? He didn't answer but looked at the dark sky, silently thinking you won't die. Yifu pried up the tiles on the administrative building and started collecting soil underneath. Although there was plenty of dirt in the space, she was someone who couldn't sit still. The survivors who left took a bag of clay from the underground dungeon's soil pit. The soil they carried was not a burden, but a symbol of hope to survive. Several single rooms in the western courtyard collapsed one after another, their foundations corroded, resembling nests built by ants. Officer Song and his team finished modifying 3 tricycles. In the end, they made 3. At night, Yifu secretly checked the nails again and added water to everyone's bottles. All the food was turned into flatbreads and dried cakes. Even the grain in Wan Tao's hands was made into bread with everyone's help. In the past 2 days, Officer Song organized everyone to collect clothes and blankets. He carefully gathered all the nails they could find in the base. Lin's siren had her period these days. She had no sanitary pads, so she used cloth strips instead. Yifu had some, but she couldn't bring them out because the sanitary products in the space were bought before the apocalypse. She took a clean piece of clothing, cut it into strips, helped Lin's siren with acupuncture, and also gave her some herbs. This eased her pain a bit. Yifu, I think I have post-rain symptoms. I notice my blood isn't normal. It's black and bleeding a lot, and I can't stop it. In this environment, survival is even harder for women. It should be a post-rain effect, but don't worry. I can do acupuncture to help you detox during this time. Lin's siren lay on the bed, her body trembling with pain. Yifu used a bottle of hot water pressed against her clothes, tightly on her abdomen. When her hands and feet warmed up and the pain eased, Yifu began acupuncture. Is it better now? It seems less painful, but I dare not move. Just a little movement makes me feel like I'm bleeding inside. Yi Fu understood her situation well. Then rest well. I'll go make some medicine for you. No need. I can eat it raw. No need to waste water. Raw medicine won't work. The water used to make the medicine has already been saved by Yu Chao. Water is scarce now, so everyone tries to save it, but for special cases, we must treat them differently. Moreover, Yi Fu adds water to the bottles every day. Perhaps it truly reflects Officer Song's words. When there's a way, people will find it. The base experiences light rain every 3 days, allowing everyone to collect rainwater. The filtered water can be drunk directly, and the remaining dirty water can be used for growing vegetables. 10 days later, Lin's siren finally could get out of bed. Yi Fu didn't expect her to have such serious aftereffects. According to Lin's siren, she never had menstrual pain before the acid rain incident. Yi Fu was doing fine. Since drinking Jiang Rong's blood, her physical strength increased rapidly. Her wounds healed quickly, and she no longer experienced stomach pain during her period. Jiang Rong truly is her strongest helper and ultimate weapon. Luckily, she didn't kill him when she found him. The small cabbage planted by Officer Song was ready to be harvested. That evening, everyone luxuriously cooked a pot of boiled cabbage, and even the 3 people from next door came over to share the meal. Actually, Yi Fu and the others didn't lack supplies. During the resource scramble after the acid rain, they also picked up many items. Moreover, Jiang Rong was quick and sharp. Even if she didn't participate, she could still gather a lot. They had enough food, but lacked water. Everyone was reluctant to start a fire to cook, so they washed the dirt off the vegetables they found and ate them directly. Yi Fu still needed to grow bean sprouts and care for Luo Luo. The 2 little ones ate quite a lot, but during this period, everyone was living together. Yi Fu couldn't openly feed them. Only at night when she returned to her room could she prepare small meals for them, along with Jiang Rong. When the base was reduced to only a few tens of thousands of people, the thick fog grew heavier, like nightfall. It became impossible to go outside. Yi Fu knew that the next disaster after the acid rain was approaching. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone was coughing. Yi Fu saw Qi Yuan clutching his chest as if trying to force out his lungs. Officer Song's face flushed red. After coughing for a while, his throat became hoarse, and he couldn't speak. Yi Fu put on her gas mask and went outside. A woman and several children rushed over, surrounding her and trying to search her. Do you have any food? Cough, cough. Please give me some. Yi Fu gently pushed them away. The thin, gaunt woman was directly knocked to the ground. Only then did Yi Fu notice she seemed to be carrying a child on her back. Yi Fu looked at the thin, bony hands in front of her and their numb, fierce expressions. She drew her long knife from her waist. The children hesitated for a moment and then ran away. The woman was still lying on the ground. Yi Fu was about to leave when she was grabbed by her ankle. Please give us some food. The children really can't hold on anymore. Please have mercy on the children. Her large, sunken eyes were full of longing. Yi Fu glanced at the children who had run a little further away, watching her from a distance. I don't have any food. Yi Fu wanted to see the child on her back clearly, but she was wrapped in torn blankets, so she couldn't see anything. Some water would be good. The kid is about to die of thirst. Yi Fu held her down, tore off the blanket on her back, and the woman struggled wildly, but was pinned to the ground and couldn't move. Yi Fu opened the blanket, revealing a realistic doll. There was no child at all. Suddenly, the woman screamed loudly. Yi Fu threw something at her and quickly left. After Yi Fu left, 2 men appeared from around the corner and dragged the woman back. She was heading to the medical building today, where there was an underground storage room with some tools and wooden boards. Others couldn't go out without gas masks, and Jiang Rong had other tasks, so Yi Fu went out alone today. She had been to the underground storage before. There was nothing much, just some shelves and tools. The base had already been searched thoroughly, so Yi Fu was glad she hadn't left blindly. Otherwise, in the thick fog, she would suffer on the road. At least now she could stay in the base, sheltered from the wind and rain. It took about an hour to reach the medical building, which had also been emptied, leaving only some broken doors, windows, and hospital beds. On the way, several people had been following her, and it took Yifu a lot of time to shake them off. Now, the survivors remaining in the base were mostly the weak, sick, or capable people. It was best not to run into them. When she arrived at the basement, she saw the shelves were messy from being ransacked. She closed the door and stored everything into her space. In the end, she only gathered about 100 pounds of wooden boards and carried them back. She pried open the basement floor and found she could dig some soil. Officer Song had recently planted a surprise batch of corn seeds. Strangely, after the acid rain, humans suffered aftereffects, but in this environment, plant growth sped up dramatically. Seeds planted just a few hours ago sprouted quickly. Yifu felt like she had entered a magical world. On her way back, she ran into Jiangrong, who took the wooden boards from Yifu's back. They went back to the villa together. "Did you get the stuff?" "Yes, I brought it back for them." Secretary Huang, who had been silent for nearly half a month, suddenly found Yifu. He said there was some stuff hidden under the floor tiles of the men's bathroom on the 9th floor of the office building. He asked Yifu and Jiangrong to go retrieve it. Yifu was going to move the wooden boards, so he told Jiangrong to go get it. "What is that?" "It's a few boxes of seeds." When he saw Brother Song planting corn, he decided to share those items with everyone. Yifu was a bit surprised. "Seeds? They really are clever. It seems everyone has their own backup plan." Jiangrong nodded and returned to the villa. Officer Song and others were waiting at the door. Everyone helped unload the wooden boards, and Qiyuan took a few pieces to place in the fire. After the thick fog appeared, the temperature dropped from 30 degrees to 15 degrees, fluctuating suddenly. Breathing in the toxins from the fog, everyone except Yifu, Jiangrong, and Officer Song fell ill. Yifu looked at the grain seeds on the first floor. There were many types, including rice, wheat, beans, and various vegetables and fruits. Secretary Huang had already divided the seeds. Each person had a bag weighing about 2 jin. "If one day we are forced to part ways, these seeds could help us survive." Yifu picked up his own share. Jiangrong handed his bag to Yifu. Yifu smiled and took it, then stored it away. Some people in the base also organized to dig soil and find seeds, starting to plant inside the villa. Many stayed behind, but many also left every day. A week after the fog appeared, everyone's bodies began to adapt. Although they still felt dizzy and coughed, wearing masks allowed them to go out and dig or look for supplies. Fortunately, it rained every 3 days, very regularly. With the rain, there was hope. "Can I exchange some seeds? I have a clean cotton coat here. I'll trade it for some seeds." More and more people came to trade supplies. After the chaos and disasters, those who remained had to keep living. Officer Song took the cotton coat and handed over a handful of wheat seeds he had collected. Some people brought children to trade for food. A thin little girl was pushed forward, as if introducing her worth. "At least she's a girl. Now that there are fewer people, she might have children in the future." The girl's father glanced inside the house, smiling in a friendly way. "There are plenty of men in your house. I live nearby with a family and a few girls. If you're interested, I can take you to see them. But you have to pay me a little for the errands." Qiyuan was so angry he grabbed a stick and rushed over. "Get lost. Are you crazy? Are you the child's father? Using a kid to trade for food?" The man was so scared he stepped back, but did not leave. Instead, he pushed the girl in front of him. "This is like not being able to survive. You people have many, so surely you can live. Please be kind and leave this child alone. You can even keep her as a maid. I don't want much, just 10 jin of grain." Qiyuan pointed at him with a stick. "Get out. If you don't leave, I will hit you." "No, please. You have 2 more young men behind you. How about 9 jin of grain? 8 jin is okay too." Officer Song couldn't stand it anymore and took one away. Qiyuan looked at the thin girl and threw her half a dry biscuit, but the man snatched it and gobbled it up. The girl stood there crying, and Qiyuan was so angry he spat blood. Qiyuan closed the door, Yifu ordered. Qiyuan had no choice but to close it. Meanwhile, the man outside was still shouting and occasionally hitting the child to vent his anger. However, such incidents became more frequent. Some women even came directly to seek services, just asking for a bowl of rice or a piece of bread. Sometimes, Yi Fu went out and encountered various women and men. Yes, even slightly younger men started using this method to exchange for food. In abandoned buildings, some old, weak people sat at the door, watching eagerly outside. Some had lost all hope of living. Others were frightened by passing people throwing stones, hurriedly hiding back inside. After several experiments, it was proven that plants indeed grow faster in thick fog. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong moved to a nearby empty villa to grow vegetables and medicinal herbs. Yu Chao and Lin Siren also moved to the back. Although everyone lived separately, they were still within a safe zone. Unfortunately, the signal tower and wind turbines had been corroded. If they could be stored in the space, they might be useful later. Yi Fu planned to grow some medicinal herbs. The floor on the first floor had been pried open, but the soil underneath was still good and not corroded. She divided it into squares to make planting different herbs easier. Vegetables and corn could be planted around the edges. Yi Fu was talented at farming. The tea flower seed she had planted in pots had already grown into small trees about 20 centimeters tall. The cactus she brought from Lawn City was also standing strong and alive. Yi Fu, be careful these days. Last night, someone came to steal vegetables. There were several of them, but unfortunately, they got away, Chi Yuan said when he came to see Yi Fu. He looked at the green sprouts emerging from the ground with surprise. That doesn't look like wheat. What is it? All the herbs are planted here. Over there are some cabbages and corn. I'll give you a spray bottle with my homemade chili water later. You can use it for self-defense. Chi Yuan adjusted his torn jacket and quickly nodded upon hearing this.
Great.
Those people have probably been watching us for a long time. If they come tonight, we must teach them a lesson. Yi Fu thought for a moment and gave him a few more bottles of her secret chili water to pass to Officer Song and the others. Of course, Wan Tao and the three others also received some. After moving out, Yi Fu felt much freer. She no longer had to be so careful about eating, drinking, or doing things around everyone. As the rain kept falling, the plants started to grow, and everyone's life actually improved. Apart from the thick, dark fog outside that sometimes made it hard to breathe. If someone brought over wooden boards to exchange for food, they would trade some. Yi Fu looked at herself in the mirror. It had been almost a month since she last washed her face. She was so dirty she could easily be mistaken for a beggar. She rarely took a hot shower, saving the dirty water to water the plants. Jiang Rong was the same. He hadn't had extra meals and worked hard every day carrying heavy loads. Since moving out, he seemed much happier. What's for dinner night? Grilled fish.
Yi Fu snap her fingers.
Make arrangements. Each villa was separated by several meters, and the sour smell from the acid rain hadn't gone away. The smell of grilled fish quickly dispersed, but Yi Fu had an intelligent smoke extractor. She closed the doors and windows, and both Do Miao and Luo Luo's bowls were filled with food. They started preparing dinner. It's good I made a lot of boxed meals in the space earlier. Jiang Rong quietly stared at the fish on the grill. Yi Fu was talking to him, but he just nodded perfunctorily. The cabbages downstairs can be harvested now. After tomorrow's harvest, we can plant some more. The herbs might need another month or two to be ready. Jiang Rong continued to nod. The thick fog will probably last a long time. My instincts are usually accurate. We still need to grow herbs.
Can we eat now?
Jiang Rong looked at her seriously.
Yi Fu snorted. Eat.
These are the fathead fish caught by Yin Jiang. Will we have fish again tomorrow? Depends on my mood. Jiang Rong was very obedient. You rest, I'll do the work. Under the dim emergency light, Yi Fu smiled softly. All right then. The base currently has no management staff. Although it seems stable on the surface, occasional incidents of crime still happen. Wan Tao and the others have no intention of taking charge, and Yi Fu and the others naturally avoid such trouble. One day, a couple knocked on the door of Officer Song's villa. As soon as the door was opened, they knelt down and begged Officer Song for help. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong happened to arrive with some medicinal herbs and witnessed the scene. They said, "Our child went missing last night. We've looked everywhere but couldn't find him. 2 days ago, a child next door also disappeared." The child's mother searched for 2 days without success. Over the past half-month, 5 children and 2 young girls have vanished without reason. We heard that the people living here are capable. We beg you to help us find our children. Officer Song had previously gone out to dig and rescue a child who was almost taken away. He is tall, strong, and fierce in fights, but he has principles. His reputation in the base is good, and most people don't dare to provoke him. The child's parents came to ask for his help partly because of this. Officer Song looked at Wenwen, hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "I can try to help find them, but I can't guarantee success. The base still has about 10,000 to 20,000 people, so finding someone isn't easy." He promised to look for the children, and the parents were very grateful. Yi Fu felt something was wrong and decided to help as well. She wanted to assist, so the others naturally wouldn't rest either. Wan Tao, the 3 of them, and Wenwen stayed at the villa, while the others went out with Officer Song to search. With so many children missing, everyone had many guesses. Hopefully, these guesses are wrong. After the apocalypse, fewer children are born, and even the most ruthless people shouldn't harm children. Yi Fu was worried about trouble but didn't want to stand by and do nothing. Jiang Rong stayed close to her, and they searched together. They checked the administrative building, the medical department, various residential areas, the laboratory building, the underground city, and the shopping mall, but found nothing. Could the children have been taken outside the base? Thick fog blocked their view, making it very difficult to find anyone. Staying in the fog for too long was exhausting. The parents of several children came, but 2 girls had no family with them and no one knew their names. "They live next door to us, usually don't interact much, and seem to be sisters. There is very little useful information, so everyone must keep searching." After several hours with no results, Yi Fu started to feel anxious. "Can we still find him? Now, we can't see clearly beyond 3 meters. Finding someone is really hard. It would be great if we had a tracking dog." Yi Fu thought of something, went home, and brought out Do Miao. "Brother Song, maybe Do Miao can try." Officer Song immediately understood Yi Fu's meaning. He asked the child's parents to bring something the child had used, then let Do Miao smell it. "Do Miao, can you help us find this person? Smell him carefully and help us find him, okay?" Do Miao proudly wagged its tail and started sniffing at a small, dirty sweater. After a while, it looked up at Yi Fu and then nudged her hand with its head. "Do you remember this smell? Good. Now, take us to find him. When we find the kid, you'll get a treat tonight." Do Miao stopped and ran ahead, with everyone following behind. "Yi Fu, do you think Do Miao can do it?" Yi Fu glanced at Qi Yuan. "You might think it can't, but Do Miao must be able." This was a mountain spirit she brought from Broken Cloud Mountain. How could it not be capable? Plus, Do Miao had drunk Jiang Rong's blood, and its intelligence had improved a lot. "You can say Do Miao is amazing, but you can't belittle me." Qi Yuan flicked his greasy long hair and held a stick, looking like a village elder. "Who asked you to doubt Do Miao? It's very powerful." They started arguing until they reached a single-room house in the western yard, and everyone fell silent. This house was mostly uninhabited, and although they searched around, they missed something. Do Miao squeaked and continued climbing up. It reached a room on the 7th floor, pawed at the door, then looked up at Yi Fu, wagging its tail excitedly. Yi Fu picked it up. Officer Song and Qi Yuan kicked the door with weapons. The child's parents couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to break the door down. Even the weakest person at that moment seemed to unleash endless strength. The door was quickly kicked open. Inside, a thin, bony man held a knife to threaten a small child, glaring fiercely at everyone. "Get out, or I'll kill him if you don't leave now." The child's parents were so scared they cried loudly. The child was barely breathing and covered in blood. "Hui Hui, our son, it's really Hui Hui." The child's mother fainted from the shock. Yi Fu glanced around. The room was small. Besides the child, he saw no one else. "Leave now, or I will kill him immediately." Yi Fu handed a few stones to Zhang Rong. Zhang Rong took them and threw them away. The man's knife fell to the ground. He screamed in pain and was hit in the chin by a stone, causing blood to flow heavily. Officer Song and Chi Yuan stepped forward to hold him down. The child was carried out. What about the others? The man kept crying out. Officer Song quickly removed his hands, and Chi Yuan kicked him a few times. The man begged for mercy, saying, "I'll tell you everything, just stop hitting me." They are in the warehouse on the second floor of the laboratory building. The laboratory building was far from the base. It took an hour to walk from the west courtyard. How did the child get here? I wanted to take him away, but he kept resisting. I had to lock him here. Today, the base was searching for people. I was going to abandon him, but he woke up just now, so I hit him. That's why he bled so much. You beast. After saying this, the man was kicked twice by the child's father. Go to the laboratory building, Officer Song ordered. Everyone followed him. When they arrived, Yi Fu realized why the others couldn't find the children. There was a secret room here. But once inside, they found only 2 children and 2 girls chained with iron. 3 smaller children were missing. Nearby, there were some unburned firewood and a broken iron pot. Where are the other 3 children? The child's parents rushed forward and started beating the man. Soon he was barely breathing. They're gone already, haha, they've been gone for a long time. The man laughed wildly, emitting a strong, unpleasant smell. Yi Fu and Chi Yuan took off their coats and gave them to the 2 girls, who looked very unwell. Chi Yuan took out a knife and handed it over, saying calmly, "Whether to vent your anger or seek revenge, go ahead." One girl took the knife and walked up to the man. She stabbed him directly in the chest and twisted the blade. The man's eyes widened as he looked at her. He struggled a little and then stopped breathing. The 3 sets of parents who lost their children also rushed forward to vent their anger. Yi Fu stepped back from the crowd, pressing his hand against his somewhat uncomfortable chest. "What's wrong?" Yi Fu looked back at Zhang Rong, his voice a little hoarse. "My heart hurts. Go back and drink some blood." Yi Fu blinked, trying to suppress the sour feeling in his eyes. "It's okay, it'll be better soon." Suddenly, crying sounds came from inside. The parents who found their children cried with joy, while those who lost their children were overwhelmed with pain. Only the one who had died remained unfulfilled, their anger unquenched. The dark sky was completely clouded, with no light at all. Under this endless darkness, violence only increased. Zhang Rong took the bean sprouts and squatted down again. Yi Fu leaned on his back, and the 2 of them left first. Back at the villa, Wan Tao immediately came to ask about the outcome. Yi Fu told him everything that had happened earlier, with no details left out. That beast, worse than pigs and dogs. His hands kept trembling, and his eyes were bloodshot. Hang that man's body on the office building, so everyone can see his fate. Lu Zhang and Secretary Huang nodded in agreement. After Officer Song returned, he no longer dared to leave when alone in the house. He carried her everywhere. The surviving children at home also became more cautious. Thick fog was like a cover for crimes. As long as the fog didn't clear, the fear hanging over everyone's head wouldn't go away. Secretary Huang and Lu Zhang dragged the man in front of the office building and hung him upside down on a pillar with a rope. Some people came to beat him to vent their anger, while others had different thoughts. The next day, the body was gone. Yi Fu's corn was fully ripe. After picking it, it weighed over 30 jin. They kept some as seeds for planting again. After turning the soil, they replanted sweet potatoes and potatoes. After this incident, the base was much calmer. Officer Song's reputation spread throughout the base, and many people came to ask him to organize some to help defend the base. They could also contribute part of their harvested grain as a tax. Officer Song asked for everyone's opinion. Yi Fu agreed, but she felt she wasn't suited for this role. He then asked Wan Tao and the other 2, who also strongly supported the idea. Since they couldn't leave for now, maintaining order and peace was essential. Most importantly, they had to protect all the children. Ultimately, Officer Song selected 30 people for a 3-shift rotation and temporarily set up a security team. He also recruited 2 more people to cook for the security staff. This not only ensured everyone's safety, but also provided income for the security personnel. The items they needed to give back were few, since there weren't many security staff. Each survivor roughly contributed a cabbage or half a bowl of wheat every 2 to 3 months. Officer Song was responsible only for recruiting, while Lu Zhang and Secretary Huang handled the rest, as they were the experts in management. The base also introduced new rules: no fighting or bullying. The elderly were gathered together and given some seeds so they could support themselves. After a light rain, Wan Tao organized everyone to build some water storage pools with wet mud, collecting rainwater and filtering it with ash from plants. Everything seems to be getting better again, he said. The base was renamed Longtan Safe Zone. The security team was divided into groups of 10, with 2 people in each small team, patrolling different parts of the zone. 30 people worked in 3 shifts, each shift lasting 8 hours. Their tasks were simple: resolving disputes among residents and maintaining order. Residents could exchange food, but not sell children for food, and theft was strictly forbidden. Anyone caught stealing was expelled from the zone. With the security team in place, everyone felt more at ease. Some even dared to go outside the zone to find wood. The tricycles modified by Officer Song came in handy. They could carry soil or wood. Many capable people in the zone used the collected wood to make simple carts. Residents knew that Yi Fu was a doctor. For minor illnesses or pains, they came to her for treatment, offering a cabbage or half a bowl of wheat as payment. Orphans without parents were gathered together. Lu Zhang helped them dig soil, plant vegetables, chop wood, and find clothes. Nature also gave everyone a chance to survive. Fast-growing plants and short, heavy rains every 3 days. "There's a mouse! There's a mouse!" Someone excitedly shouted outside. Everyone rushed out to catch the mouse, and those who caught it were very happy, while others felt a bit disappointed. Mice are food too. After that, mice appeared more frequently. Yi Fu checked them and found that all the mice were healthy and edible. For residents in the safe zone, catching mice is like celebrating the new year because they get to enjoy some meat. Wan is now at her most lively stage. Officer Song wants to carry her, but she refuses and insists on using the net that Yi Fu made to catch mice. After drinking Yi Fu's blood, Wenwen's strength increases, but she is still just a 4.5-year-old child. "Little Yi Jia, I want to go out and catch mice. Can you tell Dad?" He will definitely agree. Yi Fu nods. "I know you're very capable, but right now there's thick fog. You need to be careful when walking, and if you get lost, what will happen?" Wenwen points at Hirue and seriously says, "Hirue and I will go together. We'll be safe." Yi Fu has no choice but to tell Officer Song about this. In the end, Officer Song agrees, and Yi Fu gives Wenwen a bottle of pepper spray for self-defense. Hirue then takes her to catch mice. Zhang Yuan helps Lu Zhang by staying nearby. Everyone has work to do, except Jiang Rong. Lin Siren brings over some corn to exchange for medicine with Yi Fu. Jiang Rong sits on the second floor, holding Do Miao in his arms, with Luo sitting on his shoulder. He is reading a cookbook carefully. "Yi Fu, why does Jiang Rong like to look at this cookbook so much? Last time I came over, he was reading it. This time I come, he's still reading it." Yi Fu can't help but laugh. That's just his little hobby.
You could let him go catch mice.
Yu Chao caught 3 yesterday. Jiang Rong is so skilled, he can definitely catch more. Jiang Rong shakes his head seriously. It's boring. Lin Siren clicks her tongue. Just indulge him. He's already lacking clothes and food, and he's still throwing a tantrum. Jiang Rong looks at Lin Siren with an expression of impatience. After Lin Siren leaves, Jiang Rong approaches Yi Fu like a grumpy husband to complain. "Don't let her come into our house anymore."
Why? She said bad things about me.
Yi Fu suppresses a laugh. "It's rare for you to get angry. Then let's have fried chicken and barbecue tonight." His thoughts jump quickly, shifting to food. How does that relate to what happened earlier? Jiang Rong looks very serious and earnest. "You let her in, and she said bad things about me, so you need to make it up to me. In the end, isn't it all about eating?" Yi Fu frowns and thinks. Then Jiang Rong softly says, "If you want mice, I will go catch them now."
Yi Fu.
"There's no need for that." Let the mice be for others. Since you've been working so hard lately, I think you deserve a reward. Besides the dish you just ordered, I can make another dry pot shrimp. How does that sound? Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled as she looked at her. Yi Fu, I'll do the work.
You go rest.
Yi Fu laughed loudly and handed her the. Ever since the first mouse appeared in the safe zone, countless mice have been seen every day. Security staff have temporarily become a mouse-catching team, and they need to keep exterminating mice. Mice run as fast as cockroaches, but dried mouse meat can be stored for a long time. Everyone is catching mice to prepare dried food. When she used to live in an apartment building, Yi Fu once treated a pregnant woman. The next time she saw her was still in that same apartment. The little boy looked very thin and weak, wearing torn clothes, hiding in a corner. Yi Fu checked the pregnant woman's belly. Although it wasn't close to her due date, she had a fall that caused her to go into labor early. The man was pacing nervously nearby. Yi Fu felt annoyed just looking at him. Can you go outside? Don't disturb me here. I want to stay here. I want to watch my son be born. Yi Fu glanced at the little boy in the corner, feeling confused. Doesn't she already have a son? Why is she still fighting for a son? The pregnant woman was very unwell, her limbs swollen badly. She looked at the man with pleading eyes. If I can't make it, you must take good care of Orange. Orange was the little boy in the corner. When he heard his name, he carefully looked up at the woman, then quickly lowered his head. Our son will be born soon. You should hurry and give birth. Don't talk nonsense. Orange is my sister's only child. If you want a child, I'll have one. But I beg you, please treat Orange well. Don't abandon him. I beg you. The man said nothing, just looked back at the boy with an impatient face. All you do is complain. Hurry up and give birth to my son, or I'll throw this troublemaker out. The woman was so shocked by his words that she started bleeding heavily. An hour later, the baby was born, a weak little boy, as small and fragile as a kitten. Although Yi Fu has experience in childbirth, she lacks the skills to save someone from heavy bleeding. The woman died, with her eyes open. The man was holding the baby and about to scold Yi Fu, but Jiang Rong, who rushed in, was so frightened he didn't dare speak. How did you get in? Jiang Rong didn't answer, only glanced at the man. Let's go. Yi Fu shook her head, cleaned the woman's body, then took her medical kit and left. Get out too, debt collector. Your aunt died, and I won't take care of you now. I have my own son. The boy was picked up and thrown into the hallway. Suddenly, Yi Fu felt a jolt. Just as she lifted the boy, Jiang Rong carried her and rushed down the apartment building. After a loud explosion, the apartment building collapsed. Yi Fu, holding the boy, was in Jiang Rong's arms. Their strange position looked odd. The collapsing building kicked up a lot of dust. Yi Fu kept coughing, and dust got into her eyes, making her feel dry and uncomfortable. Jiang Rong moved quickly, running more than 100 meters with them. After Yi Fu got out of his arms, she gently set the boy down. The damaged building had collapsed, and dozens of people still lived inside. Yi Fu heard faint cries for help. Nearby residents came out to help, and everyone started rescuing people. Yi Fu looked at Orange. The child was terrified, staring blankly at the collapsed building. His thin little hands trembled. Yi Fu held his hand silently, trying to comfort him. Others in the safe zone heard the collapse and came to help. Security organized rescue efforts. A faint cry of a baby reached everyone's ears, but after half an hour of searching, they couldn't find the exact location of the sound. Jiang Rong looked at Yi Fu and silently went to join the rescue. An hour later, the baby was finally rescued. Others were gradually saved too. Out of more than 30 people in the building, 15 died, including a pregnant woman who died from heavy bleeding and a man who protected his baby in his arms. The child is lucky, but so sad. He lost his parents right after birth. His father was a hero, holding the baby tightly and protecting him. His back was broken by concrete and stones. What should we do now? The newborn has no parents. How will he survive? Yi Fu looked at the crying baby held by security personnel and at the lifeless bodies on the ground, her expression unreadable. Orange looked at the child with a blank stare. Suddenly, he broke free from Yifu's hand and walked over to the security guard holding the baby, reaching out to touch him. "Little brother, is this your brother?" The security guard handed the baby to Orange. Orange didn't speak, and the people nearby looked at him with sympathy. Yifu helped Jiang Rong brush the dust off his hair. If he hadn't gone to help and pulled the child out of the rubble, the rescue might have taken much longer. After the rescue, the security guards took away all the dead and buried them. The survivors needed to find new places to stay. Yifu and others joined the medical work. Several of the rescued people died quickly from heavy blood loss. Lin Siren also came to help. She mainly took care of Orange and An is the baby. Lin Siren named him and wanted to adopt him. "Are you really sure? Raising a child in this environment isn't easy." Lin Siren smiled bitterly. "I know, but Anan is so pitiful. No one wants to adopt him.
He can only wait to die."
Also, Yu Chao and I discussed it. We don't know how long this situation will last. The aftereffects of acid rain make me feel that humans might find it hard to conceive. Yifu, Yu Chao, and I don't plan to have children. We will raise this child as our own. You should ask Orange what he thinks. After all, he's his brother. Yifu didn't try to persuade Lin Siren further. Lin Siren nodded. I asked him. He has no objection. Secretary Huang also wants to adopt Orange. Yifu was surprised. The usually quiet Secretary Huang wanted to adopt Orange? I understand. I have some flour here. I'll bring it to you later. Make some porridge for Anan to eat. Lin Siren didn't refuse. She thanked him and then carried Anan away. Lin Siren took Anan back to care for him. Orange was also taken away by Secretary Huang. Anyway, both children had better places to go. Meanwhile, collapses happened every day. Nearly half of all the tall buildings in the safe zone had fallen. All the survivors began gathering in the villa clusters, office buildings, and underground cities. After people started living together, conflicts began to grow. The first issue was fighting over land. Each area started forming groups, and they couldn't dig in each other's territory. Later, it even became forbidden to exchange food and supplies across areas. Where there are people, there are problems. Wan Tao created a safety zone management rule, choosing a leader for each area. Although now only about 10,000 survivors remain in the safety zone, there are still many responsibilities. Yifu doesn't get involved in these matters. She focuses on growing vegetables and herbs. Sometimes, people come to her for medical help. As long as it's not a difficult case, she doesn't refuse. When they come for treatment, they bring cabbage or corn as payment. Despite Wan Tao trying several times to persuade Jiang Rong to help manage the safety zone, he failed. Wan Tao also asked Yifu twice to talk to Jiang Rong, hoping she could convince him to help them run the zone. Basically, Jiang Rong's role is just a security team leader, using force to suppress troublemakers. Jiang Rong isn't interested in these affairs, and Yifu doesn't want to get involved either. She just makes excuses to avoid it. The nearby wood has all been collected. Secretary Huang wants to organize everyone to go a bit farther to gather firewood. Do you want to go? It's getting colder these days, so we should prepare more firewood. By farther, he means about 2 kilometers outside the base. Because of thick fog blocking the view, the road is hard to walk, almost like night. So, 2 kilometers is quite far. Officer Song came to ask Jiang Rong if he wanted to go with them.
Yifu declined.
She has plenty of firewood in her space. She had also collected many wooden boards and shelves from the basement of the medical building before. There's no need to go through such trouble. Besides occasional medical visits, Yifu mostly stays in her villa, growing vegetables and herbs. The temperature dropped another 2 degrees. The fog carried moisture, like salt, making it uncomfortable to get into the eyes. Lin Siren called Yifu outside. When Yifu went out, she brought a white radish. Last time, you gave me flour. My radish has grown, so I brought the first one to give you a taste. Yifu didn't refuse her politely. Seeing her face, she noticed that Nen, who was behind her, looked well taken care of. This kid is very obedient, doesn't cry or make trouble. Orange is also very good. I saw Secretary Huang earlier, and he even gave him a set of clean, warm clothes. He's destined to be with you. Lin's siren smiled and said, Yes, I like him very much when I see him. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I feel happy. Now, I want to live well more than before. I feel full of courage. Yi Fu gently pinched Anin's small face. Anin blew a bubble at her. They talked for a while, and then Lin's siren left. Yi Fu went back to care for her medicinal herbs. This batch of herbs was ready to be harvested. She took out dug them all up with the roots, and stored them in her space. A year passed quickly, and the thick fog still showed no signs of clearing. The wood outside the safe zone was almost all collected. The temperature stayed between 13 and 16 degrees Celsius. The mice had long been wiped out thanks to everyone's efforts, but some people had bred many mice inside their homes. There were also several shops selling mouse meat in the safe zone. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong still kept a close but respectful distance from everyone. The rules of the safe zone gradually became clearer. Although life was still hard, the survivors here rarely experienced true peace. Xiaoyu still visited every 3 days. The stored rainwater was enough for everyone to drink, but it was just enough for drinking. Washing faces and bathing was a luxury. Over the year, lonely elderly people gradually passed away, while young children grew quickly under the care of Secretary Huang and Lu Zhang. They could go farther to gather firewood, which could now be sold in the safe zone at prices higher than vegetables. Yi Fu was still obsessed with planting medicinal herbs. She rarely went out, and a sign that said no disturbance unless necessary was hung outside. But if someone needed treatment, she wouldn't refuse. The prices stayed the same, 1 cabbage or half a bowl of wheat. Jiang Rong occasionally went out hunting. Yi Fu didn't know how far he went, but he always returned with some catch. Having not seen the sun for over a year, Yi Fu noticed her skin had turned frighteningly pale, as if she had a terminal illness. Her hair grew long, but she always cut it short and never kept long hair. Wan Tao and 2 others made several carts. They found a coal mine in the nearby mountains and planned to dig it up to replace wood for fire. The mine was large, and everyone could go to dig. Officer Song and Chi Yuan worked there for several days, bringing back a small cart of coal each day. Wenwen was very lucky. When Officer Song went coal mining, they found a nest of wild eggs. They brought them back, and within 2 days, the eggs hatched into a group of 30 chicks. Yi Fu and she exchanged 2 chicks, raising them on the first floor. Although her space also had many fertilized eggs for chickens, ducks, and geese, she couldn't take them out before. Now, with this opportunity, she could openly raise chicks. Jiang Rong, look at this. What is it? A bird? No, it's a chick. I'm giving it to you. From now on, you are responsible for feeding them. Jiang Rong looked seriously at Yi Fu. When they grow up, can we eat them? Of course, but we can also save some for eggs. Bored with her life, Yi Fu finally found a way to add some fun by raising chicks. Animals grow quickly in the thick fog. After about a month, Yi Fu chose 2 hens. But after waiting a long time, they showed no signs of laying eggs. Yi Fu decided to use the fertilized eggs from her space and hatched a batch of chicks. The 2 grown hens naturally ended up in Jiang Rong's stomach. Originally, the eggs needed about 20 days to hatch, but they hatched in just 7 days, without any loss. Yi Fu's chicken farm was officially established. Of course, Jiang Rong was the farm manager, taking care of about 40 or so chickens. People in the safe zone heard that Yi Fu was raising many chicks. They brought wheat and corn to trade. Yi Fu didn't trade the first batch, but by the second batch, her family could exchange 2 chicks. Wenwen was very upset. She wondered why her chicks wouldn't lay eggs or hatch eggs. To comfort her, Yi Fu exchanged 2 chicks with her. Sure enough, that very night, the exchanged chicks started laying eggs. Lin's siren also traded 2 chicks from Yi Fu. Over time, her small flock grew into a chicken farm. Uncle Wan, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Ching Ching shouted loudly to Wan Tao. Everyone thought something serious had happened and hurried outside to check. Ching Ching, what happened? Many people are coming. They say they want to enter our safe zone. I told others to stop them and quickly come to report to Uncle Juan. Many people? Someone actually coming to Longtan safe zone? Many were curious, but Juan Tao was very alert. He took 2 security teams, and everyone carried sticks, hose, and other weapons, then left in a big group. At the entrance of the safe zone, a few children held sticks, blocking a group of raggedly dressed people. Where are you from? What's your name? Why are you here?
How many people are with you?
A small child asked a long string of questions loudly. The group looked very weak and thin, only able to answer honestly. We come from Liangjiang County. After the acid rain, our houses collapsed, all the trees died, and there was no water. We had to leave. We couldn't see the way, so we just wandered in the dark. We walked for half a year and reached Longtan, which was also in ruins. There was no food, so we kept walking for another half year until we arrived here. My son went ahead to scout and saw some houses. We thought no one lived there, so we decided to come in. A middle-aged man explained honestly. Behind him were a man and a woman, his son and daughter. The others were all companions fleeing together. When Juan Tao and the others arrived, the children eagerly told what had happened earlier. The man looked at Juan Tao with a shocked face. Are you Juan Tao? Who are you? The man choked up as he spoke. I used to work at a factory in Liangjiang. You visited there to check on things. I remember you. Liangjiang County is a small town under Haicheng's jurisdiction. The man mentioned the factory name and the time Juan Tao visited, so Juan Tao roughly believed him. How many of you are there?
25.
There are 3 elders and 2 children. When we left, there were over 100 people. Now only 25 remain. We can work. Mr. Juan, can we rely on you? We really can't walk anymore. Everyone's feet are swollen, and we don't know where to go. You can check our belongings. We haven't brought weapons, only a few hoes and sickles. Juan Tao and the others didn't give an immediate answer. After discussing, they asked for others' opinions. Perhaps because the elders and children looked so pitiful, many felt compassionate. Let them stay. They can go to the shopping mall area to live. The children are too pitiful. The children looked malnourished, with patches of yellow and white hair. The elders also looked very weak. Since the safety zone was crowded and had security personnel, there was no worry that these people would harm anyone. After checking their belongings, Juan Tao allowed them to come in. Yifu only learned about this when Lin Siren came to talk to her. The next day, several people brought supplies to exchange for resources. These people look like they have escaped from danger and suffered a lot. Their faces are sad and their eyes are dull. Using the only good bowl and spoon, Lin Siren traded for some corn seeds. She felt kind and immediately made the exchange. After watching for a while, she saw that these people had no bad intentions. They finally found a place to rest and they started to live actively. In the safe zone, some people have died, and others have come here after crossing mountains and rivers to escape. With coal, life in the safe zone became much more comfortable. But because it was cold, some people kept their doors and windows closed to keep warm, which sometimes caused poisoning. Fortunately, the survivors' bodies had become stronger after acid rain, so as long as they received quick treatment, most people would not die. Yifu and Zhongrong also went to dig some coal. Yifu had a tricycle in her space, but it was brand new. To hide this, Zhongrong pretended it was old. The two went out to dig coal, and also took a walk in the mountains. The trees that had been damaged by corrosion were collected by survivors in the safe zone. Several mountains turned into bare, rocky hills. Yifu stored several carts of coal in her space, so she wouldn't need to go out to dig for a long time. She wasn't greedy. She knew others still needed to live. Zhongrong used a shovel to dig a few meters into a remote area. It was still wasteland, and on some mountains, water sources had dried up, leaving no plants. This scene was similar to the surface of the moon. New people who joined also came to dig coal. They didn't have tricycles, so they could only carry coal back using sheets or old cloths. Tricycles are very precious in the safe zone, and no one would lend theirs easily. Back at the villa, someone came to ask Yifu for medical help. They had 2 eggs with them. Yi Fu accepted them and took her medical kit to see the patient. The patient was a young girl who had her first period. She lost a lot of blood, which frightened her family. Yi Fu gave her a few injections and explained the after effects of acid rain. The girl and her family felt relieved. The after effects of acid rain are more obvious and serious in women. On the way back, they passed by houses where elders gathered. Someone waved and greeted Yi Fu, and she responded, "Dr. Xiaoyi, I don't think I have many days left." An old man covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Yi Fu saw a pool of fresh blood on his palm. "Let me take a look at you." "No, it's not necessary, Dr. Xiaoyi. I won't live much longer. When I die, please tell the security guards who will handle my body to set a fire and burn me. Scatter my ashes toward Haicheng. I want to go home and see it. Thank you, and also thank them. Sorry for the trouble caused to everyone." Yi Fu couldn't speak for a long time. The old man stood inside the window, while Yi Fu was outside. After a long silence, Yi Fu nodded. "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing else. My son will come to pick me up. They're probably waiting at home for me." He took out a cloth, uncovered it, revealing some dried meat. Yi Fu could tell it was rat meat. The old man handed the dried meat to Yi Fu, smiling shyly.
"Eat, Dr. Xiaoye."
Yi Fu carefully tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. It was very hard and not tasty. On the way back, Yi Fu struggled for a long time to hold back his tears. He didn't go home but found Wan Tao and told him what had just happened. "Grandpa's name is Chao Wenping. He lives in Haicheng. He won't last 3 days. He wants to be cremated and his ashes scattered toward Haicheng. That's all." Wan Tao's eyes also reddened. "Okay, I understand."
Yi Fu nodded.
Wan Tao was a pretty good leader. He would do what he promised. Back home, Yi Fu looked at Jiang Rong, who was working on making coal balls. He took a deep breath and collected all his emotions. "What should we eat tonight?" "Stewed chicken in a cast-iron pot." Jiang Rong pointed to the corner, where Yi Fu saw a tied-up hen. "What's wrong with it?" "I was working, and it came over to bother me, splashing coal dust in my face. So tonight I'll stew it." Yi Fu clicked his tongue. "Are you deliberately trying to harm it?" "If I wanted to harm it, I would have caught the fattest one and done it." Jiang Rong took off his gloves and finished the last coal ball. Yi Fu glanced at Do Miao and Luo Luo. Recently, these two had been shedding a lot of hair. Do Miao seemed to have entered maturity, constantly crying all day, which was hard to bear. Luo Luo was afraid of the cold and hadn't flown much this past year. "Where can I find a mate for Do Miao?" "It might be difficult." "Do Miao, I can help you with sterilization. My skills are good." Hearing this, Do Miao, now an adult, wagged its tail and ran away. "After sterilization, you won't be howling every day. You will lose your desires and you won't want a wife anymore. Do Miao, you deserve my sterilization plan." Do Miao ran faster, and the gloom in Yi Fu's eyes eased a little. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong hadn't cooked together for a long time. During this period, they were busy mining coal, and everyone was leaving early and returning late. Jiang Rong needed to take care of the chicks, and Yi Fu had to go out for medical consultations. Most of the time, they relied on space boxes for meals. "I'll heat the water, and you can kill the chicken." Jiang Rong nodded, "Okay." After more than an hour of busy work, dinner was finally ready. Just as they were about to sit down to eat, Wenwen suddenly called Yi Fu outside. "Little Yi, help. My dad is about to be beaten to death." Yi Fu and Jiang Rong exchanged a quick look, stored the food in the space, and went out together to see what was happening. "How did your dad get into a fight?" Wenwen, who was already 5.5 years old, was very clever. "And Annie wants to be my stepmother, but my dad doesn't want that. Her family said my dad was irresponsible, so he got angry and started hitting people. But there were several of them, and my dad seems to be at a disadvantage. That's why I came to call you." Yi Fu shook his head and sighed. Officer Song was quite famous in the safe zone. Both widows and young unmarried girls were interested in him. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and Yi Fu no longer found it strange. "Let's go quickly to help your dad. Don't let him get hurt." Wenwen, holding a stick, led the way, with Yi Fu and Jiang Rong following behind. On the way, they also met Qi Yuan, He Rui, and Zhang Yuan. Recently, Qi Yuan shaved his head, and from a few meters away, Yi Fu saw his shiny scalp. Wenwen, your dad is really lucky in love. Aren't you worried he'll find a stepmother for you? Wenwen shook her head. My dad says everyone is about to starve, so he doesn't think about those fancy things. Plus, he only likes my mom. He often secretly looks at her photos and cries alone.
I know all about it.
Yi Fu also thought of Mrs. Song, a very gentle and kind woman. When they arrived at Wenwen's home, they heard crying and wailing. Officer Song was standing at the door, holding an iron shovel with several men lying on the ground. Dad, you're okay. That's such good news. I thought you were about to be beaten to death, so I came to help. The men on the ground. Who was fighting whom? Next to the corner, there was a young girl crying. Song Chunha, you must marry my sister today. You held her a few days ago, and you need to take responsibility for her. Officer Song was so angry that smoke seemed to rise from his head. I saw her fall into a pit and couldn't get out, so I helped pull her out. I didn't expect you to repay kindness with enmity.